Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
আচ্ছা সবাইকে আমি গুড মর্নিং জানালাম।
Good morning, Professor Mohul Brahmu. Welcome to the seminar.
Thank you so much.
আচ্ছা ইউটিউবে লাইভ কিন্তু আমরা অলরেডি হয়ে গেছি।
Okay.
ডক্টর গঙ্গোপাধ্যায় নমস্কার।
নমস্কার স্যার, আমার আগেই করা উচিত ছিল। এনিওয়ে আমি গুড মর্নিং জানিয়ে ওখানে মানে ক্ষমা দিয়েছিলাম, যাই হোক নমস্কার বিনিময় হয়ে গেল। আপনি রিমাইন্ডার দিলেন, আই এম গ্রেটফুল টু ইউ নো আই কুড হ্যাভ ডান ইট মাচ আর্লিয়ার।
Thank you for having me here. Arun, good to see you.
Same to you, Dada. Finally. তুমি কি ক্যাম্পাসে?
So I'm coming to the campus every day. So
Okay. Fine.
অর্ণব বাবু কেমন আছো?
স্যার খুব ভালো আছি, আপনি কেমন আছেন?
কি মনে হচ্ছে ভাই?
একদম পারফেক্টলি ফাইন। আপনাকে দেখে আমরা অনেকটা এনার্জি পাই।
এনার্জি? তাহলে এনার্জি এক্সচেঞ্জ হলে তো আমার এনার্জি কমে যাবে ভাই, কারণ এনার্জি তো কনজার্ভড হয়।
হ্যাঁ সেটা হয়, কিন্তু এক্সচেঞ্জ হলে কমবে না, রাদার লেভেলটা হবে, কারণ আপনার এনার্জি আর আমাদের এই বয়সের এনার্জি ইকুয়াল স্যার। সো ব্যালেন্সড থাকবে।
থ্যাংক ইউ ফর দ্য কমপ্লিমেন্টস।
অ্যাবসলিউটলি স্যার, প্লেজার।
গুড মর্নিং ম্যাডাম। Good morning, sir. Arun sir, good morning.
Sir, kindly unmute yourself, Arun sir.
Good morning to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Very good. Welcome, sir.
আমাদের একটু সেটিং এ একটু টাইম লাগছে, একটু কোঅপারেট করুন ব্যাপারটা। অর্ণব, সেটিং এ একটু সময় লেগে যাচ্ছে।
ফাইন।
আচ্ছা অর্ণব, একটা মানে ভিডিও চলবে, ভিডিওটা শেষ হলে তারপরে তোমরা স্টার্ট।
হ্যাঁ, তোমরা ভিডিওটা শুরু করার আগে প্রোগ্রামটা যে স্টার্ট হচ্ছে সেটার একটা ইন্টিমেশন আমাদের দিও, তারপরে ভিডিওটা চললে শেষ হলে আমরা আমাদের মতন শুরু করব। ডেফিনেটলি।
ওকে।
আরে কথা বলতে হবে।
আচ্ছা, আমরা এবার শুরু করছি। অর্ণব, ভিডিওটা শেষ হলেই তুমি শুরু করবে।
শিওর। Good morning, our honorable guests and everyone present here. I am Arun Basu, Assistant Professor of the Department of Mass Media Science and Journalism, and also the co-convener of this seminar. Welcome you all to the virtual seminar of the Brainware University. Today, 30th August 2021, Brainware University Library organized this seminar to convey gratitude and respect to the father of library science, who had been honored with Padma Shri Award by the Government of India in the year of 1957, Dr. S.R.Ranganathan, in collaboration with the Department
Without further delay, let us inaugurate our seminar with a speech by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sankar Gangopadhyay, sir. Sir, I would request you to say a few words for today's program.
Okay,
Over to you.
thank you, madam. First of all, let me know whether I am audible distinctly or not.
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. So there is no delay. There was, some constant regarding due to some technical problems that is beyond our control. So you need not be so much, apologetic in your approach. It is a consequence we have to face in every walk of life. Okay. Let me go over to the address. At the outset, good morning, everybody. Hope all of you are physically and mentally okay in this pandemic situation. I'm really feeling honored to address this gathering in this online seminar to commemorate the 129th birth anniversary of Dr. S.R.Ranganathan. The theme of this seminar is Inform and Reform related to library and information science. The seminar has been hosted by the Library of Brainware University in collaboration with Department of Media Science and Journalism, School of Law, both belonging to Brainware University, and Library of SDET, Brainware Group of Institutions. On behalf of Brainware University, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all the participants of this seminar. I'm really grateful to the honorable speakers who have spared their valuable time in order to enrich the participants in this emerging area. I'm also grateful to the organizers of the seminars, which happens to be of huge contemporary interest. I do hope that this seminar will generate the ideal platform for promotion of library and information science to a new height by the use of relevant technology. I take this opportunity to add a few words about Dr. S.P. Ranganathan. Incidentally, he was a librarian and mathematician as well. He was born on August 12 in the year 1892. Dr. Ranganathan began his professional life as a mathematician. He earned BA and MA degrees in mathematics from Madras Christian College, and then went on to earn a teaching license. His aim was to teach mathematics, and he served as faculty members at universities in Mangalore, Coimbatore, and Madras. As a mathematics professor, he published papers mainly on the history of mathematics. His career as an educator was somewhat hindered by stammering. This was a difficulty which he gradually overcame in his professional life. In the year 1923, the University of Madras created the post of University Librarian in order to oversee their poorly organized collection. Among the 900 odd applicants for that particular position, none had any formal training in librarianship. And Ranganathan's handful of papers satisfied the search committee's requirement that the candidate should have a research background. In fact, his sole knowledge of librarianship came from an Encyclopedia Britannica article he read a few days before the interview. Ultimately, to his utter surprise, he received the appointment and accepted the position in the month of January 1924. But to start with, he totally felt boredom. After a few weeks, he went back to the university administration to ask for his teaching position back. A deal was struck that Ranganathan would travel to London to study contemporary Western practices in librarianship. And it was also dealt that if he returned and still rejected librarianship as a career, the mathematics lecturership would be restored to him again. Ranganathan traveled to University College London, which at that particular time housed the only degree program in library science in Britain. At University College, he earned marks only slight above average. But what is important is that his mathematical genius led him to focus on the problem of classification, a subject that was being typically taught in library programs at that time. As an outsider, he predicted flaws in the popular decimal classification and began to explore new possibilities on his own. While in England, he began drafting the system so as to prescribe colon classification and refined it further as he returned home. Meanwhile, he developed interest in library science and did not feel inclined to revive the position of teacher in mathematics. He was the librarian of Madras University and noted alumni of this university. He prescribed 5 laws of library science during his tenure in Madras University, and these laws, in fact, provide the grammar for the profession of librarianship. These laws are accepted globally and followed by all libraries in the world. He also served Benares Hindu University, Delhi University as librarian and professor of library science. In fact, he is recognized in India as father of library and information science. His fundamental contribution in this area has enriched the literature significantly. His birthday is observed in India as the National Librarian Day. In the year 1957, he was honored with Padma Shri Award by the Government of India. I don't feel like lengthening my discussion any longer. More light will be thrown on his academic activities by our chief guest, keynote speaker, and other speakers as well. With success for this seminar, to hope that you all remain safe and well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Dr. S.R.Ranganathaner আজকে 129th বার্থ অ্যানিভার্সারি আমরা সেলিব্রেট করছি, সেই সাথে সেই উদ্যোগে আজকের আমাদের সেমিনার, যার মেইন টপিক ইনফরমেশন, ইনফর্ম অ্যান্ড রিফর্ম। And I would like to convey my thanks once again to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, of Brainware University, Dr. Sankar Gangopadhyay, sir, যে এত ডিটেলে S.R.Ranganathan সম্পর্কে উনি আমাদের একটা ডাউন মেমোরি লেনে নিয়ে গেলেন। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। Now I would request Honorable Registrar of the Brainware University, Ms. Mohua Pal, Madam, to address today's initiative. Madam, please.
Thank you, Mr. Arun. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sankar Gangopadhyay, our esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. Asitabha, University Librarian of Kalyani University, our esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. Arun Kumar Chakraborty, Librarian of Bose Institute, former Director General RRRLF and National Library, and Additional Mission Director, National Missions on Libraries, India. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Partho Sarathy Das, Library and Information Officer of National Library. Our guest, Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari, Advocate of High Court and Supreme Court, Visiting Teacher of NUJS and University of Calcutta. Our guest, Dr. Mahul Brahma, Professor and Dean, School of Media and Communication of Adamas University, and all other dignitaries, colleagues, and my beloved students. It is a great honor and privilege to extend my heartfelt invitation to you in this webinar to commemorate 129th birth anniversary of Dr. S.R.Ranganathan. And all of us know that this webinar is on the topic of information reform. Well, I want to tell about Brainware University a little brief to you. Brainware University was established in the year 2016 with the mission of changing the scenario of professional education in West Bengal. Mr. Phalguni Mookhopadhayay, our founder chancellor, he is a well-known face in the Academy of Bengal. And it is a university with over 10,000 students, and we are offering diploma, UG, PG, and PhD programs in various disciplines, likely in engineering, bioscience, management, commerce, law, pharmacy, allied health sciences, computational sciences, media and journalism, multimedia, agriculture, English, etc., etc. And our aim has always been and remains to make quality education affordable for students coming from all strata of society while helping them to ease into successful careers of their choice. Well, our library Department of Library has organized this webinar, and there is no wonder that a library is a storehouse of knowledge and learning, and its importance in an educational institution is indispensable to ensure that our students' academic needs are met, as well as to enable them to step beyond the horizons of the curriculum. Brainware University has a modern, well-stocked central library apart from various departmental libraries. And it has a huge collection of books, national and international journals, e-journals, to cater all the disciplines. It has a separate sections of CD, DVD, storybook collection, biography collection, magazine, newspaper, project reports, government reports, subject dictionaries, previous year question papers, etc., etc. We are also happy to announce that we are a member of Ishot Sindhu, member of British Council of Library, member of Chitrabani Library. And we are proud to announce that our Department of Library, with the initiative of the Department of Library, we have already opened a multidisciplinary biannual online open access journal. It is an initiative of Department of Library. We're thankful to them for that. Well, this event is nothing but an initiative on our part to bring together experts from other organizations so that we may all share an idea and knowledge and go forward the next step for the better future. All the team members had worked hard to make it a successful event, and I wish to thank to all of them for their effort and wish a great success of this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Registrar Ma'am. ম্যাম ইন ব্রিফ আমাদের কলেজের ব্যাপারে অনেক কিছু জানিয়ে দিয়েছেন। এই সেমিনারটার পারপাস কি, কতটা দরকার আমাদের এই মানে এই কন্ডিশন, এই প্যান্ডামিকে এরকম একটা সেমিনার, কতটা তার ইম্পর্টেন্স, ম্যামের একটা ছোট্ট স্পিচ থেকে আমরা ব্যাপারটা পুরোটাই বুঝতে পেরেছি। নাও আই উড লাইক টু ইনভাইট ডক্টর সন্দীপ রয়, Acting Principal, Brainware Group of Institutions, SDET, to say a few words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Purvida Das, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Distinguished delegates and all the participants, it is a glorious moment to extend my warm wishes on behalf of the Brainware Group of Institutions. I want to convey my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting me on this seminar to commemorate the 190th birth anniversary of Dr. S.R.Ranganathan. All of us know that library plays an important role in our academic and social lives. Brainware University has left no stone unturned to create awareness among students and make the best use of it. It is a platform where, along with the students and the faculty member, get complete guidance and consultation from the collection. In the initial stage of my career, I can fondly remember how each member, under the guidance of and supervision of Ms. Vandana Basu ma'am, put their 100% in order to build up this library. It was indeed a marathon task carried out with full effort and efficiency. Today, after so many years, I feel extremely honored and privileged to deliver a speech on its success story. No day can be a better than today, as is also marked the 129th birth anniversary of the pioneer of library. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and Honorable Registrar Ma'am already discussed about the story in these valuable days. And my humble request to all of our students and fellow colleagues is to preserve the valuable asset with utmost care and sincerity. I extend my heartfelt gratitude again to be all the today's session, and all the best. Thank you.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandip Roy, for your kind words. Now, I would call Dr. Shatabdi Shom, Head of the Department of Media Science and Journalism, to address today's seminar. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Arun sir. Sir, kindly confirm once whether I'm audible clearly or not.
You are audible, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good namaskar and good morning, everyone present here today. Our Chief Patron, Honorable Chancellor Sir, Mr. Phalguni Mookhopadhayay. Our Patron, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Sankar Gangopadhyay. Honorable Registrar Madam, Madam Mohua Pal, our Honorable Chief Guests, keynote speakers, technical session heads, and all the presenters. A very good morning to everyone. It is a moment of extreme pride for me to welcome all the dignitaries present in the seminar organized by Brainware University Library in collaboration with the Department of Media Science and Journalism, along with the School of Law and Brainware Group of Institutions, SDET. This seminar commemorates the 129th birth anniversary of Dr. Shyali Ramamrita Ranganathan, also known as S.R.Ranganathan, the father of library science in India. On behalf of the university, I heartily welcome our chief guests, Dr. Asitabha, University Librarian, Kalyani University, and Dr. Arun Kumar Chakraborty, Librarian, Bose Institute, Kolkata. I take this opportunity to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Parthasarathi Das, Library and Information Officer of National Library. I wholeheartedly welcome the speakers and all the technical session heads, Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari, Advocate, Honorable High Court, Calcutta and Honorable Supreme Court. I heartily welcome Professor Dr. Mobul Brahma, Professor and Dean, School of Media and Communications of Adamas University, Kolkata. I welcome Ms. Anamika Das, Assistant Professor of Library and Information Sciences, NSOU, Kolkata. And finally, I welcome Ms. Indrani Bhattacharjee, former Senior Manager, Library and Information Services, British Council, Kolkata. And Mr. Abhijit Kumar, Acting Librarian of Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata. I welcome you all to the seminar. The seminar will focus on the theme, Information, Inform and Reform. It will also try to explore information dissemination in the 21st century, the role of media, libraries, and legal bodies together. On behalf of the institution, I offer my regards to all the dignitaries present here, the research scholars, presenters who have joined us today. I hope this conference will enlighten all of us and provide us with the approaches to deal with the issues of information and information disorder of today and tomorrow. Welcome everyone, and a very blessed Janmashtami to all of you. May Krishna's consciousness awaken every soul. Bless us with good health and knowledge and the power of wisdom. Thank you everyone, and welcome everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words. And let me call upon Dr. Asitabha Das, one of our guest speakers, to speak a few words. Dr. Das is at present working as University Librarian of University of Kalyani. He has obtained PhD from University of Calcutta. He has associated as guest lecturer at University of Kalyani and Indira Gandhi National Open University. He has authored and edited more than 30 books in Bengali and English languages. He has also contributed more than 50 essays in various periodicals. Over to you, sir.
ধন্যবাদ। প্রথমেই আমি মাননীয় উপাচার্য, রেজিস্ট্রার এবং ব্রেনওয়্যার ইউনিভার্সিটি গ্রন্থাগারের সঙ্গে যুক্ত সকলকে আমার শুভেচ্ছা জানাই। বিশেষ করে শুভেচ্ছা জানাই এরকম একটি টপিক সিলেকশন নির্বাচন করার জন্য। আমরা বিভিন্ন জায়গায় শুনি বা যাই, যে এখনো পর্যন্ত এই বিষয় নিয়ে, রঙ্গনাথনের এই ভাবনা নিয়ে কিন্তু কোনো টপিকে আলোচনা আমি শুনি। রঙ্গনাথন ছিলেন আমাদের বাংলা সাহিত্যে যেমন রবীন্দ্রনাথ, রঙ্গনাথন ছিলেন গ্রন্থাগার বিজ্ঞানের রবীন্দ্রনাথ। তিনি এমন কোনো গ্রন্থাগার বিজ্ঞানের বিষয় ছিল না যা নিয়ে রঙ্গনাথন বই লেখেননি বা তার প্রবন্ধের মাধ্যমে তার মতামত দেননি। কিন্তু তিনি একটা কথাই সবসময় বলে গেছেন, যে রেফারেন্স সার্ভিস, অর্থাৎ এখন বর্তমানে যাকে আমরা বলছি ইনফরমেশন, তথ্য, এর কিন্তু কোনো বিকল্প নেই। এটা ছাড়া কিন্তু কোনো লাইব্রেরি চলতে পারে না বা তথ্য চলতে পারে না। সেক্ষেত্রে আপনারা যে এই ধরনের একটা টপিক সিলেকশন করেছেন, তার জন্য আমি ব্রেনওয়্যার কর্তৃপক্ষ এবং গ্রন্থাগারী এবং গ্রন্থাগার কর্মীদের কাছে আমি কৃতজ্ঞ। প্রথমেই বলে রাখি, এখন যে আমরা বুকস আর ফর ইউজ, এভরিবডি সিটা, সেটা এখন পাল্টে হয়ে গেছে ইনফরমেশন ফর ইউজ। ইনফরমেশন এমন একটা জিনিস, সেটাকে আপনারা কিন্তু ক্লারিফাই আমরা করতে পারি না। একজন বিদেশি বলেছেন, ইনফরমেশন হচ্ছে সেটাই যেটা আজ পর্যন্ত আমার কাছে অজানা ছিল, যেটা যখন আমরা জানতে পারি সেটাই হচ্ছে ইনফরমেশন। ইনফরমেশন কিন্তু আকাশ থেকে আসে না, ইনফরমেশন এখানেই থাকে। হয় আমরা পড়াশোনা করে করি বা লোককে জানাই। বিশেষ করে গ্রন্থাগার বিজ্ঞানী বা গ্রন্থাগার কর্মীদের একটা বিরাট দায়িত্ব, যারা ইউনিভার্সিটিতে আসছেন বা বিভিন্ন জায়গায় আসছেন, তাদের ইনফরমেশন দেওয়া। উইদাউট ইনফরমেশন কিন্তু লাইব্রেরি চলতে পারে না। আমরা যে বিভিন্ন বই পড়ি, বিভিন্ন আর্টিকেল পড়ি, তার মধ্যে কিন্তু আমি ইনফরমেশন খুঁজে বেড়াই। সময় খুব কম, আমি একবার কয়েকটা মিনিট, 10-15 মিনিটের মধ্যে আমি আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করছি। ইনফরমেশনের কাছে আমরা কিভাবে কৃতজ্ঞ, যেটা আমাদের কিন্তু ডে টু ডে লাইফে হয়। যেমন ধরুন, আজকে কিছুদিন আগে 15 আগস্টে অনেকের ছবির সাথে আমরা কিন্তু নেতাজি দেখেছি, এবং বাংলায় বোধহয় একটু অল্প শিক্ষিত থেকে উচ্চ শিক্ষিত সবাই কিন্তু নেতাজির নামটার সঙ্গে খুব পরিচিত। কিন্তু আমাদের কি কখনো মনে হয়েছে এই নেতাজি নামটা কিভাবে এলেন, কিভাবে এলো বা কিভাবে করলো, এটা কিন্তু আমরা জানার চেষ্টা করি। তাহলে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে আজাদ হিন্দ ফৌজের যারা মহিলারা ছিলেন তারা কিন্তু তাকে নেতাজি বলে ডাকতেন, তার ফলে সেটা কিন্তু তিনি নেতাজি বলে পরিচিত হলেন, বা আজও প্রায় 75 বছর বাদেও কিন্তু উনি আমাদের কাছে নেতাজি হিসেবেই পরিচিত। এরকম বহু ইনফরমেশন আছে, এগুলো যদি আমাদের পাঠকদের কাছে বা মানুষের কাছে তুলে ধরতে পারি, তাহলে দেখা যাবে ইনফরমেশনের কোনো বিকল্প নেই, ইনফরমেশন নিয়েই আমরা বেঁচে আছি। একটু আগেই ম্যাডাম বলেছেন যে আমি একটা বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের গ্রন্থাগারী, তার আগে আমি কিন্তু স্কুল কলেজ করে তারপর কিন্তু বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ে এসেছি। আমি যেখানেই থাকি না কেন একজন লাইব্রেরিয়ান হিসেবে খুব গর্ববোধ করতাম যে তাদের জানাবার জন্য বা জানবার জন্য সেটা এখনো গর্ববোধ করি বা জেনে যাই। আজকে রঙ্গনাথন S.R.Ranganathaনের 129তম জন্মবার্ষিকী উপলক্ষে এটা হচ্ছে। আপনারা যদি পড়েন বা দেখেন, বা ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর স্যারও বললেন, যদি দেখেন তাহলে ওখানে দেখতে পাবেন যে প্রথম গ্রন্থাগার ছাত্র হিসেবে S.R.Ranganathan হচ্ছে ইংল্যান্ডে পড়তে গেছিলেন। তখন কিন্তু আমাদের অন্য কোথাও এই লাইব্রেরি সায়েন্স পড়ানো হতো না, এক্সেপ্ট লন্ডন। ওখানে লাইব্রেরি অ্যাসোসিয়েশনে লন্ডনে প্রথম ছাত্র। এটা আমিও অনেকদিন পর্যন্ত জেনে এসেছি, আমরা মাস্টারমশাইরাও জানিয়েছেন, আমিও জেনেছি, গ্রন্থাগার বিজ্ঞানের ছাত্রছাত্রীরাও জেনে এসেছে। কিন্তু পরবর্তী পর্যায়ে জয়েন করতে গিয়ে বা বিভিন্ন সেমিনারে বা বইগুলোকে ঘাটাঘাটি করতে গিয়ে দেখলাম এই তথ্যটা কিন্তু ভ্রান্ত। রঙ্গনাথন কিন্তু প্রথম জাননি। আমি রঙ্গনাথনকে কোনো ছোট করার জন্য বলছি না, আমি তথ্যের প্রতি শ্রদ্ধা রাখিয়ে বলছি যে রঙ্গনাথন কিন্তু প্রথম জাননি। যত বই দেখবেন, যত আর্টিকেল দেখবেন, তার বায়োগ্রাফি দেখবেন, সেখানে কিন্তু প্রত্যেকটা একটা লেখা আছে রঙ্গনাথন ইজ দ্য ফার্স্ট পার্সন ফ্রম ইন্ডিয়া, যিনি হচ্ছে এখানে গিয়ে গ্রন্থাগার বিজ্ঞান পড়েছিলেন। কিন্তু সেটা তো ঠিক না। আমি এবার সন্ধান করতে করতে গিয়ে দেখলাম এক ভদ্রলোকের নাম হয়তো অনেকেই জানেন না, তার নাম হচ্ছে হরিহর দাস। তিনি কিন্তু প্রথম 1919 সালে ওই গ্রন্থাগার বিজ্ঞান পড়তে গেছেন। এবং গ্রন্থাগার বিজ্ঞান পড়তে যাওয়ার উদ্দেশ্যটা কি না, গ্রন্থাগার বিজ্ঞান পড়তে যাওয়ার উদ্দেশ্য ছিল, তিনি কিন্তু সারা জীবন কোনো গ্রন্থাগারে চাকরি করেননি, সারা জীবন গ্রন্থাগার কর্মী হিসেবে ছিলেন, ব্যবহার করেছিলেন, এবং উনি মনে করেছিলেন যে গ্রন্থাগারের মাধ্যমে যে তথ্য পাওয়া যায়, গ্রন্থাগার থেকে যেটা পাওয়া যায়, তার জন্য একজন ব্যক্তি যে গ্রন্থাগারী হিসেবে বা গ্রন্থাগার কর্মী হিসেবে বা একজন পাঠক হিসেবে যদি ব্যবহার করে, তার কাছে কিন্তু তথ্যের দরজাটা উন্মুক্ত হয়ে যায়। সেই এতেই তার আর্থিক অবস্থা ভালো না থাকা সত্ত্বেও উনি 1919 সালে উনি ওখানে গিয়ে লাইব্রেরি সায়েন্সে পড়তে গেলেন, লাইব্রেরিয়ানশিপ পড়তে গেলেন। আর রঙ্গনাথন পাস করেছিলেন 1925 সালে। তার মানে 6 বছর আগেই তিনি কিন্তু একজন গ্রন্থাগার বিজ্ঞানী ছাত্র হিসেবে তিনি গিয়েছিলেন। কিন্তু এখনো পর্যন্ত আমি খুব দৃঢ় বিশ্বাস যে বিভিন্ন ইউনিভার্সিটিতে যারা শিক্ষক শিক্ষিকা বা ছাত্রছাত্রী, তাদের কাছে এখনো পরিচিত আছে যে রঙ্গনাথন ওয়াজ দ্য ফার্স্ট পার্সন হু ওয়েন্ট টু ইংল্যান্ড ফর লাইব্রেরি সায়েন্স স্টাডি। কিন্তু সেটা কিন্তু ঠিক না। তাহলে এই যে আমি যে তথ্যটা জোগাড় করলাম, এই তথ্যটা তো আমি অন্য জায়গাতে বিভিন্ন জিনিস দপ্তর ঘাটতে ঘাটতে সেখানে দেখলাম যে ওই রঙ্গনাথনের জায়গায় হরিহর দাস, এবং তারপর আরো ঘাটতে ঘাটতে দেখলাম বিকজ এ লিটারেট পার্সন, এই জন্য তিনি একটা বই লিখেছিলেন, বড় যাদব ইউনিভার্সিটি থেকেও প্রকাশিত হয়েছিল 1955। তার অনেক আগে একটা বই লিখেছিলেন উনি যাওয়ার আগে, সেটা হচ্ছে সেই বইটাকে নিয়ে লালবিহারীতে, রেভারেন্ড লালবিহারীতে নিশ্চয়ই আপনারা নাম শুনেছেন বা জানেন। এই রেভারেন্ড লালবিহারীতে সম্বন্ধে উনি একটা বই লিখে প্রাইজ পেয়েছিলেন। তখনই তার মনে হয় যে জ্ঞানটা কত দূর যেতে পারে, তার জন্য গেছেন। এবং সেটাকে খুঁজতে খুঁজতে 1911 সালে সেই ম্যানাস্ক্রিপ্টটা আমি খুঁজতে খুঁজতে দেখলাম একমাত্র সেন্ট পলস কলেজে সেই ম্যানাস্ক্রিপ্টটা আছে, আর তো যখন বেরিয়েছিল আর কোথাও নেই পশ্চিমবঙ্গে বা ভারতবর্ষে ছিল আমি জানি না। তা সেটাকে নিয়ে আমি আবার একটা পাবলিসাইকে দিলাম যে তুমি তার প্রতি শ্রদ্ধা জানিয়ে এই বইটাকে করে দাও। এবং শুধু তাই নয়, হরিহর দাস ছিলেন এনসাইক্লোপিডিয়া ব্রিটানিকা, তখন খেয়াল রাখতে হবে তখন কিন্তু নিউ এনসাইক্লোপিডিয়া ব্রিটানিকা হয়নি। সাধারণ মানুষের ধারণা হচ্ছে এনসাইক্লোপিডিয়া ব্রিটানিকা নিউ এনসাইক্লোপিডিয়া ব্রিটানিকা এক জিনিস, কিন্তু না, যখন 14th এডিশন থেকে 15th এডিশন গেল তখন এনসাইক্লোপিডিয়া ব্রিটানিকা নামটা চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেল। এমন কোনো ব্যক্তি নেই যিনি কলেজে বা ইউনিভার্সিটিতে আছেন যা এনসাইক্লোপিডিয়া ব্রিটানিকা দেখেননি বা ব্যবহার করেননি। এই এনসাইক্লোপিডিয়া ব্রিটানিকাতে ওনাকে কিন্তু একেবার বলা হয়েছিল যে কবি তরু দাসের সম্বন্ধে লেখবার জন্য। আবার যদি দেখেন তরু দাসকে, না 19 বছরের এক মহিলা, তিনি ফরাসি ভাষায় কবিতা লিখেছিলেন এবং 19 বছরে উনি যক্ষা রোগে মারা যান, কিন্তু তার লেখা কিন্তু এখন অবিস্মরণীয় আছে। এবং হরিহর দাসকে বলা হয়েছিল যে তরু দাসের উপরে আমি আর্টিকেল লিখে আমাদের ব্রিটানিকায় দিন, এবং আরো কয়েকটা আর্টিকেল লিখেছে। একজন লাইব্রেরিয়ান কতদূর সম্মান অর্জন করতে পারে, আমার মনে হয় যতদূর আমি জানি ভারতবর্ষে তিনিই প্রথম যিনি এনসাইক্লোপিডিয়া ব্রিটানিকা লেখা শুরু করেছিলেন একজন কন্ট্রিবিউট করার জন্য। যেমন দেখবেন ব্রিটানিকার যে আর্টিকেল আছে তার তলায় কিন্তু সাইন্ড আর্টিকেল দেওয়া থাকে যে কে লিখছে কে লিখছে না, কিন্তু এই ভদ্রমহিলা এই সম্বন্ধে লিখে হরিহর দাস, কিন্তু তিনি আমাদের বিস্মৃতির অন্তরালে চলে গেছে, আমরা কিন্তু তাকে খুঁজে বার করিনি। তা আমি এটাই সবসময় ভাবি যে আমার বন্ধু বান্ধব বা ছাত্র ছাত্রীরা যারা আছে বা পরিচিত পরিজন আছে তারা তথ্যের সন্ধান করবে, এবং এই তথ্যের সন্ধান করতে গেলে আমার কিন্তু একটু গর্ববোধ করে বলতে পারি এই তথ্যের সন্ধানে আমাদের শিক্ষক শিক্ষিকা বা বিভিন্ন বিদ্বজ্জনরা খুঁজবেন, কিন্তু তাদের সবসময় নিজেদের সাহায্য ছাড়াও কিন্তু লাইব্রেরির সাহায্য নেওয়া উচিত। লাইব্রেরি যদি সাহায্য না নেওয়া যায় তাহলে কিন্তু অনেক কিছু ইনকমপ্লিট হয়ে যাবে। এরকম করতে গিয়ে আমার ছোট দু একটা অভিজ্ঞতার কথা বলি যেগুলো আপনাদের কাছে খুবই কমন। যেমন ধরুন, আমরা রবীন্দ্রনাথকে গুরুদেব বলে আমরা সবাই সম্বোধন করি, আমরা জানি যে গুরুদেব, কিন্তু আমরা কি কখনো ভেবেছি উনি গুরুদেবকে? ব্রহ্মবন্ধ মুখোপাধ্যায়, অনেকে পড়েছেন অনেকে পড়েননি, একজন স্বাধীনতা আন্দোলনের একজন বিরাট লোক, কিন্তু তাকে যখন রবীন্দ্রনাথ এই বিশ্বভারতী ব্রহ্মচার্য আশ্রমে ডেকে নিয়ে যায় তাকে অধ্যক্ষ করে প্রথম সংখ্যায়, তখন রবীন্দ্রনাথের ছাত্রদের উনি শেখান যে তোমরা অন্য কিছু বলবেন না, রবীন্দ্রনাথ শুধু গুরুদেব। সেই গুরুদেবকে আজ থেকে 100 বছর আগে যে প্রচলিত হয়েছে সেই গুরুদেব কথাটা কিন্তু এখনো চলে আসছে, কিন্তু আমরা জানার চেষ্টা করি। আমি যখন ইউনিভার্সিটিতে এখনো চাকরি করি শহরে, আমার ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর ছিলেন প্রফেসর অরবিন্দ কুমার দাস, উনি কেমিস্ট্রি খুব পণ্ডিত ব্যক্তি ছিলেন। আপনারা জানেন হয়তো অনেকে এই যে আগস্ট মাসে আচার্য গৌরচন্দ্র রায় জন্ম দিবস, এবং সেই উপলক্ষে আমাদের রাজাবাজার সায়েন্স কলেজে ওখানে একটা প্রতি বছর একটা করে সেমিনার হয়, এবছর বোধহয় হতে পারেনি এই কারণে। তা উনি আমাকে আজ থেকে 12 বছর আগে একবার ডেকে বললেন যে আচ্ছা আমাকে এবার এই আমন্ত্রণ জানানো হয়েছে, আমরা যেন আমন্ত্রণ জানানো হই যে আচার্য গৌরচন্দ্র রায় সম্বন্ধে বলবার জন্য। তা আমার মনে একটা প্রশ্ন জেগেছে, এই প্রশ্নটা আমি আমাদের বিভাগগুলোর নাম উল্লেখ করছি না, বিভিন্ন বিভাগে যার সঙ্গে রিলেটেড হয় তাদের টিচারদের জিজ্ঞেস করেছিলাম যে হোয়াই ইজ আচার্য গৌরচন্দ্র, আচার্য কেন? উনি কিন্তু ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর হননি, তাহলে আচার্য বলে ওনাকে ডাকা হচ্ছে না। তা আমি জিজ্ঞেস করি যে সবাইকে, সবাই বলছে হ্যাঁ স্যার বলছি, বলে হ্যাঁ দেখছি, কিন্তু কেউ আর ফিরে আসেনি। আপনি লাস্ট পার্সন, আপনাকে বলছি, আপনি যদি খুঁজে বার করতে পারেন তাহলে আমি জানবো যে আমার প্রশ্নের উত্তর আমি পেয়েছি। এখন আমি প্রথমেই বলছি আমি কিন্তু তথ্যের পূজারী, তথ্য বিজ্ঞানী, আমি কিন্তু তথ্যের পূজারী। তার মানে দেখি স্যার কি বলেছে। তা আমি সেই জন্যে এই সম্বন্ধে যত আর্টিকেল আছে বা যত বই আছে গৌরচন্দ্র রায় সম্বন্ধে আমি কিন্তু পড়তে শুরু করলাম। তাতে কিন্তু আমার লাভই হয়েছিল পরবর্তী পর্যায়ে। গৌরচন্দ্র রায় পড়তে করতে দেখলাম এই আচার্য কিন্তু কোনো বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় থেকে বা কোনো প্রতিষ্ঠান থেকে দেওয়া উপাধি নয়, আচার্য হচ্ছে মানুষের স্বতঃস্ফূর্ততা। তারা যখন সেই মানে যাকে সত্যিকারে বিদ্যার্জন মনে করতো, বিজ্ঞানী মনে করতো, তাদের কিন্তু তারা আচার্য বলে সম্বোধন করতো। সেখান থেকে এবার ভেবে দেখুন, আচার্য জগদীশ চন্দ্র বোস, আচার্য রামেন্দ্র সুন্দর ত্রিবেদী, আচার্য কি বলে মেঘনাথ সাহা, এদের কিন্তু আমরা সবসময় আচার্য বলে সম্বোধন করি বা আচার্য। এটা কিন্তু কোনো ব্যক্তিগত উপাধি নয়, এটা হচ্ছে মানুষের স্বতঃস্ফূর্ততা। আমি যখন আমার মাননীয় উপাধ্যায়কে জানালাম এর পেছনে এটাই কারণ হচ্ছে তিনি খুবই খুশি হয়েছিলেন এবং তার জায়গা ঠিকই বলতে পেরেছেন। সুতরাং আমরা কিন্তু গ্রন্থাগারিকরা বা গ্রন্থাগার বিজ্ঞানের ক্ষেত্রে এবং শিক্ষক শিক্ষিকা যদি আমরা এই তথ্যটাকে অনুসন্ধান করে থাকি, তবেই কিন্তু তথ্যের আজকে যে সেমিনার হচ্ছে বা বন্দনাদি এবং অন্যান্যরা যে সেমিনারে আয়োজন করেছে, তবেই কিন্তু তথ্যের সার্থকতা আসবে, নাহলে তথ্যের সার্থকতা আসবে না। এবং ধরুন অনেক কথা বলা যায়, আমি যদি কোনোদিন সম্ভব হয় বর্ণনা অনুরোধ করবো যে আমি এসব মিটে গেলে একদিন ছাত্রছাত্রীদের সামনে গিয়ে কিছু বলে রাখবো যাতে তারা ইন্সপায়ার্ড হয়, যারা মনে হয় এই জায়গাগুলোতে অনেক কিছু, যেমন আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই শুনেছেন দেশপ্রিয় দেশপ্রাণ বীরেন্দ্রনাথ শাসমল। দেশপ্রিয় তো যতীন্দ্রমোহন সেনগুপ্তর নামে বলা হয়। যতীন্দ্রমোহন সেনগুপ্ত যখন বার্মা অয়েল স্ট্রাইক হয়, সমস্ত কর্মচারীরা মাইনে পাচ্ছে না, উনি ওনার নিজস্ব সমস্ত সম্পত্তি বিক্রি করে দিয়ে উনি কিন্তু তাদের মাইনে দিয়েছিলেন। সেই জন্যে ধর্মঘটের পেছনে টাকা দিচ্ছে, সেই জন্য তাকে লোকে দেশপ্রিয় বলে। আবার যারা জানেন দেশপ্রাণ বীরেন্দ্রনাথ শাসমল, দেশপ্রাণ মানে উনি এমন ছিল যে কখনোই মাথা নত করতেন না। এবং সবচেয়ে বড় মজার কথা হচ্ছে, উনি যখন মারা যান তার আগে উনি কিন্তু একটা উইল করে গেছেন। তা সেই উইলের মধ্যে বলা ছিল যে আমাকে যখন শ্মশানে পোড়ানো হবে তখন যেন না শুয়ে পোড়ানো হয়, আমাকে দাঁড় করিয়ে রেখে পোড়ানো হবে। আমি কোনোদিন কারো কাছে মাথা নত করিনি, সেই জন্যে আমাকে দাঁড় করিয়ে পোড়াতে হবে। এবং তার ইচ্ছা অনুযায়ী 13তলা শ্মশানে তাকে দাঁড় করিয়ে রেখে কিন্তু পোড়ানো হয়েছিল, শুয়ে পোড়ানো হয়নি। এই ধরনের হাজার হাজার তথ্য রয়েছে, এগুলো শুধু জানার জন্য না, আজকে যে সমাজ, কমিউনিটি, স্টুডেন্ট সোসাইটি তারা বিভ্রান্ত, কি করবে, সামনে কোনো আদর্শ নেই। এই আদর্শগুলো যদি এই তথ্যের মাধ্যমে তুলে ধরা যায়, তারা কিন্তু আবার নতুন করে চাকরি নেই, চাকরির সমস্যা রয়েছে বা বিভিন্ন রয়েছে, কিন্তু আদর্শগুলো যখন তুলে ধরা যায় তখন দেখা যাবে যে অনেক ইনফরমেশন আমরা জানতে পারবো। তখন কিন্তু আমরা নিজেকে বলতে পারবো যে আমরা জানি যতটা, তার চেয়ে বেশি আমরা জানানোর বেশি আগ্রহী। আজকেই সকালবেলা পড়ছিলাম, আমরা অনেকদিনই পড়েছি আমি, এই আপনারা যে বাংলায় দাঁড়ি, কমা, পুস্তক, সমীর, সেমিকলন, এইগুলো কিন্তু আমরা জানি এই প্রথম প্রচলন করেছিলেন কিন্তু ঈশ্বরচন্দ্র বিদ্যাসাগর। ঈশ্বরচন্দ্র সুনীতি কুমার চট্টোপাধ্যায় বলেছেন এটা নিউটনের মাধ্যাকর্ষণ, বিদ্যাসাগর যেটা নিয়ে এসেছিলেন। আজকে আবার পড়তে পড়তে দেখলাম যে একজন বলছেন, আমার কোনো পুরোটা করা হয়নি, তার আগেও কিন্তু এটা প্রচলন ছিল। এই যে যেমন শুদ্ধ চিত্তরঞ্জন বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় তিনি বারণ করে, আমরা জানতাম টিকচাক ঠাকুর, প্যারিচাঁদ মিত্রের আলাদাই ঘরে ধরা হচ্ছে বাংলা প্রথম উপন্যাস, কিন্তু উনি বললেন না, এটা বাংলা। উনি ন্যাশনাল লাইব্রেরিতে, ইম্পেরিয়াল লাইব্রেরিতে কাজ করতেন, কাজ করতে করতে দেখলেন যে এটা প্রথম নয়, একজন গ্রন্থাগারী ছিলেন, সর্বজন শ্রদ্ধেয় গ্রন্থাগারী, এবং রেফারেন্সের জন্য উনি সারা বিখ্যাত হয়ে আছেন, সারা পশ্চিমবঙ্গ, বাইরে, বিদেশে। তিনি বললেন ফুলমণি করুণার বিবরণ হচ্ছে প্রথম উপন্যাস বাংলা, সেটা কিন্তু উনি প্রথম আবিষ্কার বলুন, সন্ধান করে জানালেন। তাহলে সেক্ষেত্রে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে তথ্য দেওয়ার পেছনে, তথ্য অনুসন্ধানের পেছনে গ্রন্থাগারিতে একটা বিরাট অবদান রয়েছে। সুতরাং আমার মনে হয় আমার কমিট হয়ে গেছে। তো আমরা এই যে বিভিন্ন তথ্য নিয়ে আজকে আমরা অনেক ইনফরমেশন বলবেন, অনেকে অনেক কথা বলবেন, যারা কিন্তু তথ্য লাস্টে কথা বলবো, তথ্য না হলে কি হতে পারে। আজ থেকে 30 বছর আগে আমেরিকা একটা ঘটনা ঘটেছিল। ঘটনা হচ্ছে, আপনারা যারা গেছেন জানেন, এবং আমরা গেছি, অরুণও গেছে, অরুণও অনেকবার গেছে। তো সেখানে ওদের যদি কোনো পুরুষ বা মহিলা আত্মহত্যা করে, তাহলে সেটা কিন্তু ওদের পক্ষে খুব অসম্মানজনক, চারিদিকে হই হই করে যায়। যদি গুলিগোলা চলছে, মারা যাচ্ছে, ওটা নিয়ে একটা মাথা নেই, আত্মহত্যা করলো কেন, এটা নিয়ে একটা বিরাট ব্যাপার হয়েছে। এক ভদ্রমহিলা, তিনি ফিজিক্যালি ডিসেবল ছিলেন, তিনি করতেন কি করে, ফিজিক্যালি ডিসেবল থাকলে ওদের ওখান থেকে দেওয়া হয়, মানে বৃত্তি দেওয়া হয়, বা আমরা যেটা বলি এড দেওয়া হয়। তা তিনি সেই এডটা পেয়ে ওখানে থাকতেন। তার একটা কর্মচারী ছিল, মহিলা কর্মচারী, তাকে দেখতো সমস্ত কিছু করতো, চলে যাচ্ছিল। হঠাৎ একদিন তাদের সোশ্যাল সার্ভিস থেকে জানালো এই ধরনের যারা আছেন তাদের জন্য একটা চাকরির ব্যবস্থা করা হয়েছে, আপনি চাকরিতে জয়েন করুন, আর দ্বিতীয় নম্বর, এরপর আপনি যে বৃত্তিটা পেতেন বা আপনি যে টাকাটা পেতেন সেটা কিন্তু আর পাবেন না। যাই হোক, উনি জয়েন করলেন, জয়েন করে গেলেন, গিয়ে দেখলেন যে তার যাতায়াতে এত মানে খুবই ফিজিক্যালি ডিসেবল, এত খরচা বেড়ে যাচ্ছে, উনি কিন্তু আর থাকতে পারলেন না। উনি নানা রকমের যে লোকটা আসতো তাকে ছাড়িয়ে দিয়েছে। এই করতে করতে নিজের সাথে লড়াই করতে করতে মানুষ কখন আত্মহত্যা করে? যখন সে নিজের সাথে লড়াই করতে করতে হেরে যায়, তখনই আত্মহত্যা করে। তা সেই জন্য উনি যখন দেখলেন যে আর কোনো উপায় নেই, এই টাকা আমার হচ্ছে না, যা দিচ্ছে যাতায়াত করে পাচ্ছি না, তখন উনি সুসাইড করেন। এই সুইসাইড করার পরে সমস্ত আমেরিকার ওই প্রদেশে চারিদিকে হইচই পড়ে গেছিল। উনি কেন সুইসাইড করবেন? তারপর দেখা গেল ওদের সোশ্যাল ওয়েলফেয়ার ডিপার্টমেন্টে কিন্তু উনি সুইসাইড করার আগে, বেশ কিছু মাস 6 আগে একটা অর্ডার বেরিয়েছিল, অর্ডার সার্কুলার বেরিয়েছিল, যারা এই ধরনের লোক যারা চাকরি করছে তারা কিন্তু একজন লোক রাখার জন্য যে টাকা, এই টাকাটাও পাওয়া যাবে। কিন্তু উনি জানতে পারেননি। এবং সোশ্যাল সিকিউরিটি সুপারভাইজারকে জিজ্ঞেস করা হলো, যেটা আপনি জানতেন এই সার্কুলারটা বেরিয়েছে, তা আপনি এটাকে সাবমিট করেননি কেন বা জানান? উনি তখন বললেন যে আসলে রোজ এত সার্কুলার বলে না, আমাকে জানানো সম্ভব নয়। বললো আপনার এই তথ্যের ঘাটতির জন্য একজন ভদ্রমহিলা যিনি প্রতি মুহূর্তে লড়াই করছিলেন, তিনি আজকে পরাজিত হয়ে চলে যেতে হলো। এটা কিন্তু ঠিক না। সুতরাং তথ্যে একটা এমন শক্তি আছে, তথ্য এমন একটা মানুষকে উদ্দীপনা জায়গায়, এটা না করলে কিন্তু এটা হয় না। তথ্য এবং বই পড়া, আজকে যে নেতাজি সুভাষচন্দ্র, আমরা সুভাষচন্দ্র বসু বলি, সুভাষচন্দ্র মোটামুটি ঠিক করেছেন উনি চলে যাবেন সন্ন্যাসী হয়ে, কিন্তু যখন বিবেকানন্দ বই হাতে পেলেন তখন জানলেন যে মানুষ যে হেরে যায় তার চেয়ে কিছু নেই। এই বিবেকানন্দ বই পড়তে পড়তে উনি আবার সিদ্ধান্ত চেঞ্জ করলেন। উনি তখন সিদ্ধান্ত চেঞ্জ করে আবার ফিরে এলেন, এবং উনি যদি ফিরে না আসতেন আজকে কিন্তু আমরা নেতাজি বা সুভাষচন্দ্র বসু কাউকেই পেতাম না। এবং প্রত্যেকটা মানুষের পিছনেই এক একটা তথ্য তাকে অনুপ্রেরণা জেগাচ্ছে, প্রেরণা জেগাচ্ছে। রঙ্গনাথনও তাই। রঙ্গনাথন এতগুলো সাবজেক্টের শব্দ দিয়ে শুরু করেছিলাম। রঙ্গনাথনের এতগুলো সাবজেক্ট রয়েছে যে রঙ্গনাথন বলতেন যে একটাই সাবজেক্ট হচ্ছে লাইব্রেরি সায়েন্সের ভাইটা, দ্যাট ইজ রেফারেন্স সার্ভিস অর ইনফরমেশন সার্ভিস। এটা ছাড়া কিন্তু লাইব্রেরি সায়েন্স চলতে পারে। লাইব্রেরি সায়েন্স চালানোর জন্য নিশ্চয়ই ক্লাসিফিকেশন দরকার, ক্যাটালগিং দরকার, ডকুমেন্টেশন দরকার, ইন্ডেক্সিং দরকার, সবই। সেটা হচ্ছে লাইব্রেরি সায়েন্স লাইব্রেরিটাকে চালাবার জন্য। কিন্তু মানুষকে উদ্দীপিত করতে করাবার জন্য বা মানুষকে জানানোর জন্য, পাঠকদের জানানোর জন্য যেটা দরকার সেটা হচ্ছে রেফারেন্স সার্ভিস। তো আমি আজকে যারা আমার এখানে ছাত্র সমূহ আছে, হ্যাঁ, আমার 40-42 বছর শিক্ষকতা হয়ে গেছে, এইবার আমি যাব, হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু তার আগে আমি সবাইকে বলবো যে এই তথ্যটা যারা আগে আমার লাইব্রেরিতে আছেন, সময় এবং অন্যান্য কাজের সাথে চেষ্টা করবেন এই তথ্য দিয়ে মানুষের এই বাজারে উদ্দীপিত করা, জানানো। অনেক কিছু জানতে পারলে কিন্তু আমাদের তখন মনে হয় না আমারও তার বাঁচার অধিকার আছে, আমার লড়াই করার অধিকার আছে। আর এইভাবে চললে আমরা সেই জন্যে আবার বলছি, আপনারা যে অনুষ্ঠানে আয়োজন করেছেন, আমি অনেকবারই বেনোয়ারে এসেছি, প্রত্যেকবারই দেখেছি এর নতুনত্ব বা বিশেষত্ব আছে। সেই জন্য বেনোয়ার ইউনিভার্সিটির কাছে আমি কৃতজ্ঞ। আমি প্রেসিডেন্সি কলেজেও চাকরি করেছি, কিন্তু এই ধরনের করেছিলাম আমরা, এত ভালো টপিক আমরা চয়েস করতে পারিনি। আমি প্রেসিডেন্সি কলেজেও 6 বছর চাকরি করেছিলাম। কিন্তু আবার আপনাদের অনুরোধ করবো, এই বেনোয়ার ইউনিভার্সিটি এই ধরনের করে আজকে যে সকলেই যে নজর কাটছেন, আজকে এই টপিকটা যে আবার বলছি, এতগুলো রঙ্গনাথনের অনুষ্ঠান হয়ে গেল দেশব্যাপী, স্বদেশব্যাপী, কিন্তু এত ভালো টপিক কিন্তু কেউ চয়েস করতে পারেনি। আবার বলছি, তথ্যভিত্তিক সমাজ, এখন বলে তথ্যভিত্তিক সমাজ, তথ্যমান থেকে সবাই, এবং আমাদের একটা ধারণা হয়েছে, মাফ করবেন, যে বোধহয় কম্পিউটারের সামনে বসলেই বা ল্যাপটপের বসলেই কিন্তু সব তথ্য চলে আসে। এই সব তথ্য কিন্তু আসে না। কম্পিউটার ল্যাপটপ কি করছে, এই তথ্যটাকে খুব সহজে পাওয়ার জন্য, কুইকলি পাওয়ার জন্য বা বিভিন্ন জায়গায় পাওয়ার জন্য সাহায্য করছে। তার বাইরেও লক্ষ লক্ষ তথ্য রয়েছে। এই লক্ষ লক্ষ তথ্য খুঁজতে গেলে কম্পিউটার ছাড়া যেটা তৈরি হয় সেটা হচ্ছে বইকে আপন করে নেবেন। তার মধ্যে দেখবেন কত কি আছে যা আমরা জানি না, বা আমরা জানি এই জন্য সবকিছু করে। এবং যার কথা বললাম একটু আগে, যে আচার্য প্রফুল্লচন্দ্র রায় যদি জীবনে দেখেন, বা ফরেন দেখবেন যে একটা ছবি আছে যে পূর্ণচন্দ্রা বৃদ্ধ বয়সেও একটা বই নিয়ে বসে আছে। ওটা কিন্তু কাল্পনিক ছবি না, ওটা কিন্তু সত্যিকারের ছবি। উনি মৃত্যুর আগে দিন পর্যন্ত ও বই পড়তেন। এবং সবচেয়ে বড় কথা হচ্ছে আমাদের মধ্যে একটা ধারণা আছে যে যারা সায়েন্স পড়ে তাদের আর্টস পড়া দরকার নেই, যারা আর্টস পড়ে তাদের সায়েন্স জানার দরকার নেই। আচার্য পূর্ণচন্দ্রার মতো শেক্সপিয়ারের ওপর ক্যালকাটা রিভিউ জার্নালে, যেটা বিখ্যাত জার্নাল ইউনিভার্সিটি, যত আর্টিকেল লিখেছেন কিন্তু কেউ লিখতে পারেনি। ইংলিশ সাহিত্যে শেক্সপিয়ারের উপর লিখতেন, বিভিন্ন সাবজেক্ট লিখতেন এবং ছাত্রছাত্রীদের বলতেন যে বই পড়ো, বই না পড়লে তোমরা কিন্তু কিছু জানতে পারবে না। আমরা কিন্তু এখনো সেই আদর্শ বা বাণী তাকে তার প্রতি একটা বই বা লাইব্রেরি একটা মানুষকে, প্রকৃত মানুষকে উঠতে সাহায্য করে এবং সেটা তথ্যভিত্তিক বলেই ভালো হয়। নমস্কার, আবার বলছি, আপনারা যে আমাকে আমন্ত্রণ জানিয়েছেন তার জন্য আমি কৃতজ্ঞ। ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর স্যার, লাইব্রেরিয়ান স্যার, রেজিস্ট্রার স্যার এবং যারা আমার ব্রেনওয়্যার ইউনিভার্সিটিতে আমার কয়েকজন লাইব্রেরি চাকরি করছে, আমার কয়েকজন ছাত্রছাত্রীও আছে, তাদের সকলের উদ্দেশ্যে বলছি যে লাইব্রেরি যেন ইনফরমেশন বেসড হয়, তাহলে কিন্তু এই ইউনিভার্সিটির নাম কিন্তু, লাইব্রেরির নাম কিন্তু চারিদিকে ছড়িয়ে পড়বে এবং সেটার জন্য আমাদের পরিশ্রম করতে হবে। নমস্কার।
আজকে আমাদের সেমিনারের টপিক হচ্ছে ইনফরমেশন, ইনফর্ম অ্যান্ড রিফর্ম। এবং অসিতাভ বাবু যেরকম ভাবে ওনার বক্তৃতায় বিভিন্ন ছোট ছোট তথ্যের মাধ্যমে আমাদের সমৃদ্ধ করলেন, মানে আজকের অনুষ্ঠানের যে থিম সেটা যেন একেবারেই জাস্টিফাইড। অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ ডক্টর অসিতাভ দাসকে তার ভ্যালুয়েবল ইনসাইটস এর জন্য। এবার আমাদের দ্বিতীয় চিফ গেস্ট অরুণ কুমার চক্রবর্তীর পালা। আমি ওনাকে কিছু বলতে বলার আগে আমি ওনার সম্পর্কে দুটো কথা বলতে চাই। একটা ফিডব্যাক আছে, আই উড রিকোয়েস্ট সবাই যদি আমরা একটু মিউট করে নিই। ওকে, অরুণ কুমার চক্রবর্তী আমাদের পরবর্তী স্পিকার, আমাদের চিফ গেস্ট, অ্যানাদার চিফ গেস্ট। He is the librarian, Bose Institute, Kolkata. He is also the former Director General, RRRLF and National Library, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and Additional Mission Director, National Mission on Libraries, India. He is the pioneer in implementation of open source free software for library automation, digitization in scientific library and also library networking. He was awarded with ILA Kavla Best Librarian Award 2012 by the Indian Library Association. Now, I would request our chief guest, another chief guest, Arun Kumar Chakraborty, to say a few words. Sir.
Good morning. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
I really, first of all, giving my gratefulness to the Brainware University for giving me opportunity to having this kind of already Professor Asitabha told that is unique topic. That is information, inform, reform is really important topic. And on the occasion of the 120th birth anniversary of Dr. S.R.Ranganathan. So it is really a great occasion, and all of you know that maybe from 1990 onwards, it's celebrated as a Librarian's Day on 12th August, his birthday. It was decided in the different institutions jointly decided, and after that, now last maybe 10-15 years, just taken a huge momentum, and maybe the most of the universities and across India and outside also, they are organizing this kind of seminar or physical seminar, and now this year the webinar seminar is being organized, huge number of. And this really, I congratulate to this Brainware University, is library is Vandana Madam in direction with her entire team of this library with the Department of Media Science, Journalism and School of Laws, the Brainware University and Brainware Group of Institutions Libraries, so jointly organized. First of all, anything organizing is not so easy. So first, and that goes to the highest authority. That's really Professor Sankar Gangopadhyay, the Vice Chancellor, he should be given first of all this our gratefulness, because he has given you an opportunity to organize such kind of programs, and the university authority, Register Madam, and other professors, and the collaborator also who have come. This all of them should get it really. We should give them gratefulness for this giving importance to this particular topic. That is the most important. The importance of the topic, until a seminar can be organized, but the importance of giving the topic and importance of the institution, the library, that's most important, and that has given to the this institute. And then I have seen that you have a huge number kind of speakers, like Professor Mohapal already given the registered address. Then Sandeep Roy, Principal Madam, then Sharmani Shom Madam, then we have also the Jyotirmoy Adhikari, Advocate, Honorable High Court, Calcutta, and Supreme Court visiting faculty at the University of Calcutta. Then Dr. Mohan Verma, Jyotirmoy Adhikari, Advocate, Honorable, and the Department of University of Calcutta, Professor Mohan Verma. So a lot of this, and apart from that, Professor Asitabha Das or Indrani Bhattacharya of my friends. So, and now I start with this Professor Asitabha Das point. So he has given a very good insight that what is information. Main thing that we all think that information is all available from anywhere you go and search and all. So he gave the information how to get the information. Information means that how you should be getting informed. It's not that you can collect whatever you get data from the internet search. That's data, but that data in a compilation mode and really authenticity with authenticities, and it's becoming very, very difficult, because if you go for any Google search, whatever the Professor Asitabha Das has stated, you will not get. It is not get. You may get it, but you may get, but it's very, very unlikely you can get it. So that is what. So how much research he has put on his work that to get this kind of information. So that means the treasure of informations are available in the library. So that's what Ranganathan has given the insight of this. And you know that all of you already was a Sankar Gangopadhyay speaking that Ranganathan was a mathematician. So mathematician became the librarian, and then he had written all kinds of books in the library. The most important that is colon classification. That's though it's not being used, but you know that all the subjects are in a faceted condition. And in this current scenario, whatever that said Ranganathan still is valid, because he has said what you call different kinds of subjects amalgamation. So now you find that different subjects, diffusion and then multiplication, all the subjects, different subject mixed. So those kind of things, during that time itself, he told that this kind of subject can be done by using thesaurus and different terms. So those kind of things already been predicted during that time. And any information you find or you want to try to get it, that you find that the Ranganathan has spoken somewhere in this. So still that we have, I have not seen that anything we found that which is not being spoken by Ranganathan. Whatever you use, the information technology, whatever the things, he has spoken on that and how to get it. Even the Google's resources, whatever you get, the information, that's also all these things he had given us insight. So those kind of this, so that means all information, inform and this he has given. So we have to nurture it and we have to get it, that's information. And to get that information, if we all depend upon the Google teacher, then we'll having a really a problem. Because all of you know that what is the problem and the fake news. So fake news, authenticity of the information. And authenticity of the information is becoming more and more important. And authenticity of information, and then also indirectly spoken that all these things, if you go to be good informed and if you read a good literature, then our what you call the ethics, our ethics will be more important. So that's why now what you have to we have to have done a course, the research ethics. Because we find that there are a lot of things, the plagiarism has come. Then a lot of image softwares, or the image in the scientific, you will find that huge number of papers have been retracted in the scientific community from the different important resources. And it is really the things. So all these things, if you want to know that, so if we want to have our good ethics and good human being, we need to do the line of research what Asitabha has told. Because until unless we read those kind of books, until unless we know that whatever our contributors have given us a benefit. So those kind of things, until unless that we don't know their life, we're not able to develop ourselves. So these kind of things will give us a booster's dose, and then only we can learn how to do kind of things and all. Providing information is not so easy and all. So that's the first of all, that how we can get the information, how to use the library. So that means until unless I feel that education should be library-centric education. Until unless we make the education in a library-centric, we're not able to do the justice to the society, because the students will not know. Because if this education is becoming the Google-centric, and then we will be really nowhere. You will find that whatever the authors earlier, whoever written, even Rabindranath Tagore and all, whoever has written, they have gone through the different books. And whenever even the Jagadish Chandra Bose and all, the scientists, they have gone through reading books, and while reading a book, they have been stuck in somewhere, and then their thinking has started. So they have not grabbed the information like that and then cut and paste and then put in this kind of things. So they have to invent it. They have read the book and then find out what is there, and then the research started. So that means in one chapter you stop in place, and then your research starts from that place. Your research does not start from cutting from this place and that place and amalgamating that one. So research does not stop. Research does not start like that. So that means library-centric education, and in this pandemic situation, that's a really great opportunity, because we have given online education and all online exams. So why don't you make it the online library usage of the library, and give a chapter 20 marks on the weightage, the library-centric education. People should go and give a small project, small kind of, because open book examination we are thinking of. If we want to think of open book examination, yes, open book examination means the library. You give them a 4 questions, 2-3 questions. Give them whole day, 2 days in the library. Let them go and let them read. Let them find out what are the resources available in your library or this kind of library. And you also provide those kind of. So those kind of, until unless we make a library-centric education on the library things, this kind of, we will be not able to give a real knowledge to the society. So knowledge is becoming very, very difficult situation. So it's being distracted. So our mind should not be distracted and all. So how do we go about it? So I think this kind of seminar, the people are there, and even in my Bhattacharya, she's also there. She's having a huge kind of experience in the British Council Library and giving other information resources. So how these information resources will be beneficial to the user, the library people have to work hard on this. We have to make that yes, how this library can be used, how this library is useful. Because if we think that the Google will replace the library, and then that education will be replaced in different way, and that will be really a disaster for the society. So that's what my last point. I will feel completely finish it, that let us make it things that library-centric education. All this library-centric education means exam to study to exam. Everything should be library-centric. If we can make it, yes, we will find there will be really a good knowledge society and good human being. First of all, that we are losing the good human being. Education is not important. That's one. Until unless we become a good human being, and that ethics comes from this becoming good human being. And unethics comes because we are a cat race. Yes, we have to get this promotion, that promotion. That is why this unethical resources and gathering of information resources is becoming part and parcel of life. So that's how we should cope up with this. We should have it during these discussions. Thank you. And once again, I thank you to the Brainware University for giving me opportunity, and also the University Authority for giving me opportunity to organize such kind of programs. Also, thank you to Madam for giving this opportunity. Really, thanks to all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arun Kumar Chakraborty, for your valuable speech. এবং ডক্টর অসিতাভ দাস এবং ডক্টর অরুণ কুমার চক্রবর্তী, ওনাদের দুজনের কথা শোনার পর আমরা এটা বুঝতে পারছি যে ইনফরমেশন শুধুমাত্র ইন্টারনেট থেকে ইনফর্ম হওয়াই কিন্তু সঠিক উপায় হয়তো নয়। বইয়ের সাথে সম্পর্কটা কোনো মতেই ছেদ করা যাবে না বা ছিন্ন করা যাবে না আমাদের এই ডিজিটাল যুগেও। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। এবার আমরা এগিয়ে যাব এবং ডেকে নেব আমাদের ব্রেনওয়্যার পরিবারের বন্দনা বাসুকে। বন্দনা বাসু, লাইব্রেরিয়ান, ব্রেনওয়্যার ইউনিভার্সিটি, যিনি তার ক্যারিয়ারে 26 বছর ধরে বইয়ের দেওয়ালের মধ্যেই কাটিয়ে দিয়েছেন। আর ব্রেনওয়্যারের সঙ্গে তার এই সম্পর্ক 11 বছরের। যে কোনো ইভেন্ট বা যে কোনো প্রোগ্রাম যখন আমরা সকলে মিলে অর্গানাইজ করি এবং সেটাকে ফাইনালি ইভেন্টের দিনকে পারফর্ম করি, ইটস ডেফিনেটলি আ টিম ওয়ার্ক। কিন্তু সেই সমস্ত কিছুর পিছনে একটি মস্তিষ্ক থাকে যে পুরো বিষয়টাকে অপারেট করে, বা আইডিয়েশনটা যার মাথা থেকে আসে। আমি খুব হ্যাপিলি বলতে চাই যে আজকের এই সেমিনারের মূল যে চিন্তা ভাবনা, যিনি তার কর্ণধার, তিনি আর কেউ নন, বন্দনা বাসু। সো আই উড রিকোয়েস্ট বন্দনা বাসু, আপনি আজকের এই অনুষ্ঠানে যেটি আপনারই ব্র্যান্ড চাইল্ড, সেটা সম্পর্কে যদি কিছু বলেন। ম্যাডাম, আপ টু ইউ।
Thank you, Arun. A very good afternoon, all of our dignitaries. We are very much thankful, all of our guests and dignitaries, to support this initiative. We have planned this seminar to commemorate of 129th birth anniversary of Dr. S.R.Ranganathan. আজকের এই প্রোগ্রামটা টোটালি লাইব্রেরিয়ান ইনফরমেশন সায়েন্সের হওয়া উচিত, কিন্তু আমি এখানে আমাদের মিডিয়া সায়েন্স ডিপার্টমেন্ট এবং ল ডিপার্টমেন্টকে সংযোগ করে প্রোগ্রামটা করেছি। এটার পিছনে একটা কারণ, সেটা হচ্ছে আজকে আমাদের যে থিম ইনফরমেশন, ইনফর্ম অ্যান্ড ইনফর্ম। ইনফরমেশন, এটার উপরে কিন্তু অনেক ব্যারিয়ার্স আছে, ডুজ অ্যান্ড ডোন্টস আছে, যেটা অ্যাক্ট বিভিন্ন ল দিয়ে কিন্তু এটাকে আটকে রাখা হয়। তো সেই জন্য আমার মনে হয়েছে এখানে ল ডিপার্টমেন্টের একটা বড় ভূমিকা আছে। আর মিডিয়া সায়েন্স, এটা না বলাই ভালো, মিডিয়া সায়েন্স টোটালি ডিপেন্ডস অন দ্য ইনফরমেশন। আমার মনে হয় আমি ঠিক বলছি অর্ণব? সো আমার মনে হচ্ছে এই দুটো ডিপার্টমেন্টকে যদি আমি বাদ দিয়ে ইনফরমেশন, ইনফর্ম অ্যান্ড রিফর্ম ব্যাপারটা করি, তাহলে বোধ হয় ইনকমপ্লিট থেকে যায়। তাই আমি এই দুটো ডিপার্টমেন্টকে এর সাথে ইনক্লুড করেছি। সো উই হোপ উই উইল come to know various new dimension of library and information science, and also information through this seminar, and the seminar will be a great success. Okay, thank you all of you, thank you. The next session will be conducted by Arun. Thank you.
Thank you, Vandana ma'am. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Partho Das. He is currently serving as Assistant Library and Information Officer at the National Library, Government of India, Ministry of Culture. He is a public library innovator, International Network of Emerging Library Innovators India, and mentor of INELI India and South Asia. He has been awarded the Best Library Professional Award by Central Government Library Association. He was also awarded the Association for Library Collection Technical Services, American Library Association online course grant for library professionals from developing countries by the ALCTS International Relations Committee for attending for the Fundamentals of Collection Assessment session. He presently serves as the Secretary, Central Government Library Association, Kolkata branch, and Executive Body Member, Central Government Library Association, Headquarters Member of IASLIC Study Circle Group, Assistant Editor, IASLIC News Settler, Editor-in-Chief, Indian Journal of Librarianship and Administration, Member of Advisory Council, All Bengal School Library Association, and Editorial Board Member of CGLA News Settler. His title for the keynote speech is Right to Information, Information Literacy and Library. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Sir, you are.
Yeah. At first, I like to congratulate Brainware University, Central Library, and Department of Department of Media Science and Journalism and School of Law for organizing such a beautiful seminar titled Information, Inform and Reform to commemorate the 129th birth anniversary of Dr. S.R.Ranganathan, who is our one of the pioneer in library services in India, not only in India and also in the world. So I like to thank Mr. Phalguni Mookhopadhayay, Chancellor, Brainware University, Dr. Sankar Gangopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Brainware University, Ms. Moha Pal, Registrar, Dr. Sandeep Roy, Principal, Arun for conducting the program, and the chief guests who are present here, Dr. Asitabha, my teacher, and Dr. Arun Kumar Chakraborty, my previous boss of National Library, and very nice to see all of you. So as your theme of seminar is based on information, and as Vandana told that there are some acts or there are some legal implications by which information can be controlled. So I thought that why I should not explain the Right to Information Act and how library can partner to implement Right to Information Act. So this talk will be an attempt to highlight the interdependence of right to information and information literacy and the role of public libraries which act as the catalyst between the two. So right to know, as you know, is also closely linked with other basic rights such as freedom of speech and right to education. It is an attribute to liberty. Viewed from this angle, information or knowledge becomes an important resource, and equitable access to this resource must be guaranteed. RTI has an very important economic dimension, as it embraces not only political freedom, but also the freedom to lead to life with dignity, unfettered by domination and discrimination. In this sense, as far has a wider and deep meaning than what we presently assigned it to the context of the Act. So, the meaning of information, the importance of information, the relevant categories of information, and the mechanisms to ensure information access and the programs required for the capacity building to people to use information in the context needs to be discussed. So I have an experience of serving as Central Public Information Officer for the National Library for 2.5 years. So I have been dealing with all the RTI cases, and also there are some legal hearing with the Central Information Commission. So I have some skeptical about the RTI Act, and I will not go into the legal parameters, how it is being adopted and implemented in government offices. So I am like to just give you an overview that how RTI Act has been interdependently, it is related with libraries and how we can empower people with information literacy. So as per the section 2F of the RTI Act 2005, information has been defined as any material in any form, including records, documents, memos, emails, opinions, advices, press releases, circulars, orders, blog books, contacts, reports, samples, models, data, material held in any electronic form, and information relating to any private body which can be accessed by public authority. Actually, these are the definition of information in the RTI Act. That which are the materials. Actually, there are some concepts or there are some misconception of the information. What is information actually? Many people, when I was Central Information Public Information Officer serving a National Library, I have seen that many people, they do not understand what they could obtain through RTI Act. Many people ask questions: how, where, what? So these questions are not being entertained in the RTI Act. RTI Act only entertains records, that I can't create anything on my own. I cannot compile any information for the information seeker. So I can only give you the records, be it any form. Like these are the forms it is given in the section 2F of the RTI Act. So what are the forms in the note sheet, in the circular, in the memo? That means the records which are already present in a government office. So another point I like to also highlight here, if you go through the record retention schedule, that is RRI, record retention schedule is actually brought out by National Archives of India. So they have defined the time limit from which that particular information can be retained in a particular office. This is also very important for you who are like to obtain any government information. Like for example, I am giving you, they have categorized into 3 portions. Record A, record B, record C. So they have given the time limit also. If you see the record retention schedule by National Archives of India, so it is a very big document. You can go through it, and all the time limits have been defined under which you can obtain that particular document. So what is the importance of information? Progress in all walks of life depends on information generated in the concerned spheres up to the present. Availability of efficient information systems and services and proper utilization of information by government and the system can improve the life and activities of the citizens and also the quality of the country's development. So RTI Act is something which empowers the citizen of the country to obtain important information, except the classified information. Any information you can take from government departments. So there are categories of information. Like there are the information produced by and held by the government can be categorized into 2 categories. One is the basic information and another is the administrative information. So what is basic information? Basic information is the government produces vast and varied types of information resources. Of this, there is information of permanent value produced or conserved by the government for the public goods. So example of such holdings of the government are archives, museums, records, printed books, and other publications like gazetteers, acts, manuals, handbooks. Actually, these are the forms of the permanent records of the government. So another thing I like to highlight under section 4, there is statutory dissemination of information. If you go through section 4, so in the RTI Act, it is directed that all the government offices should keep some information in their website. And even the government departments have been advised to compile a RTI brochure under the Act. What is that brochure? It will contain all the relevant information like the employee's name, what is the salary of the employees, what are the functions of that particular institution, what are the budget of that particular institution. So the basic information. If you want to know any kind of basic information of any government department, that is actually mandatory for all the government departments to disclose the suo motu information under section 4. So it is RTI Act, it is given there. So now I am coming to administrative information. So particularly this kind of information is not actually disclosed in the website. So for this administrative information, the second category of information is basically coming under the RTI Act. So what kind of administrative information is there? Suppose in the government departments, what happens? Government communication is done through note sheets. So note sheets, office memo, circulars, these are actually the official communication of any government department. So this kind of documents you can procure through RTI Act. So like a note sheet. Suppose if you want to know any financial status of a project or any kind of status of a project, you can directly file an RTI by giving 10 rupees as a RTI fee under section 6 of the Act. So you can seek information. So while providing the RTI application, you should understand that how to write an application. So many of the people I have seen, they do not know how to write an application. So in that application, you have to mention that what is the piece of information you want. So like that, suppose if you want any kind of project status, so you have to write like this way. So please supply the information form in the note sheet, in the form of note sheet on office circulars regarding such and such projects. So which is suppose scheduled or which has been completed within a proper time frame. So if you know the time frame, you can give the time frame. So this is very important, that how to write an application. So this second category of documents or recorded information that comes into existence from day to day functioning of government machinery, which becomes highly relevant to the immediate problems faced by the people. These are official records or documents, memos, I have already categorically told. So according to Mr. P.V. Sawant, the barrier to information to government functioning is the single most cause responsible for corruption of society. It facilitates clandestine details, arbitrary decisions, manipulations, and embezzlements. Transparency in dealings with their every detail exposed to the public view should go a long way in curtailing corruption in public life. So if you see the basic functioning of the RTI Act, why the RTI Act has been formulated, if you go to the history, so the basic concept was to provide transparency in government dealings. So any citizen of the country, they can procure any document related to any financial transaction or any kind of status that is being carried by out of the public money. So provision for access to first category of information is not thought of by the RTI Act. So as I have told, though whatever the permanent records are produced by the government department, that has not been covered under RTI Act. The accessibility to the first category of information is almost free to those living in urban areas, as well as those classes of people who are economically in the upper strata of the society. But in the village level, if you go to the rural area, this information is not available easily. So I will be discussing later on that how it can be done by the public libraries. Ensuring access to both this type of information can only ensure good governance, transparency, accountability, and participation. It is very important that we also always want participating democracy. We want transparency, we want accountability of the government systems. So fundamental right to speech, freedom of speech and expression, as well as an RTI is meaningless without the requisite basic information about issues and subjects, as well as information on specific administrative actions related to that, on which the opinions are to be formed and expressed. The RTI to both categories is implicit in the RTI, and the first category of information to be provided by libraries is also fundamental. So this is very important. The first category of information, that is the permanent records produced by the government departments and other departments, is provided by the libraries. And there comes the concept of information literacy. Information literacy is actually a survival skill in the information age. It consists of two parts. One is the information location skill, and one is the information application skill. That is how to locate an information and how you can use that information. Instead of drowning in the abundance of information that floods our lives, information literate people know how to find, evaluate, and use information effectively to solve a particular problem or make a decision. Whether the information they select comes from the computer, a book, a library, a government agency, a website, or film. So now the information source, you cannot now disintegrate or compartmentalize information source. Information can be obtained from any kind of source. It can be from a small brochure. It can be obtained from a small leaflet. So anything, in a website, in a radio program, in a library. So any kind of information you can obtain from any source. So knowledge of resource types, evaluation of access tools, etc., has given rise to the need of information literacy. Information literacy aims to develop both critical understanding and active participation. So if you are information literate, then only you can imbue with critical understanding and active participation in the democracy. It enables people to interpret and make informed judgments as users of information, and thereby to become more powerful participants in the society. Information literacy is about developing people's critical and creative abilities. So these are the two important aspects by which the information literacy helps. Information literacy is a part of the basic entitlement of every citizen, in which every country in the world, like freedom of expression and the right to information. Like education for all, government should provide information literacy to the whole population. So, as discussed in the above category of information is available for the use of public at the government-owned mechanism like libraries. So, information literacy, imbuing information literacy is a very, very important function of the public library or any kind of library, be it special library, it can be a university library. So RTI, if you see the worldwide globally RTI, RTI of the first category has been ensured by the UNESCO Public Library Manifesto and library legislations in most countries from the beginning of the 20th century. Many democratic countries have taken legislative action to give its citizens the right to access to information in the possession of government and its agencies since United Nations Declaration on that. Countries like USA, Canada, France, Scandinavian countries, Australia and New Zealand, South Africa, Malaysia, Sweden, etc. also passed legislation in 70s and 80s. So in keeping with the spirit of the Universal Declaration of 1948 and its Article 19, the preamble of the Constitution of India adopted in 1950, in its Article 19(1), Clause A provides exactly similar guarantees to the citizen. This includes the right to freedom of speech and expression as one of the fundamental rights listed in the Part 3 of the Constitution. So there are some landmark judgments of the regarding the RTI. As the time there is time constraints, I am not going to the details of various. I am just directly coming to the how. What are the initiatives that may be taken by the public library for the information literacy? So information literacy to the masses is very important requirement if people are to exercise their power under RTI. So unless and until you empower the citizens of the country, unless and until you empower the rural citizens of the country, they can't reach that information. They can't reach information because many of the people are not information literate. Many of the government information are residing in the government websites. So until and unless they know how to access that information, how to access that location, so ultimately the philosophy of the RTI Act doesn't actually will give it results. So that's why the public libraries should organize different kind of information literacy. So I am just going through some of the overviews by which a public library can include or they include their collections or make their collections like documents on the various following aspects, including the appropriate maps on each aspect must be collected. So there are some information categories which a rural library or a public library or a university library can keep. One is the geography of the particular area, geography of the particular area in which the public library or any library is located. How can you help the public? General topography of the district, hills, slopes, valleys, that is all the geographical condition of the particular place. Climate, what is the climate of that particular place? Water resources, soil types, bio wealth, agriculture, because if the area is rural area, you should also include what are the agricultural resources in that particular area. Health, what are the health facilities provided by the government? What are the educational facilities provided by the government? What are the government schemes? There are different schemes run by the central and the state government. So all the public library, even the university library can keep all this information ready. Because if a student comes, suppose there are schemes run by the government of West Bengal, there are schemes and scholarships by the central government, but the students do not know these things. So if you make a database of all this information, public information, so you can empower your users. So RTI Act needs this kind of activities by the public libraries. So I think that So there are some, there are in the rural areas particularly, village library can make all this basic information available to the villagers. So whatever I have discussed, all the categories of information, rural library or unit library can make this information available to the users. It can only successfully provide information literacy as well as RTI literacy in our rural areas. So RTI literacy is also an important aspect to empower your citizens. So you can teach or empower your citizens that how you can file an RTI, what are the components of the information that you can provide through RTI. So these are the things you can empower your citizens of the country. So one of the present major impediments to the effectiveness of the RTI is the lack of local level library and information systems and the absence of a well-defined plan for managing and disseminating information required for the people in villages. So there should be a very efficient library and information system which forms part of state information infrastructure at every village, which can fulfill all the information needs of the people of the village, all the facilities for repackaging information in times of need is a very simple way, so that the common people, even they are illiterate or semi-literate, can find it conveniently used should be there. So information literacy program, there can be a number of literacy programs. If you go to the Sustainable Development Goals, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 4, and there are different goals are there. So if you fulfill all the goals, so ultimately in the background, unless and until you can empower your citizens of the country by literating them how to use the information, how to locate the information, how to access the information, ultimately they will be information illiterate, empowered citizen of the country. And thank you so much. I think I have stick my time. Thank you.
স্যার আমি একটা প্রশ্ন করতে পারি স্যার?
হ্যাঁ বলুন
স্যার। বলছি ধরুন আমি একটা পাবলিক লাইব্রেরিতে রয়েছি, এবার আমার পাবলিক লাইব্রেরির ধরুন নির্দিষ্ট এরিয়ায় যে সমস্ত ডাক্তাররা রয়েছে তাদের নাম, ফোন নাম্বার, অ্যাম্বুলেন্স ইত্যাদি পরিষেবা যদি আমি একটা লিস্ট তৈরি করি, সেক্ষেত্রে কি সেটা কোনো স্যার বাধা দিচ্ছে না? এটা আমি করতে পারি। আমি ধরুন লিস্টটা তৈরি করলাম, যদি কেউ আসে আমি তাকে প্রোভাইড করব।
একদম এইটাই তো হোয়াট এভার আই হ্যাভ টোল্ড অ্যান্ড ডিসকাস, আমি যেটা এইমাত্র ডিসকাস করলাম, যে পাবলিক লাইব্রেরি গুলোকে আমরা যদি অ্যাজ অ্যান কমিউনিটি ইনফরমেশন সেন্টার হিসেবে গড়ে তুলতে পারি, নট অনলি দ্য পাবলিক লাইব্রেরিজ, even the university library, academic libraries, they have an equal role in providing or empowering your citizens, because the students are your future citizens of the country. You have to prepare them that how to locate, how to be information literate, because you are an active participation of the democracy, because you will be the future citizen. Students will be the future citizens. So if you are not properly guided and properly empowered how to locate information, how to analyze information, how to evaluate information, so ultimately you are not actually giving a boost to the Right to Information Act. So definitely public library can do this type of basic information in the area and provide this information to the general public.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Partho Sharathi Das, for your wonderful, detailed, valuable speech on information literacy. And we have understood that how information literacy can empower the citizen of a democratic country. Thank you so much, sir. Now it is time for our invited talk.
এক মিনিট একটু ইন্টারাপ্ট করছি
স্যার।
ভাই, খুব ভালো লাগলো, এতক্ষণ থেকে নিজেকে অনেক সমৃদ্ধ করতে পারলাম, কিন্তু আমার একটু অন্য কাজ আছে বলে আমি সবাইকে নমস্কার জানিয়ে আমি কুইট করছি। থ্যাংক ইউ অল ওয়ান্স এগেন।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, so let us move on. Now it is the time for our invited talk, and for that I would like to call upon our first guest, Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari. Before Dr. Adhikari begins his speech, I would like to introduce him in brief. Currently, Dr. Adhikari practicing as an advocate in the High Court at Calcutta, dealing with especially the criminal, civil, and constitutional matters for the last 21 years. and also practicing in Honorable Supreme Court for the last 10 years. Sir has completed his PhD degree from Calcutta University on application of DNA technology in the administration of criminal justice. He is a guest faculty in the Department of Law, Calcutta University, and also a visiting faculty of NUJS. He has numerous publications in his name. And now, I would request Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari to say a few words. Thank you so much.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are. Sir, please.
Okay, yes. Okay. At the outset, I am expressing my deep gratitude to the university for giving me this opportunity to share my experience in this webinar. Now, until now, I am very carefully listening the speeches of the others, and I have enriched myself from their speech. But so far I am concerned, actually, I shall talk on my subject area, that is the Information Technology Act. Now, the importance of the Information Technology Act, which has introduced in our country in the year 2005, and its application in the administration of justice, that is my main focusing area. I have prepared a short write-up in this regard. So I am sharing the screen, the write-up, and and I shall explain the importance of the particular act in administration of justice.
Sure, sir.
Now you see, I hope it is visible to.
It is visible, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you see, in a welfare state, the main endeavor of the state, that is to check the discretionary power which is conferred on the administrative authorities by various means. Because in a welfare state, for the purpose of doing welfare activities, the state has to depend on the bureaucrats. And the bureaucrats, they are enjoying the enormous power, their functions for discharging the welfare activities. Regarding one of the very important mechanism for checking the discretion, that is to keep transparency in the governmental affairs. When a person is getting appointment, suppose the appointment of the teachers or any kind of appointments, the appointing authorities, they have made an advertisement, they have evaluated the merits, demerits of the students and the participant, and thereafter they have published the merit list. Now, somebody get appointed, somebody has not getting the appointment. But who has not been getting appointment, earlier challenging them, they will go to the court. That yes, I am also an eligible candidate, I have fulfilled all the criteria, but in spite of that, I am not getting the appointment. There is certain nepotism has been done. So I am challenging the authorities' decision. I am to the court. So the docket of the judiciary is getting overflown with this type of appointment-related cases. Not only that, suppose you are a student, you have not got the marks according to your expectation. So earlier, we filed a case before the High Court. Then High Court will pass the order, and thereafter the examination, that is the pattern, will be evaluated. The mark sheet, the papers that has been come before the court, and that has been evaluated, and all these things done. So, but this is a very long drawn process. Court procedures are very formalistic. It will take much time, and ultimately the people who are aggrieved, neither they will get the proper relief, nor the successful people who actually got the appointment or got the marks, their results, their appointments, everything will be withheld. Now, by introduction of this Information Technology Act, the Right to Information Act, that everybody has got the right to know or right to get the information, that has been recognized by the Act itself. Now, what kind of informations and to whom? The information means that the information which is under the custody of the public authorities as per the Act. Now, before going to further, I just invite the attention of the participants. The underlying portion of my introductory, like I will just show that just see the introduction. This is the preamble of the Act. I just want to invite your attention on this underlying portion. What is the preamble of the Act? The preamble said to provide for setting out the practical regime of right to information for the citizens to secure access to information under the control of the public authorities in order to promote transparency and accountability in the working of every public authority, the constitution of a Central Information Commission and the State Information Commission, and for the matters connected thereto and the incidental thereto. So, the informations relating to the appointments of a person, or the evaluation of the examination of the student, or any other kind of informations which are which is lying under the custody of the public authority, that has to be exposed. That has to be provided if it is applied under this Act. So every person must have the right to get that information, that why a person is getting appointed or why a person is not getting appointed. So whenever the authorities are applying their discretion, then that discretion must be exercised judiciously, and whatever be their evaluation pattern, everything that has to be provided to the person who is aggrieved by his order. So this is a very good mechanism in order to check the discretionary power, not only discretionary power, the various other social evils like corruption, nepotism, and etc. in the public life. So this Act is a very revolutionary effect in order to make a corruption-free administration of justice. Now, Act empowers the citizen to get access to the information under Section 2F from the control of the public authorities within the meaning of Section 2H of the Act, which signifies not only the statutory bodies agencies, instrumentalities of the state within the meaning of say, Article 12 of the Constitution, but also the non-governmental organization directly or indirectly financed by the appropriate government within the meaning of Section 2A. Now, actually, who is public authorities? Public authorities means not only the governmental organization, even if a non-governmental organization who is financed by the government, but government is one of the stakeholders, they are also come within the purview of the public authorities. And any private authorities who are discharging the public function, they are also come within the purview of this act. Now, my time is very short, otherwise I shall explain it more. I just here want to just invite your attention on the definition of the word information. That information of the act means any material in any form, including records, documents, memos, emails, opinions, advices, press release, circular, order, logbook, contract, report, papers, samples, models, data material held in any electronic form, and the information relating to any, now this is the very important, the information relating to any private bodies which can be accessed by a public authority under any other special law for the time being enforced. Now, suppose you are living, you are staying in a flat. Now, in every flat, there is a association, like cooperative societies. Either it is a flat owners association that is governed by the Societies Registration Act, or by the cooperative societies. Now, so what the cooperative societies, what they are doing, they are taking maintenance charge and everything from you, but whether they are updating the everything in the yearly audit or not, or whether they are doing the other efforts or not, that is a private function. But they have to submit everything to the register of the cooperatives, which is a statutory body. So the information relating to the private body, if it is lying if it is submitted before any public body, then that information is also under the custody of the public body. So that is also accessible to the person who is interested about it. So this is a very wide range. So directly all the information which is under the control of the public authority, that you will get. But not only that, the informations of the private person which is actually now under the control of the public authority, that you also get. But there is some restriction in that is under Section 8, where it is said that if it is violates the right of privacy, then you cannot get, unless you have to show there is a question of public interest. So there is a check. Not all information, if the information is required for the purpose of the national security, then you can get. But only for private interest or personal interest or any personal information or data, that you cannot get. Suppose if the wife said that I want to get my husband's assets or income from the income tax department, they have filed a RTI, that she will not get, because this is his personal data. But if it is shown that this data is required for the purpose of the national interest, then the information, the public information officer of the concerned department, they can be able to do. So there are certain rights and there are certain restrictions. The personal information should not be given. Only the information pertaining to the public affair, the administrative affair, that can be only provided, not the personal information or the personal data of a person. That should not be given if it is lying with the public authority, unless it is shown that personal data is required for the purpose of any public interest or the question of the national security or all that. So this is the thing. Now, as per section 3, all the citizens shall have the right to information under the control of the public authorities. Section 4 of the Act imposes the various obligations upon the public authorities to set up and maintain and to publish all its records in order to make it accessible to the public. Section 5 of the Act mandates upon the public authorities to appoint public information officer at the various level who is duty bound to entertain the request of the general public for obtaining the information as per section 6 of the Act and dispose of the same as per section 7. According to section 6(3), when an application is made to a public authority requesting for an information which is under the control of the other public authorities or subject matter of which is closely connected with the function of the another public authorities, the public authority to which such application is made, there are certain typographical mistakes, please condone this, shall transfer the application to another public authority and inform the applicant immediately after such transfer. However, as per the proviso of section 3, such transfer shall not be made in no case later than 5 days from the date of the receipt of the application. Section 8 of the Act specifically provides the several situations when the public authorities have no obligation of disclosure information sought for. Now, section 8 is the section when you can say that this is a restriction on the right of information. Section 8, it is said that there are certain situations when you are not entitled to get the information. Suppose the matter is under the investigation, criminal investigation, and you are making an application for to know any particular evidence which police has collected during investigation. That you cannot do. Anything that is under the criminal investigation, that you cannot do. Anything which is basically the relationship is a fiduciary relationship, based on trust, that you cannot get. So there are various checks or the various restrictions that has been imposed under section 8 on the right to get the information. Now let us see how the Act is implemented. Now, to the passage of time, the Act become widely applied in the various field, and there are various typographical mistakes, and that is why various field, and some controversies arose when the people become conscious about the significance of the Act in public. For example, when demonetization was announced by the PM Modi in November 16, the RTI was filed by the one activist, which reveals that the RBI did not agree with the center on its jurisdiction that moves toward the circulation of the black money and the counterfeit money. Various RTI applications seeking details about the degrees were filed in the year 2015, which was refused by the Delhi University, and the PMO office, the affidavits for the general election 2014 said that he finished his undergraduate degree from the Delhi University in 1970 and the MA from the Gujarat University in 1983. The RTI was filed by the activist Neeraj Sharma in 2015 seeking records passed out students in the year 1978, the Bachelor of the Art from the Delhi University. The Information Commissioner, who was allowed the inspection of the PM's Delhi University degree records, was removed from his position by CCI. Denying the information, the Central Public Information Officer said information request was personal information of the students concerned, the disclosure of which has no relationship with any public activity or interest. So that is why I am saying the information which you are seeking, that must be relating to any public affair. You cannot ask for any personal information of a person which is lying before the public authority. Now here, the qualification of the PM that has been asked for from the university, and that was turned down because it relates to the personal information. That cannot be given because the relationship between the person and the authority, that is based on trust, is a fiduciary relationship. The fiduciary, so that anything which is stored, any information that has been stored with the authorities based on trust or fiduciary relationship, that cannot be given. Because, and also it touches the right of privacy of the person. Now recently, due to the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, the Prime Minister's Citizen Assistance and the Relief Fund was created on March 28 to deal with any emergency posed by the pandemic. In reply to the RTI filed by Harsh Kundari, a student of Ajmer University, Bangalore, the PMO, the Prime Minister's office said that the fund is not the public authority within section 2H of the Act. Therefore, it would not be available to divulge the information sought in the applicant. Again, in a case, the Prime Minister's National Relief Fund versus Assam, the Delhi High Court held that the Prime Minister Relief Fund is not the public authority. So, in order to get the information, you have to apply the authority who must come within the purview of Section 2H. It must be a public authority. Now, I wish to draw attention now. The time is very short, so some important decisions of the Apex Court regarding the implementation of the RTI Act. In a case before the Honorable Supreme Court, namely Reserve Bank of India versus Jayantilal Mishra, the Apex Court rejected the argument of the Reserve Bank of India that the bank seeking to recall the 2015 judgment, which held that the RBI was obliged to disclose the defaulters list, inspection report, and the annual statement, etc., relating to the bank under the RTI Act. Now, in the year 2015, there are these in the judgment relating in Reserve Bank of India versus Jayantilal Mishra, the Supreme Court said that the RBI has to disclose the defaulters list, inspection memo, and the other thing under the RTI Act. Now, RBI in the year thereafter recently make an application before the Supreme Court for the recalling of that order, but the Supreme Court has rejected this application. And while rejecting the plea of the RBI, paying for exemption under Section 8(1)(c) of the Act. 8(1)(c) means that it is the contention of the RBI that the defaulters list, it's a personal information, and it is the information which is actually arising out of the fiduciary relationship between the bank and the customer. So that cannot be given. So that is protected under the exemption under Section 8(1)(e) of the Act. So that plea has been taken, but Supreme Court has turned down that plea. Holding the fiduciary capacity, the Apex Court observed that the RBI, now this is the observation of the Apex Court I have quoted, that the RBI is supposed to uphold public interest and not the interest of the individual bank. RBI is clearly not in any fiduciary relationship with any bank. RBI has no legal duty to maximize the benefit of any public sector or the private sector bank, and thus there is no relationship of trust between them. RBI has a statutory duty to uphold the interest of the public at large, the depositors, the country's economy, and the banks and the banking sector. Thus, RBI ought to act with transparency and not hide information that might embarrass individual banks. This is a very landmark judgment, because you see, after this Nirav Modi and Mehul Choksey, these kind of judgments are very, very important for our country's economy and administration also. The said decision of the Joint Dalal Mishra was further reaffirmed recently in the Supreme Court's judgment, that is Girish Mittal and Parvati Sundaram. Now I am inviting your attention in a very 2020 is a very, very important judgment. Supreme Court of India versus Subhash Chandra Agarwal. Now this judgment, now we being a common man, we get the news that someone is appointed as a judge of the High Court, someone is getting appointed as a judge of the Supreme Court. Sometimes we also get the news that someone's name was considered by the Apex Court, but he is rejected, his name was refused as a judge. But how the judge was appointed, and what is the consideration, what is the parameters of the appointment of the judges in the High Court and the Supreme Court, and what are the parameters for the transfer of the judge? Sometimes we got the news that some judge is transferred from the one state to another, and then what is the parameters, and why a person is getting transferred, and what is the assets of the judges? They have to declare their assets. Whether that information can be entitled to get by a common man under the RTI Act. That means, by and large, whether the High Court or Supreme Court, judges' information or the appointment of the judges, transfer of the judges, and their asset declaration, whether that will come within the purview of RTI Act or not, that is a very important question. And in order to answer the question, the issue was whether the Supreme Court will be treated as a public authority or not. And in dealing with this question, the Apex Court said that Supreme Court India, which is a public authority, would necessarily include the Office of the Chief Justice of India and the judges in view of Article 124 of the Constitution. The Office of the Chief Justice, or for that matter, the judges, is not separate from the Supreme Court, and is part and parcel of the Supreme Court as a body authority and in the institution. The Chief Justice and the Supreme Court are not distinct and separate. Albeit the latter is a public authority, and the Chief Justice and the judges together form and constitute the public authority, that is the Supreme Court of India. This is equally true, and an authority would apply to the high courts in the country. Under Article 214 state that there shall be high court of the each state, and Article 216 state that every of a public high court shall consist of a Chief Justice and such employees of the other judges at the President of India that may be premises time to time deem it appropriate. So this judgment is a very landmark judgment, where a common man has got the right to know regarding the appointment of the judges, regarding the transfer of the judges, the communication between the government, the law minister, and the chief justice, the all relevant documents that is exposed to the public, that can be any person who is interested, that he can apply for it, and here that he will get the information, because in a public office that transparency has to be maintained. Now, there is another decision also. I have seen that in the year 2000, in the recent decision where the Supreme Court has turned down to get the certified copy of the case, which is pending before a court of law, because there is a procedure to get the certified copy in a particular manner. So through RTI, you cannot access the document of the case of someone else. So that is why the Supreme Court has turned down the application. Now, lastly, I just want to say that you see, any act is a chariot. If I compare the act with a chariot, the consciousness of the people is the driving force. So if the people are conscious about their right to get the information, then they will exercise that right. And how the people will get conscious? They will get conscious only through this type of webinars, this type of symposiums, workshops, and the duty cast on the universities, the colleges, the students, the NGOs. They have the duty to spread consciousness among the people about the utility of the act, about the significance of the act in administration of justice. So if the people will know about the act and how to file an RTI, what is the time limit that within which that he will get the answer, then that will create a pressure on the corrupt administrators, that they will be alert, that they will also know that they are under the scanner of the public. They will be exposed. So the corruption in public office, that will be restricted if the application of the act is getting widespread, and the people should conscious about it. People are aware about the implementation or the significance of the act. So that is the main prime object of all those webinars and this program that has been organized by the universities. No, I think I took much time. I took much time of all of you, and thanking, and I express my thank to all of you that you have given me the patient hearing, and I also say sorry for these. There are some typographical mistakes up there, so that will be rectified and that will be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jyotirmoy sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. We have understood the meaning of information, importance of RTI Act, and the informations that can be asked for. Now I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Mohun Brahmo sir, former Chief Editor of Publications and Head of CSR, Corpcom, Branding and Conferences at IM Junction, a joint venture of Tata Steel and SAIL. He is also an award-winning CSR expert, chief editor, actor, filmmaker, whose first short film was screened at the Cannes Film Festival. Currently, sir is serving as a professor and dean of School of Media and Communication at Amherst University. Sir, I request you to say a few words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. At the very outset, let me thank Honorable Chancellor, Brainware University, Phalguni, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable Registrar, Ms. Mumapal, Brainware Library for organizing this wonderful event, along with Department of Media Science and Journalism, and Department of Law, School of Law, and thank you for inviting me for this talk. Also thanks to my co-panelist, sir, it was very informative, so thanks for sharing, Dr. Odhikari. So without further ado, let me just get into a few points. See, given the contour of the discussion today on inform and reform, there is a small space there which is also misinformed. So inform, misinform, and reform. So in today's world, so I deal with media and journalism, so I will speak on their behalf on that part in terms of how information is being handled and the format of handling of information by media and journalists, how that has changed, what are the challenges that are being faced, and how journalists and media professionals need to be trained in a more different way, given the current challenges and the current environment. So what is happening is today, during the times when we were doing our journalism, it was very clear cut. There was a TV journalist or electronic journalist, there was a print journalist, there was a wire journalist. Today is the age of platform agnostic convergent journalism. So by platform agnostic, I mean that so imagine you're going to your office in a car and you're trying to read the paper, and reading the paper in the physical form is also of a certain demography. So 40 and above are the ones who reads newspaper in the physical form. The others, they consume news through mobiles, through social media or otherwise. So you're reading the paper in the physical form. Parallelly, what is happening is that in your mobile, you're getting the alerts of news, of the latest updates of what is happening in shorts or in headlines of news apps. And at the same time, the radio is on, and between the songs, an RJ like Orno is telling you about the latest updates. So you're consuming news through the newspaper, through your mobile, which can be your social media or an app of say Times of India, and at the same time through radio. So we live in a world where news information dissemination is basically convergent and platform agnostic. So that is the current scenario, and especially with the onset of social media, wherein news primarily is consumed by social media by Gen Y and Gen Z, and that is published in a survey, a national survey on how news is consumed. This is post-COVID survey. So in these times, certain challenges happen, and the biggest challenge that we are facing here is fake news, which is the misinformation part that I've added between inform and reform. Misinform. So fake news comes in all shapes and sizes through WhatsApp, through Facebook, Twitter, so through social media, through WhatsApp. So the idea is that a misinformation is actually fed to have a desired effect. And by the time somebody identifies that it is a fake news, the news has traveled far and wide and created the ripple. And see, today through news, we are looking at ripples which are very short-lived. So it has managed to create that ripple, the desired ripple, which transformed the mindset at that point of time. And in today's world, again, because of the short-term memory, people are not very keen to confirm every bit of news that they get via WhatsApp or via mobile, via social media. The time is not there. So fake news has become a very, very important challenge that media industry is facing, journalists are facing. So that's one. Another important aspect is something called post-truth. So what happens is, and it's more dangerous than fake news. So post-truth basically creates a situation in which belief systems and emotions uh, basically become more important. So belief systems and emotions, they drive the story and not objectivity or mere facts. And so naturally it gains a popular flavor. Multiple news organizations pick it up, and these organizations, they also play a part in establishing that post-truth news. Okay, and naturally it credibility wise it creates a disastrous impact, and this is a serious problem that is ailing media organizations and the journalists of today's world, and at the end of the consumers of news or information. Third is paid news, and which we are all aware of. Paid news, unfortunately, has blurred the thin line between credible journalism and propaganda. And the payment comes in various forms and shapes, which can be direct payment to the journalist or payment to the media organization, whatever. But advertorial is not paid news. There's a difference. Advertorial is you buy a space in the media, and then you either put content there or you put an advertisement there. That is your call. But paid news is news which is bought, and it's not advertorial. So there is a very clear demarcation between advertorial and paid news. It's a bane. Finally, what we also see that the media organizations are undergoing very tumultuous times for quite a few number of years, and you see many journalists losing their jobs and all that. This happens because most of the media organizations have not been able to come up with a viable revenue model which is not dependent only on advertising or on advertorials or on marketing. The moment you have a parallel steady news stream which is not dependent on compromising the credibility of news, which is basically hurting your own credibility, till that time, this uncertain scenario, this tumultuous scenario will continue. So these are the modern problems of dissemination of news in social media, through social media. Reading in shots, reading news at a glance, and foregoing our age-old habit of reading news in the long form. So this is what happens because you don't have to go deep into it. You want a very superficial quality of news, and that's where the story ends. So to understand this current scenario, the future journalist also, for example, just let me give you an example of media agnostic environment, platform agnostic environment. For example, a journalist who's working in the Economic Times and he or she breaks a story. His first step will be to tweet about it. So you have spread the news through social media. Second step is to write the story, file the story, and submit it to the editor for the newspaper the next day. The third step will be to write the story in a little bit more elaborate way, because the newspaper space is very limited. But in in a portal, say et.com, economictimes.com, you have a lot of space. So there you need to fill that space with charts or diagrams or photographs of which is relevant to the story. So you have online portal, you have a Twitter, you have the next day's ET. If that story gathers storm during the development of the day, then you may be even asked to give a bite to ET Now or Times Now. So imagine this journalist who is basically serving the same story that he or she has So this is an example. Now, what can be done? What can be done is that, and I am talking from a perspective of trainers of future media professionals and future journalists. As a dean of school of media, and so first the format needs to be changed. The format, the curriculum, the training needs to be changed. Training needs to be relooked at, and the training has to be in a form wherein a journalist is agile, a journalist is innovative in terms of agility, in terms of a journalist should be able to package the same news in different formats seamlessly. A journalist has to be innovative in order to understand, how to work that news in terms of its applicability. So how that news can be applied. So innovation is a key. Agility is a key. Then we have an issue of research. The kind of research that most of us generally are used to are basically Google search based research. And the problem with Google based research is that when you get an information, you don't really know whether that information is credible or not. Somebody has put it up there and Google has beautifully thrown that as an outcome. Now, that kind of research, which is a little superficial and Google-based and internet-based, and which is not backed by actually a thorough rechecking of, there is nothing wrong with Google, there is nothing wrong with the internet. But what you get out over there, and similarly, there is nothing wrong with social media, but what you get out over there, the onus is on the student and also on the institute to give that ecosystem, that frame of mind to the student, so that the student goes one step further and digs a little deeper. Whether the result that is shown, whether that is valid, that is not valid, that is backed, that is published in any credible thing, or somebody has just written it in a blog, all that needs to be done. So research needs to be a little bit more deeper, and research-based journalism is something that is here to stay. So that mindset is of the future, and that has to be harped on by institutions and universities. There are alternative media platforms that are created. The alternative media platforms basically, today is the age and day of bloggers and vloggers, and bloggers and vloggers don't go out and ask for a job. They are media entrepreneurs. They are the ones who hire people. They are independent. They are entrepreneurs. They set up their shop. They set up their studio. And that is the future. So this opportunity of alternative media platforms, that also needs to be taught, technically, theoretically, to the students. So universities and institutions need to kind of gear up to update their curriculum accordingly. And finally, last but not least, what is important is ethics. Ethics is the backbone of information delivery. And media professionals and journalists, they, constituting the fourth estate, have a single-handed responsibility so that what they are sharing has to be ethical. So therefore, it is critical that all the media schools, institutions, universities, in their pedagogy, they have to harp on ethics as the backbone of anything that one does. Because studying media is a very responsible thing. It cannot be taken lightly. It is not the last option. It is a choice. Studying journalism is a choice. Becoming a journalism is a choice. It has to be a choice. And once you make that choice, it comes with a lot of responsibilities, because you hold a very key position in disseminating information. And that position has to be respected. and therefore ethics, values, it is a must in the teaching learning mechanism of any media school or institute or university. So basically, inform, misinform, reform. My objective of this thing is to identify the gap between inform and reform, and then talk about the misinformed bit and what can be done to structurally, change that for future journalists. So that's all from my side.
Thank you so much, sir. যা যা আপনি বললেন, আই গেস আমরা যারা ফ্যাকাল্টি মেম্বাররা রয়েছি এবং মিডিয়া সায়েন্স ডিপার্টমেন্ট নিয়ে আমাদের কাজ, আপনার ওয়ার্ডস আমাদের ডেফিনেটলি হেল্প করবে to guide our students. Thank you so much. And I would request Professor Dr. Mohul Bromho to stay with us, as he is one of the panelists for the session 1. And I would request Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari, Advocate, Honorable High Court, Calcutta, and Honorable Supreme Court, and visiting faculty of NUJA's Kolkata Law Department, and also he's a visiting faculty of Law Department, University of Calcutta, to join Dr. Bromho as another panelist for our technical session 1. Now we are going to start our technical session 1, যেখানে আজকের আমাদের সেমিনারের যা টপিক ইনফরমেশন, ইনফর্ম অ্যান্ড রিফর্ম, এবং তার সাবটপিক রিলেটেড যা যা পেপার্স ফার্স্ট লট অফ ক্যান্ডিডেট এবং পার্টিসিপেন্টরা সাবমিট করেছেন, তারা তাদের এক এক করে পেপার প্রেজেন্ট করবেন। সো ফার্স্টলি I would like to call upon Shivnath Ghosh, Devdatta Pal, and Ritesh Prasad. এটা একটা জয়েন্ট পেপার, সেটা তারা সাবমিট করেছেন, and the title of the paper is Information Age and Systematic Reform, Challenges and Findings. And I would request Shivnath Ghosh to present their paper on behalf of his team. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaskar to one and all present here. I Dr. Shivnath Bose, presenting the research paper on Information Age and Systematic Reform, Challenges and Findings. This paper is completed by myself, Dr. Shivnath Bose, and Dr. Devdatta Pal and Mr. Ritesh Prasad from the Brainware University, Computer Science and Engineering Department, Barsad, Kolkata. So may I share my screen, sir?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. So moving towards contents, the following points would be explained briefly to give a light on research work, and these are the points: abstract, introductions, and till the references. So moving towards the abstract, I didn't write here the whole abstract, but just the gist of the abstract. This paper highlights the continuous approach of systematic reform and interoperability between root information and technological implementation view, since identifying essential objective is necessary, avoiding the information's diversions. The strategy of information reform is through linking, alignment, structuring, and addressing diversifying the areas. If I give the introductions of this paper, so moving towards precisely, if I say, as per the Oxford University Press, the origin of reform word is from Latin word that is reformo. The means of the reformo is the improvement. The improvement of what? The improvement from the wrong, from the corrupt or unsatisfactory information. Okay, so reform means the improved information and if addition of informations misleads the original meaning, such manipulations does not come under the reform. Rules and conditions for the information reform in digital economy are not uniform, and they vary from the location, requirements, products, and technology. So information edge, to understanding about the information edge, I have a few points. In human civilizations, the information edge defines the characteristics of information with the control access. Sometimes information is known as digital edge or new media edge. The father of information theory and researchers at Bell Laboratories, C.E. Shannon, 1950, proposed the information is a quantitative things and it can be calculated by 0 and 1s. The characteristics of the information edge are adaptability along with the change and complexity. The real time to deal with the dynamic situations, adaptations is the efficient tool, but continuous adaptation leads the more change and rising the complexity. So information reform, here there are two points I have mentioned. One is essence of reform. So if I talk about the essence of reform, many examples are available that shows the information essence of reform. Eventually, these are the characteristics of information system, such as increased efficiency. This paper is published in London, US London, KC 1998. And the another characteristics, that is the decentralizations, UK. This paper is published in UK 1992. Increased accountability in India, the Hindu paper that is published in 1997, and improved resource management. Again, it is published in USA 1998. So these are the characteristics. And precisely, if I summarize the theoretical model of the information system, information technology and reform, we can see here. For information reform, we need two basic components: information system and information technology, as per the digital age. If I talk about the systematic reform, the integrated approach for information reform with respect to information system and information technology, initially there are some levels such as need of informations, identifying the domain, identifying what is required to re-engineering, and finally identifying the role and scope of information technology. Broadly, information technology brings 5 key points, such as, if we summarize it, generate the same input and output at low cost, generating the more output at the same cost. That was the second. Third one is more effective outputs on less time and higher quality outputs, and finally generating the new outputs. These are the some requirement that is stated. And if I talk about the challenges when we are reforming, but we have some success story along with these challenges also. The success story we can consider, if we consider the success story of our railway passenger reservation system, 1919 published, where we find improved quality service, remarkable increased efficiency of fast reservation process. In the next reform, procedures, more success and increased rail staff morals and reduce the corruptions more modern image of our railway system, and that is published in 1999. Okay. So if I talk about some challenges, and those are ignorance, isolate, idealize, and integrate. So if I talk about the ignorance, what exactly it is? Concerns are unaware about the information technology and information system. Therefore, they do not plan for reform. So this is the lack of re-inform. And if I talk about the isolate, lack of IT knowledge and its role and importance. So they do not think why systematic reinformation is required. And finally, if I talk about the integrate, all users are information literate and they understand, they know each and everything, but somehow they may lack to integrate. Concluding my talk, or concluding my research.
Dr. Ghosh, can you explain the idealized part? I didn't.
Yes, sure. Actually, in this research, concerns are semi-literate. They are not completely literate, but they think so. They are semi-literate. They use the information technology as aware of IT's potentials. They aware, but they think they are aware, but not they are completely aware of that. So they are semi-literate. So this is. So finally, if I conclude, the information is the current demand of human civilizations that access and control the idea generated informations. The decisions from the use information is difficult. I repeat, the decision from the use information is difficult in that. So information reform is one of the solution approaches. Systematic and strategic information reform fulfills the reality gap. Information re-engineering through reform reduces the cost as compared to developing the new system. Means if we go for to develop the new system, it may have the more cost as compared to system reform or information reform. So information reform suggests next decision itself if it is analyzed in every step. So however, the study focused on what content-based stochastic information system and make improve. So here we are talking about the what content means and as well as stochastic information. But the scope of this paper that is not included here, that is how information would be processed. Whereas in this paper, the conceptual diagram is given but not implemented yet now. So in other words, we focused of finding the improved information from existing informations only. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shivnath Ghosh, for presenting your paper. Now, I would request our panelists, if they have any questions to ask, they can, or if they allow me to start our second or the next presentation.
Dr. Ghosh, I have a small question.
Yeah, please, sir.
You know, one of the challenges you said was basically the awareness, of the people for whom you are, while technology is a boon and disseminating information using the latest technology is the way forward. Nobody is denying it. But you yourself have, put across certain challenges in terms of maybe the digital divide or the acceptability of the technology, acceptability primarily because of lack of awareness of the technology by people for whom the entire endeavor is happening. Okay, so if my reservation system is changed and I don't have a mobile or I don't have an internet connection, then it is of no use to me. And that was the story, even I think 10-15 years back.
Yes.
With the closing of the digital divide, the awareness is increasing because everybody is now using mobile phones on social media, and through social media and YouTube, they're also getting more used to getting into these these reservation portals and all that. So while one aspect you very clearly mentioned how IT is playing a key role, I think you may think of inclusion of how IT can also help bridge that digital divide, so that one thing can be a more simple user interface, which is if the digital divide, people in the rural area or category B, C cities, they are so easily, adapting themselves to something like a Facebook or an Amazon or something like that. So why isn't it that the interface can be better, for things which are so critically important, like the one that you're talking about? So perhaps that aspect, that user interface, because there is an ignorance and we are trying to bridge that ignorance with a very simple interface, that you may think of adding it to your paper. So that's all.
Of course, sir. Definitely, I'll work on that. We will work on that. Of course, sir. Thank you for suggestions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And let us move towards our next paper. Will be presented by Sudipta Bhattacharjee. And the topic of the paper is journalism, fake news, and disinformation. So I would request Sudipta Bhattacharjee to present her paper, ma'am. Ma'am, you are not audible properly, kindly. Okay, so Sudipta Bhattacharjee has left the meeting because of some maybe technical issue. Let us move towards our third paper and let her join again. So should we move towards the third paper or should we wait for her for a while? Okay, madam has joined. Apni unmute kore nin, ma'am.
Am I audible now?
Clearly, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sudipta Bhattacharjee is presenting her paper, which is Journalism, Fake News and Disinformation. Ma'am, please.
Yes. At the outset, I would like to tell Dr. Mohul Brahma how delighted I am that he broached the topic in the first place, because very few people actually discuss something, and I have been on the other side of the spectrum for more than half my life. So all the things that he said, before I present my paper, very briefly, I want to say all the things that he said about journalists, that they should be agile and innovative and learn to package in different formats and do research beyond Google, which they don't, and that they should look into alternative media platforms, and that ethics should be the backbone of news delivery, are very, very relevant to what we are dealing with and teaching our students today. I am Sudipta Bhattacharjee. I have been a journalist for 35 years, but now I am teaching at Brainware University's Department of Media Science. And I would like to present my paper very briefly, so that, because we've been trained as journalists to be concise. So if I may share my screen, sir.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Is the screen visible?
It is, it is.
Okay, thank you. The topic, the subtopic for the theme on information, inform and reform was journalism, fake news and disinformation. I will be mainly focusing on the fake news and journalism link. And for that purpose, I have spoken to active journalists and how they cope with fake news and what are the tools we might have at our disposal to deal with it. Traditional journalism practices are in a state of flux ever since digital platforms have gained momentum. That is because social media has given us access to a lot of news which we cannot verify immediately. These have not only ensured a wide global reach, but also catalyzed unique forms of communication. On the other hand, information systems have proliferated, leading to polarization. news has become in many cases.
Ma'am, can you kindly share in a presentation mode? That'd be great.
I have.
No.
ম্যাম লেট মি গাইড ইউ আপনি যে পিপিটিটা অন করেছেন তার নিচে ডান দিকে দেখুন একটা গ্লাসের মতন সাইন আছে, আর জাস্ট আপনার নিয়ে যান ডান দিকে,
হ্যাঁ,
থার্ড অপশনটা একটা গ্লাসের মতন, হ্যাঁ, জাস্ট ক্লিক অন দ্যাট।
Okay. Now, is that clearer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, information systems have proliferated, leading to polarization. News has become, in many cases, contentious because now we have citizen journalists, we have vested interests, we have foreign opinions, and not all, but many of them add to the fake news mill. In our kind of democratic setup, such sophisticated disinformation campaigns can create hurdles in sieving out hoaxes or fake news without impeding the growth of digital media. Digital media exists, but at the same time, without creating hurdles, we can move into fake news. Governments are averse to news literacy, which we are seeing increasingly, and impartial journalism, which could be the antidote to spreading misinformation and canards. The purpose of this paper is to focus on how investment in tools will help identify fake news. This is mainly for the consumers, and take action against those who actually benefit from fake news. It will also emphasize on the role of journalists and individuals, because journalists are dealing with it at a regular level and they need to cross-check and verify facts at every stage. Individuals who can learn to be skeptical about everything they read, check with diverse news sources and verify information. It would amplify online accountability and consign proliferation of fake news to a large extent. These are the keywords they were asking for. So mainly the keywords would be fake, disinformation, news literacy, digital media, journalism, hoax, and as I mentioned earlier, the background I have used is the role of journalists in identifying fake news. And it is imperative, I think, to bring the harbingers of news, that is the journalists, on board to initiate any research into this realm. Because to me, media is a hydra-headed monster, and its emergence has spawned a web of information or misinformation, where it is increasingly difficult to decipher the truth. I have spoken to several journalists across newspapers, across cities. For this paper, I've restricted myself to 3 because we were on a word limit. And I would try to begin with a very young but raring to go journalist in New Delhi who covers the news and breaks news for a paper called The Telegraph. He says he has to combat the specter of fake news on a daily basis because he says it falls into a pattern. Fake news or real, we journalists diligently call the police, hospitals, local municipal councillors, MLAs, is what he told me, which is what we have been used to doing. And he gave a little example which I would like to share with you, which I haven't put on screen. He spoke about the incident where police were supposed to have opened fire at Jamia Millia Islamia University in 2019. After a police rampage, there were rumors of firing, which would often come to light. Many people would believe it and start tweeting without verifying, and even contact journalists to report the matter. There would always be no named witnesses or secondary sources, and no hospital in the area would report any gunshot wounds. These are the places where we as journalists always check. These would be surprisingly reported from crowded areas, but no videos would be available. The rumors would gain such currency that people at the spot would honestly start believing in them. And though there would be no blood stains or scuffles, but people would start accepting this as the news. So Firoz told me that in January last year, there were widespread fake rumors that a poisonous gas had been used against student demonstrators at Jamia, and he was present at that protest, and he knew that no gas had been used, but he had to still verify with his sources, with the police, and from the spot to make out whether all the rumors that were being mongered was actually true or not. So sometimes he says, this is another thing that he pointed out, which I thought I would share, because Jamia is a university and we are dealing with a university ourselves. These kind of situations often arise. And sometimes news is not fake, but exaggerated. Very thin dividing line. So whenever he gets a call about someone being nearly lynched, he asks for pictures, a medical report, or questions such as, did a person who took him to hospital also get blood on his clothes? Normally, the source will reveal the truth and get combative when direct questions are asked. If someone says he was beaten with an iron rod, but cannot send a picture of a blood-stained shirt or an X-ray of a broken bone, he is probably lying or has been told to exaggerate in order to disadvantage the adversary. So these are the things we have to be careful. I am going on speaking as a journalist because I think once a journalist is always a journalist. But these are the things that journalists have to guard against. I also spoke to Mr. Keshav Pradhan. He's the editor of regional editions of the Times of India and deals with selection of news every day. So I asked him that, how do you sift the true from the false? So he said, I strictly go by the theory of probability, logic, and concept of authenticity. And he told us the rule that check, double check, multiple check with all possible and authorized sources. So according to him, every news report has 3 P's, as in place, player, and play. So if you go back to our inverted pyramid structure, these are factored in. And it is the same with news, posts on Facebook, tweets, and any other uploads are to be verified, especially digital media. As a veteran journalist, Mr. Pradhan said it is his responsibility that he should follow the basic principles of journalism, and newspapers are the only medium where readers tend to believe the reports without knowing the reporter because of the trust in these principles. I also spoke to a woman journalist because just to keep the balance straight, and I spoke to Sudeshna Banerjee. He's a prolific reporter for the ABP group, and she says that social media is responsible in large measure for the spread of fake news and disinformation. Instead of verifying facts, most WhatsApp recipients, they believe the contents and forward it without having a second thought. Since the common man does not have the technical tools to check whether the news is fake, the tendency to find credence is quite prevalent. This is what she had to say. But of course, there are tools to identify fake news now. The tools which are available, I will just briefly touch on. There are several tools like AdBlock Plus, which is a browser extension that blocks advertisements and websites for the use of filtering lists. There are others like Bad News, which builds user understanding of the techniques involved in the dissemination of information. There is Bot Sentinel, which is a free platform developed to detect and track troll bots and untrustworthy Twitter accounts. But Bot Sentinel uses a machine learning and artificial intelligence to study Twitter accounts. And similarly, there's Captain Fact, which is a web-based collection of tools designed for collaborative verification. And there is Cross-Check, which is again an initiative that is focused on verification. And there are several others. I just touched on a few, and I picked on lead stories because it sounded so journalistic. And that is a web-based fact-checking platform that identifies false or misleading stories, rumors, and conspiracies by using Trendulizer technology to identify trending content. Because if a content is trending, that is supposed to be, we should check its antecedents. Now, who benefits from fake news? There are sundry beneficiaries. And I have quoted Damien Tambini of the London School of Economics because he has identified 3 main beneficiaries. The new populists, because they have the notion that fake news it undermines a legitimate opposition, and it resists the responsibility and accountability of the fourth estate, that is the journalism mode. For instance, the Donald Trump administration in the US, just before the elections, remember, used the term fake news in a blanket way to describe news content, all the news content that it disagreed with. This approach becomes more serious and alarming when it is used to justify new forms of media regulation. Similarly, he said there are historical losers, because those on the wrong side of recent historical events claim that political changes result from misinformation. Both the referendum vote that we had in the Trump regime and Trump's initial declared victory had been blamed on fake news. Some even went so far as to suggest that a result based on misinformation is not legitimate, which is absolutely the criteria we should follow. Then there is legacy media. Now, what is this? At the very least, the established mainstream media wants to discredit the wisdom of the crowds and aim for a return to the trusted news brands. There's a lot of competition in the media industry. So sometimes this legacy media is used by claiming that the intermediaries, by which they mainly mean Facebook and Google, are in fact acting as media and doing so irresponsibly, with none of the obligations that traditional media have to follow. They can seek to get themselves regulated and bring back the faith that people haven't had in them. As Dr. Brahma pointed out, there are now demographic distinctions as to who reads the news in detail. In India, all these points of contention find application, especially during the exercise of our franchise. Mass circulation of misinformation, disinformation, fake news, and hoax reports are prevalent enough to leave the recipient absolutely incredulous. So there's an aspect of online accountability. So I just thought I'll touch on it, that according to Jane Elizabeth of the American Press Institute, accountability journalism, whether it is political fact-checking, investigations, or other forms of reporting, must still engage readers and impact audiences to be effective. All journalism, in the end, should strive to make the significant interesting. This is what she has said. There was another book which I came across. The book was called The News Media, What Everyone Should Know. There are three authors, C.W. Anderson, Leonard Downey, and Michael Shudson. They say that accountability journalism encompasses traditional investigative reporting, but much more. It includes fact-checking political speech, digging into digital data, and aggressive beat coverage to reveal as much as possible about what is really going on in every aspect of society. I thought of quoting them because this is what we need to do all the time. So the area of research would again be what the journalists have to say and what we, as being outside the world of journalism, as consumers, can do to check the spread of misinformation and fake news. So India, like the rest of the world, is witnessing a surge in media convergence, where a huge amount of information, both reliable but mostly fake, is reaching the people. And what do we do about it? So because the digital content comprises the crux of online accountability and beyond. So to conclude briefly, total dependence on technology contravenes reality, because sometimes we find that what we have taken for granted, even through technology, may not be what we think it to be. Fake news may overwhelm people with a surge of content, creating a sense of social alienation, flawed socialization, and produce stereotypical roles and expectations. If the purpose of information is to inform and reform, the role of journalism, with fake news and disinformation gestating in its belly, directly negates the strength of media literacy that seeks to critically evaluate and promote awareness on consuming and creating media. Now, media literacy is basically ignored. Though we teach our students media literacy, I think in the long run, as consumers of news, we are not aware most of the time how to apply that. So how can we be astute enough to identify fake news with or without technological tools by verifying content and countering disinformation is what we need to do now. That was what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thanks, ma'am. I just have two observations, and otherwise,
yes,
nothing more to add. One is, the examples that you are giving are primarily print, which publishes
yes.
on a day.
Yes, yes.
Now, the moment you change that scenario to a television channel, which has to report back after every 2 minutes on whatever is happening, the demand of sharing news at such a neck-break speed, and the compulsion that no, before I give the additional news, I need to call 3 people who may not take my call and ask me to call after half an hour or 45 minutes for verified information. And what will you do in the gap of 45 minutes where your news editor is calling you frantically for an update? And then you take a leap of faith, and then, it must be like that. So, because in television, you can't say that, I've been calling and he said that I can't take your call now, I'll call you back. That demeans the importance of the news channel on air. So, and I am taking a hypothetical case and assuming that the credibility of journalists is not at stake. So it's not a paid news or it's not an agenda-based thing. But this also, this consumers' demand for a quick, that high-speed news and high-speed update and immediate dissemination of news, that I want this news immediately, what happened, and so in the next second, if that channel is not able to give that news, and that news is on another channel who is actually taking a leap of faith, and this journalist is actually waiting for that call, which will come after 45 minutes, then, the channels are losing out on TRP. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it is the mindset of the consumers, of the viewers, who are basically forcing, journalists who are well aware that, because, in every journalism school, we teach them that, these are the ABCDs, you have to have an unbiased story, it is not your opinion, it is, you have to, placate facts and not, opinions on screen. But while in a newspaper, it is possible to give that time, television channels, have a very, very tough time. And I have been on the other side, and, the television channels, they have to give something or the other after every, if there's a developing story, they'll keep coming back to you. The news editor, the anchor will keep coming back to you after every 5 minutes. And they'll have to fill that void, because that void is created by the consumer. So at the end of the day, the consumer of the news, which is all of us, we are also responsible for creating such quick conversion of any information into a correct information or an actionable information without this thing.
Absolutely, and it's happening in digital media as well, because every print is now got a digital edition,
right,
and it's being updated just like that, just like you said. And we as consumers are responsible for egging them on.
Right. Thanks. That's all from my side.
Thank you.
Great discussion. Thank you so much, Sudipta Bhattacharya, for presenting her paper, and thank you so much, Dr. Brahmo, for his observation on this paper. So let us move on, and I would request Dr. Orpita Sharma to present her paper. And the title of the paper is Use of Social Media by the Students During COVID-19. Dr. Sharma, I would request you to present your paper. Is Dr. Sharma here with us? Okay, let's move on. Now, I would request Ankur Mukherjee and Shomona Sengupta, a joint paper by them. The title of the paper is Role of Right to Information Act 2005, a critical analysis in ensuring people's empowerment in India. Ankur Mukherjee and Shomona Sengupta.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Ankur Mukherjee, yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Actually, the paper will be presented by me, and we have both written the paper as well.
Right.
As it is a short presentation, so I will be going forth with that.
Absolutely. You can present your paper, sir. Ankur Mukherjee is presenting the paper, and the title of the paper is, I repeat, Role of Right to Information Act 2005, a critical analysis in ensuring people's empowerment in India.
Sir,
Over to
is
you.
the screen visible?
It is visible.
So, a very good afternoon to all the chairs, co-chairs, and the Brainware University faculties and my friends and all. This is Ankur Mukherjee from BBLLB 5th semester, presenting on the, I wrote the paper, co-authored with Shramana Sengupta on the paper, Role of Right to Information Act 2005, where it is a critical analysis in the ensuring people's empowerment in India. It is a very brief PPT, right, I will be presenting, and as we all know, this RTI is a very vast factor. So starting off with the abstract, where I have shown that how this paper plays, like how RTI plays an important role, like in as it is a powerful tool for citizens and to get information working on governmental departments. It plays a pivotal role that people cannot exercise their rights and duties when they are mainly needed, because most of them are not aware of the fact that what exactly is RTI and how they can develop it. Like maybe 20 to 30% are illiterates, or maybe they don't know the thing. And like the quantity of development schemes can augment the lifestyle of Indian citizens without ensuring the people's empowerment. If the people are not empowered, and there would never be a good governance for our country. And how RTI is constructed and viewed as the vital factor and exclusively as the key in the democracy and accessing process for the information, because information is accessible under the RTI Act 2005, and which is a very good initiative by the judiciary. Right now, I will be presenting like what is the meaning of right to information. So right to information means the right to information which is accessible under the RTI Act and which is held by the public authority. And those public authority are taking down the right, they are taking down the right to inspection of work, documents, records, taking notes, inspecting them, extracting and certified copies of samples of material, obtaining the information and in forms of discs, tapes, video cassettes, or any other electronic modes like PDF or printouts, where these informations are stored in a computer or laptop or any other device. And it is the right to obtain the information from public authority, which is absolutely held or controlled by such authority. And these rights are extends to every piece of information such of a public nature, such as inspection, which I have shown that inspection means to see a work or a document, record closely, carefully, and it is obviously kept purposely. And on taking notes, I would like to say that it may mean noting down certain vital information from the documents inspected. And certified samples of materials means to ensure the transparency, to contain corruption. I repeat, to contain corruption, because corruption is a menace. And it authorizes the citizens to take samples from the material being purchased or used by public authorities. And talking about right to information, we also must have a knowledge on what is exactly is information. So the concept of information has been given under the RTI Act in a very wide scope, and it has been defined in detail, including various modes which can be accessed under right to information. The term information means any material in any form, including records, documents, manuscript, files, memos, emails, opinions, advices, orders, circulars, press releases, logbooks, contract reports, paper samples, model, any data material held in any electronic form, and information relating to any private body which can be accessed by the public authority under any other law for the time being in force. In the next slide, I have given about the proper accommodation of the RTI Act, where it is, I have mentioned that why it must have a proper, reasonable and due diligence on that administration part, because if we cannot secure the agendas which are given by the government itself, as the act envisages the harmonization of public interest with the RTI itself, and in spite of all the things said and done in favor of RTI, there are some areas where the public interest absolutely demand some element of secrecy, because everybody has the right to privacy, and it has been felt that certain areas of governments have to be kept outside the purview of RTI Act. The same have been exempted under the specific provisions envisaged under the RTI Act itself, and thus a harmonious balance has been tried before the two. Because to open up the control, to open up the room of open expert, to allow the straightforwardness on how the information must be passed on. Coming to the need for good governance, and which is very important in this RTI pack part, that if the lack of openness and accountability in the implementation of the government not only bred inefficiency but perpetuated all forms of poverty, because this good governance are certain milestones for the RTI itself, like the transparency. Transparency is a milestone, as it means decisions to be taken and enforced in such a manner following the rules and regulations, and it also means that information is freely available and accessible to all who will be affected by such decisions and their enforcement itself, and to the public who have access to the information. Accountability, if I say, accountability is another requirement of good governance, and not only the government but also the private sectors too. And information is basically the power and right to information acts bring accountability as well as transparency in this administration process. And then comes predictability. Predictability is certain easy access to information from government departments or documents, records, services, and finances and policies to all the sectors of the community itself. The Right to Information Act 2005 is basically providing easy access to reduce the traditional gap. And because it must not be a lengthy process, this reduces the traditional long gap between the citizens as well as the administration to help the nation building process itself. And lastly, when it comes to participation of both men and women is the cornerstone of good governance. And representative democracy does not mean the rule of chosen few. It must be taken into interest of all the sections, specifically mostly the vulnerable sections of the society. And the Right to Information Acts give people a chance to participate and send their doubts or questions being asked or unasked, and which are also called in upon them. Next, I have given certain landmark precedents related to the RTI Act 2005, as Jyotirmoy sir has also given great landmark judgments, so I have covered certain only. And for the first case, Bennett Coleman versus Union of India, this landmark case held that the AIR is AIR 1973 SC 106, which absolutely held that the right to information held to be included within the right to freedom of speech and expression guaranteed under Article 19 1A of the Constitution of India. In the second case, the People's Union for Civil Liberties versus Union of India, this is also a landmark case where it was stated that the court held that the exposure to public scrutiny is one of the known means for getting clean and less polluted persons to govern the country, and it is held that RTI was further elevated to the status of a human right. I repeat, human right. And lastly, the case of State of UP versus Raj Narayan, which basically stated that KK Matthew was the judge, was the bench, and they stated that the people of the country India have a right to know everything, every public act and everything which is done in such a way. It has to be done in public functionaries, and they are entitled to know the particulars of every public transactions the government is keeping and all bearing, and the right to know which is derived from the concept of freedom of speech. And though it is not absolute, but the factor must vary, and the secrecy is claimed for all transactions so that the public does not cover the veil of secrecy. Lastly, secondly, the RTI is a main tool for empowerment. The main title of our page was the critical analysis on empowerment, and by empowerment is every scenario which I have presented in the PPT itself. Empowerment comes at the end, because before the introduction of RTI in India, people did not have any socio-political decisions to be taken, and as the RTI Act is the backbone of Indian citizenry at large, people felt excluded or ignorant on the fact that they cannot get relief on any kind of information which is a a small amount of violation in them, and a sense of secrecy must be surrounded on the policies of the government, and people felt like they had the right to know and what's going on, and their voices must be heard. And so their unheard voices made a good impact on the judiciary, the Indian legal system itself, that the RTI Act was presented in 2005 to make an inclusive environment for the citizens, and it enabled them to access the information at large. And the Freedom of Indian Information Bill was passed in 2002 for the control of general society experts, and equipped them with political and economic decisions and surrounding the policies taken by government. And the people lastly felt empowered in such a way that the secrets which were surrounding the policies were no longer secrets to be kept by them, and as well they were a part and parcel of their life. Concluding, a country like India has a huge part, keeping in mind that they don't stop serving justice to the needy, as it is extremely important for the people's life. By empowering the people, the trust of them for the government raises so well that the law is supreme in nature and stays humble, and it is above the king. Thus, RTI is a powerful tool for the citizens to get information about the working of the government departments, or having access to make the government accountable on what they are doing wrong or right, and to address the public grievances. And yet there is a long way to go, because the online portals of the states needs to be functioned properly. As RTI, you can file RTI online or also offline. If you need to file RTI online, you have to go to the site and submit the details first, and then you have to pay the bank ₹10. And if you go to offline, you have a short procedure. And this is why our country has a long way to go. But there is a very great chance that people are in the year 2021, everybody is filing RTI on vaccinations, like what exactly it is given, what are the ingredients which are given on vaccinations, and these are the steps where people are getting empowered and trusting the government in such a way that it is for the good in nature. And the participation, which I have stated earlier, the participation of both men and women, and certifying the cornerstone of every public transaction or bearing on how government is raising the RTI in such a long manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ankur, for your brief presentation. Ankur Mukherjee and Shramona Sengupta's joint paper, Role of Right to Information Act 2005, a critical analysis in ensuring people's empowerment in India. So I would request amader panelists, Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari and Professor Dr. Mohul Brahmo, jodi kono question thake Ankur je paper present korlo amader Ankur Mukherjee tar opore. Otherwise we will
Nothing from my side. Nothing from my side.
Okay, Mohulda, thank you so much.
কোশ্চেন নয়, একটা সাজেশন দিতে চাইছি, সেটা হচ্ছে যে থার্ড পার্টি ইনফরমেশনটাকে, ওই যে জায়গাটা, সেটাকে আরেকটু কভার করলে ভালো হতো।
So the access to the third party disclosure, right sir? Okay sir, actually sir, এটা একটা brief paper করেছিলাম, so I will definitely further do it.
আর যেটা আমি 2020 যে জাজমেন্টের কথা বলেছি, যেটা সুপ্রিম কোর্টে, ওটা আপনারা একটু দেখুন, কারণ ওটা কিন্তু খুব একটা ল্যান্ডমার্ক ডিসিশন, যে জাজেস অ্যাপয়েন্টমেন্টের উপরে এটা যে সুপ্রিম কোর্টও RTI আন্ডারে কভার্ড, সেটা কিন্তু একটা দিগন্ত খুলে দিয়েছে।
Absolutely sir,
এটা জাজমেন্টটা দেখুন। ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari. Thank you so much, Ankur Mukherjee. Moving forward to our next paper, which is by Indranil Roy. And the topic of the paper is Understanding Theories of Media Convergence. I would request Mr. Indranil Roy to present his paper. And I repeat, the topic of the paper is Understanding Theories of Media Convergence.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Give me one moment, please.
Sure. And after Indranil Roy, we will be having our 3 more presentation. And after that, we will conclude our technical session 1. Currently, we are having Indranil Roy presenting his paper, and the topic of the paper is Understanding Theories of Media Convergence. Over to you, Indranil Roy. Thank you.
Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes. Now we cannot see your screen presentation. Yes. Yes, it is visible.
Thank
you. Can you click on that hide button beside the stop presenting?
Yes.
Perfectly fine. Please continue, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon to everyone here. My presentation is on media convergence, understanding the theories of media convergence. We talked about media today, and we especially the session inaugurated with Mohul sir's idea and explanation of fake news and information and misinformation, and later that was followed up by Ashita ma'am. My preparation for this theory, and before I start, I want to say that this is my first paper presentation. I might sound a bit nervous sometime, and the topic that I've chosen is a vast one, and I've chosen for a specific purpose. So if somewhere I get lost, please excuse my abandonness. The idea behind the paper, the word convergence, which refers to the merging of multiple types of media at both infrastructure and delivery levels, mostly through the digital media. I wanted to understand what convergence really meant, because technological aspect has been an area which we have talked much. We understood that yes, convergence is or happens when two or three media comes together and forms alliance. But there is more than the technological aspect of convergence, and to get to there are theories they were formed right up before the actual convergent media took place or happened in today's world. Before that, many theories have expected or they had made their predictions that how media are going to form in future, how media will react, and how media will shape up its content, its ideology, and how audiences will take part in creation of media and media content. So to understand how convergence is not only about technological, but there are also different aspects and facets that can be examined and that has a valuable effect on our society. For us choose this paper. Moving further, let's jog back and let's go back in time. If you had a mail, if you wanted a mail or a mail came in, you would expect that mail in an envelope, right? Without envelope, there is no mail. If you wanted to hear news, you required a radio. If you wanted to read a newspaper, you required a newspaper. You have to buy a newspaper. If you wanted to listen to music for entertainment, you had to buy the cassette player, the CD player, and the cassette disc. And if you talk about theater, if you wanted to watch a movie or cinema, that would be a trip to a theater. So 21st, and if you wanted to write a report, if you want to write a letter, that's required, that involves the typewriter and paper. But today we can have all of it in one device. One device can produce everything, and that is smartphone that we all all have and we all access. So this is where convergence takes place. The telephone, the invention of telephone as a smartphone is a point where every media could find its digital form into a device, find a device which can carry it out. That was smartphone. Convergence comes from an Italian word, convergere, which means coming together. Most theories assert that convergence implies the coming together of two or more things in general, but there's been a variety of arguments put up in an attempt to explain what specifically is coming together. As I mentioned earlier, specifically we only talk about the different media platforms or different media services coming together, but that is not all of it. So my paper, when I started working on it, media convergence and its effect, I found that there is no real data of Indian media and how Indian media is adapting to convergence and where we stand. There are levels of convergence. We will talk about it in the later part of the presentation. So where Indian media stands at this convergence level. What is India's status? To get into that, first, let's say India's status prospect, where Indian media is standing. According to Ernest Young, the value of Indian media and entertainment industry is estimated to be 1,79,000 crores, and it will be 2,23,000 crores by 2023. According to Ernest Young again, television market size stood at 68,500 crores. According to IBEF, print media was worth 19,000 crores. So there is convergence. On the other hand, digital convergence, and on the contrary, there is television and print media which has their own characteristics on the side of traditional media. So traditional media is not down as we speak of, but there is another data that comes in, that is the social media and the impact of social media in news circulation, communication. India has the largest number of Facebook users in the world at around 346 million users in India, which is the largest. With around 400 million users, India is the largest market for WhatsApp. Instagram, with its 120 million users in India, the second highest in the world. YouTube has an estimate 325 million monthly active users in India, which is the largest. LinkedIn, surprisingly, has around 72 million members in India. And I've talked about 5 social media platforms and their users. And if I combine them, it will stand around 1.2 billion users in India of social media platforms. And that is almost every Indian using social media. Now, some more facts, which will help us to build the background of the current study. A study by ShareChat and Nelson India on India's next billion internet users points out that about 73% of internet users sign into social networking platforms every day, with video being the most preferred content. Second, that says that Reuters study shows that Facebook and WhatsApp are particularly widely used, with 75% of respondents using Facebook and 82% of WhatsApp users. They only use those platforms to get their news, which means most of you who have joined this seminar today have got your information, some of it, from the Facebook or WhatsApp. Other social media widely used for news, including Instagram, 26% are now using Instagram for their news information, Twitter 18%, and Facebook Messenger 16%. So in this context, there is a particular man who has stated that the name is David Matthias, director of IMC, mentioned it's extraordinary the development of technological, social, cultural transformation in the last 20 years. Internet-based social media networks have become the platform of everything, and it is true. Social media have become the platform for everything. So while we talk about social media, when we talk about the traditional media and how traditional media and social media are finding ways to coexist in the society, there are several things that are overlooked or neglected in today's media study. I felt lately that the convergence, we talk about convergence, only talk about that content has changed. Content has changed because televisions are looking for those contents which they can share on their Facebook page, because Facebook users are not looking for a 1 hour show, 2 hour show. They're looking for small bites of a particular television show, maybe a debate, and they want to just see the highlights of the show. And those highlights should be should reflect their user, reflect their audience number. The hypothesis is that Indian media and the convergence in Indian media owning industry, means industrial industry, means the ownership, convergence of ownership in India is somewhere out there and dictating the content and the topics of everyday news. But somewhere we have neglected, and somewhere we haven't looked closely enough to study why what media does and why it does it. Before the convergence happened, three men, in my finding, three men took the initiative. First was Marshall McLuhan, who was the first man to understand or to predict how media and media technology will perform in future. And there is Nicholas Negroponte, who came up with the diagram, came up with the framework, how media is going to play out, how convergence will take place. And then there is Manuel Castle, who got the idea of media convergence and how media convergence will will be limited to media on communication, but it will also affect economically and politically, how convergence will affect in those areas, how all those areas will get into convergence. Now, based on their study, there are several European American researchers who has got their research paper in. These are some research papers and the work I could find. And these all research paper is some framework for this research paper, where these three men and their ideas and their work. First one was Barry Flynn, Rich Gordon, Daily Demo and Spillman, Mark Diaz, Henry Jenkins. These men followed up the previous work of Marshall McLuhan, Nicholas Negroponte, and Manuel Castle. Marshall McLuhan was the first man who came up with the idea what the convergence would look like. He came up with a different word, the hybrid. The hybrid, or the meeting of two media, is the moment of truth and revelation form, which new form is born. It was 1964. Back then, there was no real computer, no real personal computer, mobile phone, no internet. But still, he could, following the pattern how media has been growing up all those years, he came up with the idea how convergence will take place. When we consider the term the media is the message, which is a famous line from his book. In today's environment, it's evident that the Gutenberg galaxy and the media is the message. The books that Marshall McLuhan wrote, most famous work of him, both emphasize on the idea that technology and media have the power to transform social landscape on a global level. The introduction of movable type to the Western world by Gutenberg's printing press paved the way for technological breakthrough that would allow for global communication. When we consider the term, the media is a message in today's environment, it's evident that McLuhan's points are still valid. We live in a world where the media is precise. Now that technology has converged to make social media accessible to everyone, everyone has a message to communicate, and the medium is which they do it because it's critical. McLuhan used the word global village to characterize the humanity's adoption of communication technology on numerous occasions, emphasizing his belief that technology is a catalyst for social change. Despite the fact that Marshall McLuhan died before the birth of social media, his ideas are still relevant today. Continuing on McLuhan's ideology, Nicholas Negroponte, who is a Greek-American architect, he is a founder and chairman of MIT Media Lab, and also founded the One Laptop Per Child Association, which was a famous experiment in India also. To demonstrate development in the media sector, Nicholas Negroponte utilized three overlapping circles level. He came up with a diagram which pretty much paved the later 20 years. Communication, computing, content. He said the publication sector, the computing sector, and television sector will merge together and will form a hybrid form of a media. And he is someone who cultivated the ways where we find convergence today. Manuel Castle, who is now, if we talk about Marshall McLuhan, who first said that okay, there will be a hybrid media in future. All the media will find some ways to coexist and form a one media. Then Nicholas Negroponte said, okay, media will become one media, all different media forms, traditional media forms will come together and merge, and there will be a one media for everyone, where everyone can access the information. And then Manuel Castle came up with a different ideology and came up with all the variants that is attached to the term convergence. The term that he came up with, network society, was first coined in 1981 by Norwegian psychologist and socialist and social psychologist Stein Burton, to describe a society powered by network information and communication technology. Since then, the Spanish sociologist Manuel Castle is writing extensively on convergence and network society, which he argues emerged as human societies have moved from industrial age into the information age. In this transition, capitalism is no longer centered on the production of materials, goods or materials, but on information and knowledge. To elaborate on this line, let's say that if we were to watch movie back in 2000, early 2000 or 90s, the movie reel has to be transported to one from distribution office, distributor's office to the film theater house. After that, you can watch a movie. But now you don't need it because of the ICT, because of the information communication technology. Because if you go into a theater, the cinema will be the cinema data of the cinema will be transmitted via satellite to the projectionist machine, and you can watch the film. So the industrial, when he described that industrial material goods were not to be the most valued in the coming age, he mentioned that the transformation and the industrial way of transformation, the mechanical way of transformation will be less valued, and the information, the ICT and the internet and through ICT, through communication, the data will come up with the information will come up faster. Sorry, I misspelled that. Data will arrive faster, and no thanks to mechanical technology. The term network society refers to the social structure of this new age. According to Cassell, networks now form a new architecture of the society and are the dominant mode of organizing social relations. According to him, the diversity of media and possibility of targeting the audience, we can say that in the new media system, the message is the medium. That is, the characteristics of the message will shape the characteristics of the medium. Now, we got the economical power point of view, we got the political point of view from Cassell's, and here comes Henry Jenkins, whose work particularly interests everyone, because he considered every person to be a part of the media industry, because of his theory, which elaborates on participatory culture. Henry Jenkins described convergence as a flow of content across numerous media platforms, implying that media audiences that play a critical role is in a creation role, implying that media audiences that play a critical role in a creation and distribution of content, and that convergence must be considered in terms of both social and technological development in a society, which Jenkins said that everyone has a role to play in future communication, whether it is celebrated media industries or whether you are having a normal citizen entering into the information game. Jenkins divided convergence into 5 distinct processes in order to encompass the full concept. First, I'll start with economic convergence. Economic convergence occurs when a company controls several products or services within the same industry. For example, we can take ADP, as they have printing, they have newspaper, they have magazine, they have television, they have radio. These AP can be a example. Then I'll come to organic convergence. Organic convergence is what happens when someone is watching a television show online while exchanging text messages with a friend and also listening to the music in the background. That is, he mentioned the organic convergence. Cultural convergence has several aspects. Stories flowing across several kinds of media platforms is one component, for example, such as novels. We can take example of Feluda, was a book, then a film, then a radio drama. We can find traces everywhere. On the other aspect of cultural convergence is participatory culture. That is, the way media consumers are able to annotate, comment on, remix, remake. They can influence culture unprecedented way. YouTube is a prime example where if you have a camera and internet, you can put your own put videos with your own objectives and with your own and shaping that content with your own cultural trends. And then comes global convergence. Global convergence is the process of geographically distant culture influencing on another despite of distance and physically separates them. For this, we can take examples of let's say Bollywood or Hollywood, because what Hollywood creates, we take certain Hollywood movies and we take that content and we remake those movies with our culture. For example, if we'll take another example, like sometimes Hollywood also gets movies from outside of their country, like the American horror movies that we know, Ring and The Grudge, are both are remakes of a Japanese movie. And then there is technological convergence, which is a very formulated one. The ability to watch TV shows online on sites like Hulu or Netflix, or to play video games on mobile phones, like any games that you can play with your smartphone. When your more different kinds of media are transformed into digital content, as taking notes, we expand the potential relationships between them and enable them to flow across platforms. Journalism and convergence in India.
Indranil sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think we have already crossed the timing which was given to all the participants. I would request you to conclude the session as soon as possible. You can, sir, because other speakers are already waiting and we have a second technical session.
Sure. So if I'm allowed to conclude, give me just 5 more minutes. I will conclude in a more fashionable way than I've continued so long. My point of view of this going through this theories and where I wanted to conclude is where Indian media stands today, because Indian media has already enjoyed its fair share in convergence and converging with other media platforms. And we can see the convergence through the content, with the content and with the news presentation, with the entertainment that we're getting, whether it is news, whether it is media, film industry, whether it is any other new media platforms, we have converged. We can see the convergence and impact on journalism as well. New practices are emerging. Print, television, and radio are all adapting to the new technology. A new audience, a new news environment has been created, and we can see that social media having 448 million social media users as of January 2021. The social media is playing a vital factor in this convergence. And also, when we talk about social media and its key aspect of it, we are feeding our data into social media, and our data is being manipulated and being controlled by the capitalist party and those who own media. Today's India's most richest man, Mukesh Ambani, owns a huge amount of media. And beginning of 2019's general meeting, he stated that 70 channels that he owns, all of them he doesn't have, he can't remember the names of those 70 channels, but they have 800 million viewers. So somewhere we have to look into how media convergence is taking place, how convergence in media ownership has taken place, and how media ownership is reflecting on media's coverage and duties, responsibilities, and how media people who are working force, how they have skilled and empowered themselves and building themselves for the future is somewhere a major studies required in Indian experience, and that's where I can conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Indranil Roy. And now I would request our session chair, our judges.
Nothing from my side, Dr.
Okay. Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari, if you would like to say something on it, or else we will be moving on towards our next paper.
No, nothing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Now I would request Ms. Shahnaz Mondol to present her paper, and her topic is Whistleblowers' Right and Protection in the Light of Right to Information Act 2005. Ms. Shahnaz Mondol, if you could please present your paper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank all of you for joining this session, and I'm going to present my paper on the topic about which the theme is being organized, that is information, inform, and reform. So, sir, shall I share my screen?
Sure, ma'am.
So this is my topic, Whistleblowers' Rights and Protection in the Light of Right to Information Act 2005. I have divided the content into a six-fold, that is introduction, magnitude of the problem, existing laws, judicial approach, suggestions, and conclusion. Generally, we have seen that during a football match, referee used to blow up whistles whenever he sees any kind of foul practices are going on during the match. Similarly, if we put that situation into our discussion, then we will find that whistleblowing is something, a kind of providing an information to the masses, or especially the person who are competent one to take the matter about the thing which is unethical, illegal, and of course deteriorating the status of the society. And definitely a whistleblower will be called a person who is, of course, informing about that such illegal activity. By sounding all this about his nobility, about the honesty, but there are a lot of catch are there. Many times they are subject to lot of threat, lot of impediments in their life, and they becomes the subject of victimization. If we read the heading, that is the Whistleblowers' Rights and Protection in the Light of Right to Information Act 2005, then it is crystal clear that Right to Information Act is the first step for a whistleblower to obtain an information. Because RTI Act is such a milestone which was enacted by the legislature, which actually entails which actually shows which helps to create a good governance, and also to make a transparency and impartiality and a proper checks and balances in the administration. But the problem is, throughout the Right to Information Act, whenever they used to obtain an information, especially the whistleblowers who are actually wanted to unveil some kind of illegal practices, by their notion, they think that it is the right time, I should gather the information with the help of Right to Information under the Right to Information Act, and thereafter I will convey the same. But unfortunately, most of the time, their names are being disclosed. And later on, they held into a huge trouble by way of threatening, by way of torture, by way of unemployment, loss of job, by way of different kind of insulting things, and later on death. So if we're talking about the magnitude of the problem, like we are talking about right now, first of all, that is the insufficient and non-implementation of laws. There are some kind of laws which we will see in the next slides, but there is some kind of insufficiency there, and because of this, the number of whistleblowers cases, I mean the death of a number of whistleblowers cases are going on day by day, and because of the lack of enforcement of the laws, obviously the problem of corruption and malpractices, they are increasing simultaneously. One of the remarkable incident, and of course very painful incident, was happened in the year 2003 when Mr. Satyendra Dubey, he was an IAS officer. He was working in a golden quadrilateral project, and thereafter he found some kind of ill practices were going on by the mafia contractors. Later on, he conveyed this news to the then Prime Minister and asked them to take up the matter. And finally, his name had been disclosed, and he lost his life at the age of 30. And not only him, there are a number of persons who are dying every year, like in Shanmugam, D.K. Ravi, Bhupendra Vira, Nanjibai Sondavra, P. Majao, to name a few, who have abridged their precious life. And if you see the scenario, I mean this whole process, it not only threatens their life or their families, but also it restoring the panic to the novice whistleblowers. How? Because whatever the things today they are seeing happening with the Satyendra Dubeys or the people about whom I was just talking about, they think that if tomorrow I say something against any powerful person, then my fate will be same. So it is nothing but it's a continuation problem that is going on, and it is increasing day by day, that the corruption is increasing, and at the same time the graph of death of the whistleblowers and RTI activists, their life, the number of deaths, it is also increasing simultaneously. And lastly, the problem that is a socio-economic problem, not only the problem of corruption or malpractices. These are the main issues, but the most important thing is that it brings a lot of socio-economic problems such as poverty, unemployment, money, fraudulent, inequality in the society. Because if someone who is actually a corrupt person, he will definitely take out money and then appoint a person who is actually ineligible, and that person will deliver his work, and whatever things he will deliver, it will also become a faultier one. Why? Because he's not that much prudent to sit on this in that chair. So all these problems are come under this actually the issues, because the lack of protection of the whistleblowers, these problems are increasing prominently. My next slide is on the existing and proposed laws in India. There is a law, that is the Whistleblower Protection Act 2014. Earlier it was proposed in the year 2011, but somehow because of the people's agitations and lot of discussions were going on, oppositions were claiming, and finally in the year 2014, the act was enacted. The act was at that same time enforced, but it was not that much been flourished. Actually, it had to be. Thereafter, it was not only, it was turned, later part it became a dead law. And after that, Whistleblower Protection Amendment Bill 2015 was introduced. But the 2014 Act, it was quite, it is a quite significant act actually, because it provides a mechanism and protection to the whistleblowers. It also provides different chapters under which how it would be dealt. It provides the definition of the competent authority under which a whistleblower can file a complaint, and also make the process of anonymity. That means he can hide his names also. So the Act of 2014, it is all the provisions were there. It was much more sufficient. But unfortunately, the Whistleblower Protection Amendment Bill 2015, it actually dilutes the value of the Act of 2014. How? Because in the Act of 2014, it didn't cover the OSA Act. I mean, OSA 1923, that is Official Secrets Act. It was an old and it is still in force, but it is an old and archaic law. That law had, had been enacted during a British colonial period. But earlier in the Act of 2014, it was not included. That means all the matter will be even cover up that OSA. But in the 2015 amendment, it actually excludes OSA and also any offenses which are actually disclosing any kind of confidential matter under OSA. The punishment will be received, that is up to 14 years. So because of this amendment, it nothing but actually it's concise the faith and confidence of the whistleblowers. And at the same time, the Right to Information Act, it is also unable to cover that OSA things. Because the OSA Act, as I have already said, it is a very old act. And we even don't know, I'm so sorry. We even don't know that what is the actual meaning of that word official secrets, what is the meaning of secrets, because there is no clarity in their meaning. I mean, whom we can call as a secret and whom we cannot. There are different classifications, but unfortunately, government never discloses about that classification into a public domain. So whenever a whistleblower seek any information or anything, put forward and ask for the information, then if they say that it is a threat to the nations or it impairs the sovereignty or national interest, then definitely he doesn't have that much capability. He doesn't have any kind of blueprint to determine whether whatever the reason my application has been rejected, whether it is truthful or not. So in spite of enforcing the Act of Whistleblowers Protection Act 2014, it actually dilutes that particular act was diluted by weakened by the Whistleblower Protection Amendment Bill 2015. And apart from this, the Right to Information Act 2005, which I was talking about earlier, is that it is, of course, it comes under the purview of Article 19, that is freedom of speech and expression. It is one of the elements. And if we associated this concept, that is Article 19, we can also find about Article 21, that speaks about the right to life and personal liberty. Like the topic which we are discussing currently, that is the whistleblower protections. Whistleblowers, of course, he's a human being. And if he's not getting enough rights and privilege, then how can he achieve his right to life under Article 21 of the Indian Constitution? So the object of Right to Information Act 2005, a bit different with the Whistleblower Protection Act 2014. But the whistleblowers has to seek information under the Right to Information Act, under the Right to Information Act. So the objects are a bit different, but their purpose, they are very noble. And there needs some kind of amendments and all. That will be the suggestions part that I will be conveying. Yes, this is the Right to Information Act. The main object is to promote openness, transparency, and accountability in the administration. Of course, there is a provisions. Some provisions are there which actually excludes a person or restrict a person under Section 8 of the said Act, not to ask any questions or any kind of information which falls under those sections. The judiciary is there. Several times the Indian judiciary came up with various suggestions and approaches. Similarly, in this particular case, the first one, that is Sri Harichandra Joma Mahate versus Central Vigilance Commission, the Honorable Supreme Court actually speaks about the safety, security of the whistleblowers. That is the utmost priority, because they are in danger. That is obvious that they are in danger. So all the matters, all the proceedings that will be going on regarding whistleblower and his claims and all. It should have done discreetly. That thing was propounded by the Honorable Supreme Court. And in the case of Common Cause and Others versus Union of India, again, the Honorable Supreme Court mentioned that whistleblowers cannot be penalized if he discloses any confidential information for the public interest. So this was also this one is also a milestone, or rather, it's restore a faith to the whistleblowers that whatever things they are doing is actually doing for the public interest, for the common good. But later on in the year 2020, a case was filed. It was filed before the court, but the matter was that because of I was talking about that the Whistleblower Protection Act 2014, it was not enforced that much. So they were asking about its enforcement. But the court held that as we respect the concept of separations of powers, and one organ should not interfere the work of on the other. Therefore, it is the duty of the parliament to enforce the law, or the executive to enforce the law, or to think about it. It is not the matter that we will decide. So, however, it was kind of negative things were going on, but ultimately, I mean, most of the time, whatever the court held, actually always in favor of the public interest. Here are a few suggestions which I have propounded in a brief manner. First one is the enforcement of Whistleblower Protection Act 2014 with reasonable amendments. Like I have already, we have already been counted about the number of provisions are there that about the protection and the protection of the witnesses, and also the Act of 2014 also imbibed the penalty provisions under which if anybody discloses the name of the whistleblowers of that complainant, then he will be punished with imprisonment for 3 years and 50,000 rupees. So this is nothing but a kind of stringent laws, we can call it, that at least there are some provisions under which a person who will trying to harm that whistleblower could restrict himself from doing such and such things. But the problem again, which I have addressed earlier, that the enforcement is necessary and proper implementations and the mechanism, the way it will elevate from one of authority to another. Obviously, it is in the hand of the competent authority, and it also demarcated who is competent authorities by those clauses. But they will not do it. I mean, they will not do it by themselves. There will be some kind of process will be going on. So that process is also important. That what kind of mechanism they are receiving. So this not only enforcement, but the how it applies over a particular case, this is also very important. And about the reasonable amendments, yes, if there is any kind of reasonable amendments which actually justified the objective of that act, that is the Act of 2014, then definitely it shall be enforced accordingly. And next one is the maintaining anonymity of whistleblowers, because it is very important, because they didn't want any kind of reward, any kind of award. Like I'm talking about the Satyendra Dubey. After his death, a number of awarded, a number of posthumous awarded he received. I mean, his family received. But can't we get back his life, his precious life? I mean, his noble soul. So it is very important. Like we are actually in a very, we have to take a baby step in order to curtail down the problem of corruption and other malpractices. So this anonymity is very important in order to protect and safeguarding the life of the whistleblowers. It should not be, the identity should not be disclosed in any manner. However, in the Act of 2014, it mentioned that if for the purpose of investigation, if it is required, then it can. But that also should be done in a proper manner so that the life of the whistleblower can be protected. And apart from this protection, what I'm talking about, the counseling and intensives is very important. Why the counseling is important? Because whatever the things he's going through about during the process of the thing which he has already informed to the persons and all, there are a lot of dilemmas will be going on in his mind that, okay, tomorrow I might be killed. My families, they could get hurt. Or a lot of ups and downs things will be going on. So it is very important that discreetly, if there is a chance, that we should provide a proper counseling to that whistleblower, so that he can be settled down in his place. And incentives, what I'm talking about, incentives means some kind of financial reward or something, but it has to be given discreetly, not in a public, before the public or at large, because our sole purpose is to keep him as anonymous. And the next one is the utilization of media and human rights commission. Here, media, as we all know, that it is the fourth pillar of the democracy. It can make or break human perceptions. So if we utilize its powers and potential in order to protect and safeguard those whistleblowers, then definitely it will create a magic, because they will not focus on the whistleblowers, but what they will do, they will focus on the issues, the mainstream issues, like about the corruption, whatever the things they are going on in the administrations. If they produce such and such news which actually create a general consciousness among the people, then definitely a lot of people will come forward and think about it. And also, sir, have I done? Sir,
no, I can only request you to conclude your session as soon as you can.
The last one.
Sure.
So the utilization of media, and the next one is that Human Rights Commission. It includes National Human Rights and Commissions and State Human Rights Commission. Both are commissions. Both are dynamic in nature, because their mechanism, they are very fruitful in nature. So if we utilize their powers also to make mass, to entail different awareness program and all, then the problems which I was addressing earlier, that it could be resolved to such manner. Finally, the last point, and of course it is also it has been indicating by during my suggestions, conclusion part, is that the Right to Information Act, it is also important, the whistleblower protection, their life, their very utmost thing to be protected. But at the same time, we have to think about the national security, national sovereignty, and all the equitableness for the nation. It is very important that a nation, it should be protected, and the life of the people, that is of course including whistleblowers and the RTI activists, their life should also be protected. It is very important to approach a symmetrical, to create a symmetrical phase, so that nothing could be compromised. I will conclude my presentation with the quote of Winston Churchill. He says, now this is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shehnaz Mondol. And I would request our panelists, if they want to ask any questions, or if they allow me to move on.
I have no question.
Okay.
No, please move on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would request Sheikh Amrin Khatun to present the next paper, and the topic is Importance of Transparency and Authenticity of Information as a Public Good.
Yes, sir. Sir, can I present?
Yes, you can. And I would request you to please follow the timing.
Yes, sir, sure.
Thank you so much.
Sir, is it visible?
It is visible. Now you please share your presentation. Yeah.
Yes, sure. Okay. So, good afternoon to one and all present here, namely respected patrons, guests, our university faculty, fellow participants, and our fellow audiences. First of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present my work on this auspicious seminar to commemorate the 129th birth anniversary of Dr. S.R.Ranganathan. My name is Sheikh Amrin Khatun. I am from third semester of BBLLB program of Brainware University, and today I am going to present a brief glimpse through presentation on the topic of information as a public good and importance of transparency and authenticity of information as a public good. Also, I would like to pay gratitude towards Ms. Purvita Das, Assistant Professor of Law Department of Brainware University, who have guided me throughout the work. Now let's move on to the next slide, that is contents. As you can see, I will first introduce yourselves to the importance of information on a regular basis, the viability of media, production and sharing of information in the pandemic, information of transparency of offline and online media platforms, and process of authentication of information, and the importance of information literacy capacity. Okay, so introduction. Good information is essential for decision making and effective operation at all levels. In the present day society, there is a great and urgent need for accessing information. Information is an aid in decision making by the decision makers, managers, and various day-to-day purposes. Information generates new information. With that means that this is the existing knowledge helps in generating new information, new knowledge, new theories, etc. In fact, scientists and scholars avail or use information to produce another document like research reports, thesis, books, journals, articles, seminar paper, abstract, etc. The conception of information as a public good as something that helps to advance collective aspirations and which forms the key building block for knowledge, especially in digital form. A fact consumed by one person does not prevent others from also consuming it. Information is inherently non-exclusive. As the Nobel author, prize winner Joseph E. Stiglitz say that in democracies, we know what needs to be done and what we actually have the ability to do it. We need to strengthen the free and diverse media with public support. Means good information is necessary for the functioning of a strong democratic state. Therefore, one of the important insights of modern economic and as a public good, it needs public support. To promote an ecosystem where journalism can flourish as a part of information as a public good, WPFD 2021 identifies 3 key conditions that need to be put in place. That is, first one is media viability, transparency of online and offline platforms, and media and information literacy through authentication. Then the viability of media. Media viability requires that the overall economic and business environment provides conditions conducive for the independent media operations by providing economic stability, fostering the ability of the public to consume media, and providing resources necessary for viability. When these conditions are not met, as well as when fundamental preconditions such as safety of journalists are lacking, media organizations are in peril of being captured and manipulated by the national interests of public and private actors, which would make the information they produce and share lose its nature and value as a public good. The viability of media refers to the compatibility of media to work as per its purpose. The viability of media remains a major challenge for information to serve as a public good, both from an aggregate term and from an economic point of view. Then comes production and sharing of information in the pandemic. In an environment that is increasingly competitive and that is simultaneously affected by the internet multi-companies, the COVID-19 public health crisis and its accompanying economic resources, the viability of media remains a major challenge for information to serve as a public good, both from an aggregate term and from an economic point of view. Impacted by the COVID pandemic, global entertainment and media revenue fell by 6% in 2020, while digital consumption grew, strengthening the shift towards online media. Reporting on the pandemic crisis through inventiveness and such as the popularization of scientific facts, the compilation and frequent updating of data, fact-checking or monitoring spending has proved vital, albeit demanding for multimedia companies worldwide. Now, transparency of offline and online media platforms. Transparency of information is about how much access to internally held information are entitled to the scope, accuracy, and timeliness of this information, and what citizens as outsiders can do if insiders are not sufficiently forthcoming in providing such access. Excessive confidentiality can undermine the quality of public decision making and prevent citizens from checking the abuses of public power. This can have an abrasive effect on virtually all aspects of society and also the governance. As the digital transformation continues, to profoundly alter our communication habits, social media and other platforms such as messaging and search engine services have grown to occupy an increasingly large part in our daily communication. Yet, due to their general non-transparency, we remain largely unacknowledged of their inner workings, the function of the algorithms, and the anonymized data that could offer concrete information about the flow of problematic content such as disinformation or hate speech. It's not over. Then the internet companies have in recent years been a vector of electoral disinformation. For example, several independent researchers have found evidence that WhatsApp, a Facebook messaging app, had been used to be massively spread disinformation, often favoring one candidate over the others or a particular choice in a referendum. In fear of their platforms being manipulated in a similar fashion in the past years, several social media companies have announced new measures to combat misinformation, disinformation, electoral interference, and the spreading of conspiracy theories. Efforts to enhance transparency must not compromise the principle of personal data protection, that is privacy. Such a step would not necessarily fetter proprietary software, but it could promote open source and interoperable alternatives, as well as go hand in hand with advocating for use of artificial intelligence that is ethical and in line with human rights reserve. Then having access to information plays a key role in efforts to curb corruption and control its impact. Since free and guaranteed access to information enables citizens, the media, and law enforcement agencies to use official records as a means to uncover cases of corruption and maladministration, and increased transparency increases the risk of detection of corrupt operation, and this can act as a deterrent to future corruption. Now, authentication of information. So, to value, protect, and promote information as a public good, the demand sides of media and digital communication are crucial in this association. This means empowering citizens through sustainable media and information literacy policies and strategies. Developing means and information literacy also offers a long-term and structural policy response to disinformation and hate speech. The content that we engage and interact with can influence that what we think is important and even our beliefs and attitudes. Therefore, authentication of each and every information is needed. The authentication process always run at the start of the title. Different systems may require different types of characters to ascertain a user's information. Authentication process can be described in two definite phases, that is recognition and actual authentication. Recognition phase provides a user ID to the security system. This identity is used in the form of a user ID. The security system will search all the abstract information that it knows and find a specific one of the actual user is currently portraying. What we share, like, or recommend to each other is often a result of our feelings rather than conscious and critical thinking or concern about possible human rights and development implications. Then my last slide is about information literacy capacity. Media and information literacy meal appears as an essential tool set which cuts across educational, cultural, and social contexts. This growing body of knowledge, values, and skills is embodied in a range of competencies. If information to play its part as public good, MIL qualifiers as part of ongoing learning can help people to navigate and make sense of current times. Strengthening of these competencies can only be best if achieved all concerned stakeholders, including governments, educators, media, and internet companies, among others, and are mobilized and to work within the spheres of operation to develop and implement appropriate MIL policies and strategies to help citizens develop a critical attitude towards interaction with authentic information, thus contributing to the vision of information as a public good. Now, finally, I want to conclude here by saying that to underline the importance of information within this new ecosystem, it is important to address current issues of media viability, platform transparency, and authenticity, and user literacy and capacity. Information is an entitlement of each individual, but its availability, importance, and recognition are a common concern. to affirm the importance of cherishing information as a public good and exploring what can be done in the production, distribution, and acceptance of content to strengthen journalism. Awareness of the interrelation of these factors within the bigger picture is a step towards an improved information ecology. Such awareness is a preliminary to potential changes in policy, regulation, self-regulation, multi-stakeholder governance, education, and informed public participation to advance transparency and empowerment while withdrawing no one behind. These are some of my references from where I get the idea and information for my work. All these resources are duly included here. Thanks for watching my presentation with utmost patience. Respectfully, hope it was informating and interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sheikh Amrin Khatun. I would request our panelists if they have any questions, or else we will be moving on towards our last presentation of technical session 1.
Nothing from my side.
Thank you so much, Professor Brombo, and thank you so much, Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari. So I would request the last presentation of our technical session 1, Mr. Abhik Kumar Banerjee, to present his paper. And the title of the paper is Right to Information Act, a tool for transparent governance and social change through information technology. Abhik Kumar Banerjee. May we have Mr. Abhik Kumar Banerjee? I think he is not present in this meeting at this point of time. So I would like to thank our panelists, Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari and Professor Dr. Mohul Brombo, for being with us for such a long time. আমাদের টেকনিক্যাল সেশন 1 আমরা এখানে কনক্লুড করছি, আর টেকনিক্যাল সেশন 1 কনক্লুড করার আগে আমি ডক্টর মহুল ব্রহ্ম এবং ডক্টর জ্যোতির্ময় অধিকারীকে বলবো যদি কনক্লুড করার জন্য আপনারা যদি আপনাদের তরফ থেকে কিছু বলতে চান বলতে পারেন।
ডক্টর অধিকারী, if you can kindly.
আপনি বলুন স্যার, আপনি
I think it was it was a very interesting set of presentations, and I should tell each and every one of your participants that it's a very a lot of hard work that has gone into it, and it has got a very good perspective and very original kind of a thought process and research. So I am very happy to see the direction of thinking that you bring to the table, and I wish you all the best so that you can continue in this journey and keep on adding perspectives. That's very important that you the reason we Dr. Adhikari and I were here is just to give you a perspective. It's not a judging, it's just giving you a perspective to think in a little different way than what you have thought as researchers. So as long that perspective is there, and as long you're open to it and inculcating it in your research, I'm sure it'd be a great contribution to academics. So I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Mohul Brombo, for being with us, and thank you so much, Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now I would request Purvita Das to continue with us technical session 2. And I will request you to excuse me for a while. I will be joining the session later on. Thank you so much. Over to you, Purvita.
Thank you, Arun sir. Now, before starting off with the technical session 2, we have a small invited talk. I would like to call upon Miss Anamika Dash. She is an assistant professor of library and information sciences at Netaji Subhash Open University, Kolkata. She has been part of the ODL system for more than 13 years. She has authored and co-authored various research articles, self-learning materials, books, etc. She is intrinsically involved with the challenges faced by learners of this mode in the field of their self-study, and was the nodal person at NSOU in the project of public library support services. দিনাজপুরের আঙিনায় 20 শতকের বিশিষ্টরা ইতিহাস অনুসন্ধান, a biographical dictionary of Dinajpur district in the 20th century. Distance learning and reciprocal library services exploring the public library network aspects of quality enhancement in higher education are inter alia significant works of Ms. Das. Thank you, Ms. Dash, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for I'm very happy and glad to convey my thanks and gratitude towards the organizing committee and the university authorities for giving me the opportunity to be here present with you. Actually, you were. I thought I will be here within 2 p.m. So, okay, I was listening your sessions from the beginning, and actually it was very much. All the talks were very informative and very valued sessions. All there are, and there is a mixed mix of field, and all are talking about various aspects of information sharing, information dissemination, and all the legal aspects also. As your seminar is on the as you are organizing the seminar on the 129th birth to commemorate the 129th birth anniversary of Dr. S.R.Ranganathan. I would like to just discuss upon the relevance of Ranganathan's thoughts in our present day ICT advanced information and knowledge society. Actually, Ranganathan, as we know, that we already know the father of library science, and he did lots of contributions. He has lots of contributions in our field, and nearly 100 years ago, he started his journey. Still, we'll just take an overview whether what was the scenario, information scenario during that period, and what was we are going through now, in which environment we are going through now, and in our recent days, present days, advanced technology, advanced society, how Ranganathan's ideas and principles are relevant. We have a brief outline of just take a brief outline of Ranganathan's biography. Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, Shiali Ramamita Ranganathan Iyer, born in 1892, 12th August. And Ranganathan Ranganathan was basically lecturer of mathematics, and before he joined university as in the post of librarian of the University of Madras, he was ignorant about this service, mostly. Almost unaware, he joined this service, and he, after joining, he traveled to University College London and traveled many for his training in library and library science. Library and information science. The term was then the library science. And during his studentship in the librarianship, he visited a handsome number of libraries there. And he was not satisfied with the library practices there. There was a library practices where good number of libraries were practicing their catering services, but they lack theoretical principles, theoretical background for giving their services. So he was not satisfied with something like unorganized type of services, no theoretical basis, no principles for giving services, no streamlining, no framework. So after during his returning, he thought lots about it, and after returning, he joined the librarian post in Madras, in University of Madras. And since then, he devoted himself in organizing the library as well as developing the theoretical backbone to ensure active library services. And not only services, before that, practicing for giving the service, we need to practice, we need to organize our information resources. He fully devoted to that services. And in his career, we just take a look in brief. From 1945 to he worked in University of Madras, Library of University of Madras from 1925 until 1944. Then from 1944 to 1947, he served as a librarian and as a professor of library science at Hindu University in Banarasi. And from 1947 to 1954, he taught at the University of Delhi. During 54 to 57, he was engaged in research and writing in Zurich. He returned to India in the latter year and served as visiting professor at Bikram University, Ujjain until 1959. In 1962, he founded and became head of the Documentation Research and Training Center in Bangalore, and he remained associated with this institute, Research and Training Institute, for the rest of his life. In 1965, he was honored by the Indian government with the title of National Research Professor in Library Science. So it was his career in LI's profession, outline of his career. But during this LI's, during his association with librarianship, he did lots of works. As Dr. Asitabha Das, Sir Asitabha Das, and also Dr. Arun Kumar Chakraborty mentioned that the different aspects of information service, and Asitabha Das, Sir Asitabha Das has said that he Ranganathan emphasized on reference. Today it is called information service, and how much information service get importance to him. We have already have a view on this. Now, not only that, they also mentioned that Ranganathan, there was not a single aspect where Ranganathan's contribution in librarianship, we are not getting his contribution. There is not a single area of librarianship. But he, as I said earlier, he entered the profession without any pre-thought or inspiration. And he continued to contribute to it until the end of his life and kept on working till his at last days of life. His contribution, among his contribution, we have huge numbers of research articles we have, and in every aspect, before giving his contribution, he did research in every aspect of librarianship. We get his contribution in library classification, library cataloging, reference and documentation services, library administration, framing model library bills, in developments, in development, framing library development plans. His modes of formation of subjects present a concept of growth of universe of knowledge. His dynamic theories of classification, including the basic laws, canons, postulates, principles, all forming the normative principles, provides the logical basis for constructing and for providing library services in a most logical basis, most logical way, most effective way. His 5 laws of library science, published in 1951, earlier he just presented his 5 laws in 1928 and published it. These laws were published in 1931, have been regarded as the fundamental laws of library science. We know, all the library professionals know about these 5 laws. Those laws are very familiar to our field, and without these laws, we cannot go. We just cannot go one step. Books are for use. First law: every reader his or her resource. Every reader his or her book. Every book its user. Every book its reader. Save the time of the reader, and library is a growing organism. And later on, he transformed his terminologies, like books is replaced by documents. Documents are for use. Every document his or her reader. Every reader his or her documents. Every documents its user. Save the time of the user, and library is a growing organism. These are fundamental laws, and we know in any service, in any service-oriented profession, these laws are inherent. If we go to later on, vacation has shown well that if we go to a grocery shop, then commodities are for use. But so in that way, the laws were there. But only Ranganathan could put these to sharpen the library services, to enhance the practices of library science and library services. Although the 5 laws of library science consists of 5 short statements, the boldness and clarity of thought behind these is remarkable. Actually, Ranganathan himself stated the first law as trivial truism, because it is everywhere. Books are for use, commodities are for use. Any service-oriented profession, in any service-oriented profession, the service product which we are going to provide to cater the user, that is for use. That product is for use. So books are for use. These laws have provided a scientific approach to library science. These also provide guidance in the practice of library and information science. 5 laws are the philosophical basis for work and services of all types of libraries. In 1984, Ganesh Bhattacharya said, these 5 laws constitute a fundamental contribution to the development of library science, documentation, and information science. They are fundamental because they are relevant in relation to the past of these disciplines. They are relevant in relation to the present day developments, and they will continue to be so in relation to their future development. Now, in our present day, that is the future development of those future time of those laws, we still experience the validity of those laws. And later on, we have now various modifications of those 5 laws, and we have now in this ICT environment, ICT enabled society, we have we are not confined within the books only. We have various media of our media or channel of communication. We have various forms and formats of information through which through which information is communicated. So we can everywhere we need information. We are supposed to cater information. We are supposed to provide information to our clientele. So there are many of the information professionals, information pioneers make the modifications of the 5 laws of library science. Like in 1998, Michael Gorman and Wet Crawford focused on the validity of the 5 laws and suggested 5 new laws as an extension of the first 5 laws. They reshaped the laws. Libraries serve humanity, respect all forms by which knowledge is communicated, use technology intelligently to enhance services, protect free access to knowledge, honor the past, and create the future. Gorman believes that S.R.Ranganathan invented the term library science and beautifully demonstrates how his laws are applicable to the future issues and challenges that libraries will face. Gorman's laws are a valuable supplement or extension to Ranganathan's laws and should be used to help carry out and understand Ranganathan's laws in the modern context. Again, in 2004, Nauroji applied Ranganathan's 5 laws to the web in his paper, Application of Ranganathan's Laws to the Web. This, as said, these laws as implied to the web resources are for use. Every user his or her web resources. Every web resource its user. Save the time of the user. The web is a growing organism. In 2008, Carol Simpson revised these laws and applied them in the field of media. Media are for use. Every patron is information. Every medium its user. Save the time of the patron. And library is a growing organism. So, as we have already discussed that these 5 laws were inherent in any service-oriented profession. These laws are very much within those service-oriented mentality that web resources are for use. So imply that techniques so that maximum of web resources may be used as and when required. And who needs what type of resources? We know that all web resources we cannot access all the resources. When we had only physical library, we have now digital library, virtual library, along with the physical library. Books are still there. with that digital resources are there. So every time, in every cases, the content is the information, the required information with which the client, the user is satisfied if he is provided with his required information. And whatever may be the container, it may be a physical book or it may be a digital format. So, and with the emergence of ICT, we have now in our hand thousands times of information in size, in respect of size, that every time a huge amount of information is generated and produced. And along with this, as in the previous session we had about the misinformation, whenever we are getting a bulk of information we are now telling, we are not now knowing we are just know it about the information explosion, and in every second we are getting a huge amount of information. And in that vast world of information, the user are not always getting the correct information, the right information they need. There is the information professional to help the user. So these laws, these 5 laws must be followed and implied to provide, to cater better service, information service in these areas of web resources and various types of several forms and formats of information resources. Another, it is one approach of Ranganathan, 5 laws, and as we know that he had in every field of library science, he had his contribution. We are doing with those contribution, and as a single person, as unaware of library science, starting his journey, when he started his journey as a librarian, he did so many contributions in all the field, as I'm repeating it again, but I will not cover all these aspects today. It will not permitted in that short period of time. And another epoch-making contribution we will discuss now, that is his column classification. Column classification, or it is a general classification, library classification scheme, and before it there was practice of classifying documents. We had DDC, duodecimal classification, we had UDC, and when Ranganathan traveled to the various libraries in England and outskirts, he observed that DDC, according to him, DDC cannot fulfill all the DDC has flaws. Like in librarianship language, we have that flexibility of number. Actually, one number may be in according to local need. We may keep one number. We may treat one number within different subject. So Ranganathan observed and found that these should not be think in this way. And DDC, duodecimal classification, another thing is a enumerative classification scheme. Now it is almost it is not rigidly enumerative, but in that time it was enumerative classification scheme, and all the objective was to the objective of enumerative classification scheme is to list all the subjects and provide all the subject their notation in one scheme. One that is one we know that what is if well we know that what is classification scheme, and is it very much can we welcome such a voluminous classification scheme in our every library? We do it, and DDC also changed its nature nowadays. But in colon classification, Ranganathan just put the concept of faceted concept of facets and faceted isolates. Okay, then what is facet? Before that, we may also discuss that Ranganathan's colon classification came into being in 1930s, and before that we had classifications, faceted classification scheme. In we had universal decimal classification scheme, we had Bliss bibliographic classification scheme. But what the contribution of Ranganathan, remarkable contribution of Ranganathan is the principles of and theories of facet analysis. So Ranganathan's contribution in facet analysis is formal and theoretical statement of the principles of facet analysis. And as we know that colon classification was practicing the faceted classification scheme before he jot down the theories and principles in 1957. Facets were facets. What are facets? Facets are component of a compound subject. Now, what is compound subject? If we say any subject, we may have more than one key terms, more than key ideas, concepts. So that may be compound subject or complex subject. So with basic subject in a compound subject or complex subject, and also its ranked forms. Actually, Ranganathan defined facet. I'm just quoting his definition. A facet is a generic term used to denote any component of a compound subject. Also, its ranked forms, terms, and numbers. So, facets are commonly used to represent a component of a subject or an attribute of an object and can be combined or synthesized to represent complex subject or compound subject. This analytical technique foregrounds user interests by considering, as Vickery said, that what entities and what aspects of those entities are of interest to the user group throughout the process of conceptual analysis of subjects. By the 1960s, in part through the efforts of the British Classification Research Group, facet analysis was readily known as an effective technique for constructing controlled vocabularies. After that, we had we were getting faceted thesauri, like including thesaurofacet, the UNESCO thesaurus, and many more. Descriptions of facet analysis can also be found in the ANSI standard Z39.19 for the construction, format, and management of monolingual thesauri. We may quote here Vickery's 2008 observation from his article in Axiomathis. Quote, "One upon a time, over 50 years ago, I collaborated in writing an article entitled The Need for a Faceted Classification as a Basis of All Method of Information Retrieval." A bold, brash claim. Since then, we have had thesauri, relational databases, taxonomies, ontologies, knowledge bases, topic maps, knowledge architectures, and more. Clearly, it was an exaggeration to say that facets are the basis of all. To combine two facets is to imply a relation between them, but it is the explicit naming of relations between terms that is another theme in knowledge organization found in thesauri and ontologies. Okay, unquote. So, from Vickery's observation, it is clear that today's semantic web, today's ontologies, or any other technologies to create semantic webs and other web discovery tools, concept of facets is everywhere. Web applications use facets to create dynamic and responsive information search and discovery systems. Again, Turov and Binding in 2008 discussed the role of faceted thesauri in ontology building. Broughton identified shared and complementary roles for facets in ontology building. Both provide excellent vocabulary control structures, support term disambiguation, enhance browsing and searching, and can be used to build a site navigation framework. And several different understandings of the term facet were part of an extended discussion in 2004 about another W3C, World Wide Web Consortium Standard, SQS, Simple Knowledge Organization System. It also plays an instrumental part in the concept of facet, also plays an instrumental part in topic maps. There is a third standard of W3C. In semantic web applications, it is interesting to note that the term facet appears in the W3C XML schema standard. Facet theory has been the object of periodic experimentation over the last 50 years and has long considered a useful way to assist in the creation of controlled vocabularies and faceted classifications. Today, the semantic web reflects a welter of splintered understandings of facets. Not all efforts at faceting are well considered, and many have little to no understanding or awareness of traditional facet theory. Okay, it seems certain that experimentation with facet theory will continue, whatever for building of ontologies, enhancing search and browsing, or as part of semantic web standards, especially with regard to vocabularies and ontologies. But Ranganathan, when enumerated his theories and principles of facet analysis, at that time, we did not experience such an advancement of technology. But his analytical mind always, actually, he was a lecturer of mathematics. So we can expect from him, we rightly expected from him. So his analytical mind always thought for the better logic, better rationally for providing the service. In the 20th century, we observed the ICT was not there in the today's state, but gradually we were entering into the information society or information science. We got Vannevar Bush and his, as we may think, first in 1945, Vannevar Bush focused on his idea on mimics. He focused on the idea of extending the human memory and the human ability to catalog, categorize, and recollect the totality of human information. He predicted a mimics which is similar to computer or smartphones. He stated a mimics is a device in which an individual stores all his books, records, and communication, and which is mechanized so that it may be consulted with exceeding speed and flexibility. We also had experts like Alan Turing, who cracked the Enigma code and changed the fate of Second World War. And research and developmental activities in 20th century started getting impetus. And obviously, when Ranganathan started his journey, we were in a state when education, when libraries were still was not reachable to the mass in 1920s. But gradually, and then at the time, chained books was a status symbol. The practice of the Middle Age, the chained books of the status symbol of the sophisticated families. But after that, when gradually we are entering to the after the Second World War, the impetus, the research and developmental activities got impetus, and information started generated in quite a notable amount, and we had we get a picture from Derek D. Solar Prize, Little Science and Big Sciences lectures on the vivid account of the research and developmental scenario at that time. And gradually the information activities started evolving. The many of the indexing system, many of the information retrieval mechanisms, resource description, machine readable cataloging, and thesauropaceti, as I already mentioned that since 1960s, all these type of information retrieval tools and technologies started evolving. And in 1990s, we entered World Wide Web, and after that, we presently in the starting from since 21st century, we are getting more technological advancement. We are going through semantic webs, we are going through structured data, we are going through artificial intelligence, satellite communication, but still we are following the philosophies, the logic of Ranganathan's principles, Ranganathan's laws. They are still relevant. In these 100 years, we have experienced lots of changes. We have we have jumped to where education was not for all to information for all. We are now moving towards information society 5.0, that is a human-centered society. Society 5.0, a human-centered society that balance economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates the cyberspace and physical space. But still, these days, till now, the relevance of Ranganathan's principles and Ranganathan's philosophy are relevant even today. And analytical mind of Ranganathan always research to ease the information organization and processing and dissemination. Thus, his vision is equally relevant to our present day information practices. And that's all. And what in this brief period of time, I just stated a very brief corner of his contribution. And though these are the basic of his logics and basic of his philosophy of the information, to providing information service. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun.
And at last, I must thank to the organizing committee and the university authority for giving me the opportunity to commemorate Ranganathan's contribution in relevance to this present day's information society and information and knowledge society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. Now we will start off with our technical session 2. The panelists for this session are Miss Indrani Bhattacharya, ma'am, former Senior Manager, Library and Information Services, British Council, Kolkata. She has served in various capacities in British Council Library for over 31 years and was also librarian of S.R.Ranganathan Bose National Center for Basic Sciences for a brief period in 1999 to 2000. Since 2018, engaged in library consultancy in institutions such as Modern High School for Girls and Future Hope NGO and convener of Information Services Division IASLIC. She has contributed in various library seminars and conferences, library refresher courses, etc. And another panelist is Mr. Abhijit Karmakar, sir. Sir is presently acting librarian of Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata. He joined as an assistant librarian in the year 2007. He has 10 years experience of working as library technical assistant in Central Library, Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Mohanpur, Nodia. Mr. Kumar is associated with BLA and IASLIC. Now, the first paper for this session is a paper by Bashuna Das, and the paper name is An Analytical Study on Information Literacy Among the Students of Vivekananda Central Library, JK College. Ms. Bashuna Das, over to you, ma'am.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. And also,
Ma'am, we would request you to present your presentation, and kindly I would request every paper presenters to maintain their legitimate time, which is not more than 7 to 10 minutes, because we are already running late. So please cooperate. Thank you.
visible, my screen is visible?
Yes,
ma'am, it is visible. Now you can present.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm always taking myself Mushkan and father of library and information science, Dr. S.R.Ranganathan, Pune, Delhi. আমি আমার প্রেজেন্টেশন স্টার্ট করছি।
এই হাইড বাটনটাতে ক্লিক করুন, স্টপ শেয়ারিং এর পাশে হাইড বাটন।
It is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. Please click on this hide button. Stop sharing.
My subtopic is analytical study of information literacy among the students of Vivekananda Central Library, Kolkata, India. The abstract accessing right information in right time for right purpose is a prerequisite of success, not only in education but also in business. My present paper highlights its importance in higher education and also carried out to find out the level of information literacy awareness and skill of students of Vivekananda Central Library. It is based on the fact that information literacy is missing in the curriculum. And also I tried to analyze the status of students' information need and information gathering and utilizing the information for academic purposes. After assessment, I also intend to suggest different individual measures to develop information literacy among the college level students to face the information requirement qualitatively for their effective study. Introduction: information literacy is a skill required to find out, retrieve, analysis, and use of information. Present is an age of information explosion. Lot of information is available in many formats irrespective of geographical boundaries. Users have access to lots of information, but it is very difficult for them to select the right and relevant sources. Now, information literacy program plays a role and solution which makes individuals like the learner. Information literacy program gives effective skill to retrieve relevant information from right sources. So, information literacy and information access every individual fundamental right. In this present study, efforts are made to understand the awareness of information literacy program, searching skill, available information communication infrastructure in the library to put information literacy program, and impact of information literacy program among student community of Vivekananda Central Library, Kolkata. The library I also conduct an information awareness orientation program to the entire level of the student and use PPT of library for delivering this program once a year. Main focus of this program are library information, resource and impact. The objective of the study. The objective of the study is first to know the ability of the information community technology to know the effect of information literacy program on the utilization of the library resources. To study information literacy skill for benefit of the student. To know the student opinion for the need of information literacy as a part of their curriculum, and the last suggest best practice in information literacy. So, this study is confined to the student of Vivekananda Central Library, Vivekananda student. Total 105 number of respondents were considered for this study. Data were collected from 105 arts graduate students of Vivekananda Central Library, Vivekananda to questionnaire and personal interview. After collecting data, it was developed analysis and the end of the conclusion was drawn and finally put some suggestions. These are some figure which shows that 58 responses visited library daily and 30 responses weekly and 12 monthly and 5 responses visit library yearly. My purpose of the study visiting library, 45% responded visiting library for the study purpose and 12% access resource, 31 and 45% issue, 45 of the responding visiting library for the issue and return, and 11 responded visiting library for newspaper purpose, and etc.
source of deeper information. This figure shows maximum of the respondents use the books, and from like to use and 69% of the respondents like to use both print and digital form of resource. And also this is so this figure also show the majority of the respondents prefer using paper. And problem our students are facing so many problems, and 44 responses opinion that electricity supply failed were the most or not accessing resource. And impact of information research program for retail resource effectively. This figure shows that 74% of the responses were strongly agreed regarding the use of library resource effectively after attending the orientation program. And 22% of the responses were agreed about it, and 2% was disagreed, and 2% did not know. And this is their skill of different MS Word skill, and most of the students are computer literate and accessing internet literacy, and it is observed that maximum most of the users are also internet literate. And in conclusion, every year libraries are spending large amount of money in subscribing. The information literacy is compulsory for users of any discipline. This study shows the respondents were aware of the subscribed resource in the institution and knew the skill, how to use them effectively. Information literacy skills are required to be able to find effective analysis and use the information effectively. These skills are directly linked with the night of learning, very critical thinking. Library orientation program was conducted in the institution to make the student aware of the various facilities being provided in the library and to provide information about the uses of those facilities in the best possible manner. But this is not trained properly, and no proper information literacy training is organized for the student. Information literacy is need of the it should be a part of education system effectively. Effective curriculum and regular session will be developed with students to information literate and help the society to make information literate society. These are some solutions. The rapid development in information communication technology has brought a revolutionary change in the organization and the management of information. Information literacy is very important for young generation and in social classes. Information literacy is essential not only for students but also for faculty. Information literacy is important for marketing user, and also it is most important in research and development institutions. To reach and increase awareness amongst users and library service, information literacy is very essential. Information literacy is a key by which we can reach our prospective users and able to improve the utilization of library and its services. These are some references, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Bashwana ma'am. Now, if our panelists have any questions for Bashwana ma'am. Ms. Bhattacharya.
Yes, can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, I just wanted to ask Bashana, it's a good presentation and a lot of interesting points. But she mentioned that books were mostly, the highest used component in her presentation, and also issue return with the highest. Now, you mentioned that daily users, there's some background noise. Okay. your daily users are the highest category. If they are, the highest category, what do they come mainly for? Because if they are coming for books and issue return, obviously they are not coming daily. So I find a little bit of, can you explain that a bit?
I would request Bashona Dash to reply on Indrani Bhattacharya's question, what she has asked, on basis of your presentation, ma'am.
Our college our students are consideration of the student in education, and they come every day and take lots of books, and they are also visit every day in our library.
Okay.
Okay, may I point something?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
First of all, I am Abhijit Kumar, not Karmokar. That is
Okay, sorry, sir, sorry.
okay. Very nice presentation, Ms. Bashona Das. My observation only, you have presented on information literacy. You have mentioned upon that internet literacy. My suggestion is, if you break up, maybe today's information containers are not only printed resources, many electronic resources, media resources are there, multimedia resources are there. If you include that the multimedia literacy or media literacy and other computer literacy, just break up the information literacy and present a paper, then it will be a nice one. Thank you. But otherall, you are quite good paper. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So our next paper for this session is by Shaptoshi Khanra and Dr. Torun Kumar Mandal. The title of the paper is Information Sharing Patterns of COVID-19 Pandemic Awareness by the Government of India through official websites and official social media accounts. A study. Over to you, sir.
Hello, I am audible. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
So first of all, I would like to thank the Brainware University for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. As you see on the screen, my paper topic is Information Sharing Patterns of COVID-19 Pandemic Awareness by the Government of India through official websites and official social media accounts, a study. So, coronavirus disease is an irresistible infection caused by a recently found coronavirus. It made our planet stop from progressing. All the people of our globe have faced an unusual situation due to it. Lots of people have lost their near and dear ones. After the Spanish flu, also known as the 1918 flu pandemic, caused by the H1N1 influenza A virus, the globe has faced a new survival challenge from the deadly virus named Corona after 101 years later. This virus literally caused the world from regular activities. In the near past, the citizens of globe never see such standstill condition of our planet. In this critical condition, information related to COVID-19 may play a vital role by which any country can combat most to its content with the deadly COVID-19 pandemic situation. Now, in the age of information, information can travel in the speed of light. But like other things, information has also both positive and negative side. Right information on right time in right place can save a nation from the destruction caused by such deadly coronavirus. So information sharing related to COVID-19 is the prime duty of any government for saving their country. Information, when it is valid, is a weapon to fight with unwanted situation caused by this devastating coronavirus. On the other hand, it is seen that infodemics and the fake information have also played a crucial role in COVID-19 pandemic situation. From the day one, from the day one when coronavirus attacked human world, and the first infection detected in India, the government of India took initiatives to inform about COVID-19 to its citizens, and government and non-government organizations through various channels and mediums like its national government website, social media, television, radio, etc. Information sharing related to COVID-19 among government to government organization, government to private sector, government to citizen have been taken as the most important task to do in pandemic by Indian national government. Hello.
Yes, sir. Are you facing any problem?
Actually, yes.
Are you facing a problem with your internet?
No, actually not internet, but the presentation. So the presentation is seen on the screen, sir?
Yeah, it is. We can see your first slide, sir. Could you please change your slides? Now
Okay,
it
okay.
is changing. And
Okay,
I would
okay.
request Shoptoshi, sir, to, present your presentation within the limited time which we have.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So, as I mentioned in the introduction, that this coronavirus situation or pandemic situation is very deadly, and this stops our world, literally stops our world. So, in this unwanted situation, information can play a vital role by any government for the sake of their countrymen, and to educate them, to inform them the right information about pandemic may cause good for the society, good for the human being, and good for the country also. So now this is the literature review as I made, and after that I would like to say these are the basic objectives of my study. Actually, I wanted to explore and understand the information sharing patterns of the government of India related to COVID-19 pandemic through its official websites of various ministries and organizations. And also, I wanted to understand how the government of India uses social media, especially Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, for the circulation of the COVID-19 information to their citizens for the sake of their public health. So, in this regard, I made two research questions for this study. So what are the official websites of various ministries of the government of India which share the COVID-19 pandemic information, and what are the information sharing pattern of those websites of the government of India, and also what are the official Facebook pages of government of India and official Twitter handle, and also YouTube channels that share the COVID-19 pandemic related information. Now for this study, I took methodology, which is basically qualitative research methodology. Data and information has been collected from the official websites of various ministries and government organizations of India, and from their official social media accounts, especially Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. So from the study, what I found is that in India, there are total 59 different ministries website and government organization website, but out of 59 websites, only 25 ministries and government organizations website have provided directly COVID-19 information and guidelines to their official websites. So these are, as you see on the screen, these are the official websites of Indian government under various ministries and organizations. These also, and these 25 total out of 59 websites, these 25 websites have provided direct information on their websites. relating to COVID-19 pandemic situation. So now, in more findings, I have seen that basically Government of India has shared the pandemic information to their citizens or any public institution or non-governmental institution by various ways. Mainly, the COVID-19 information sharing pattern is done under photos, infographics, PDF, and video. These are the information sharing patterns or format. So if it is seen that from January 2020 to June 2021, it is seen that total 1,101 photos have been shared by the Government of India. In case of infographics, it is 2,842, and in case of PDF file, 5,115, and in terms of video, 1,210. These types of these format of information have been shared by the Government of India under their various ministries website and government organizations website. Next, these are the list of Facebook official websites of various ministries and organizations, as I mentioned before, the Government of India, which provide the information of COVID-19 pandemic awareness. As you see on the screen, there are 8 official Facebook pages like Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, National Health Portal, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India, Press Information Bureau, MyGov Corona Hub, National Health Authority, Arogya Setu, and Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Also, apart from such government Facebook pages, we can also draw the information relating to COVID-19 pandemic by putting these hashtags on the Facebook. As you see on the screen, hashtag United to Fight Against Corona, hashtag Largest Vaccine Drive. These all are the hashtags by which we can take or we can collect information relating to COVID-19 pandemic situation, which will educate our citizens of India to fight with this deadly virus. And these are the official Twitter handles of various ministries and organizations of Government of India. As you see on the screen, there are 8 official Twitter handles. Ministry of Health, it is quite same like Facebook and Twitter also. MyGov India, PIB India, Ministry of Ayush, these and this COVID India Seva, like this. And also in case of Twitter, we can find information relating to COVID from the official websites of under various ministries and organizations. These are some queries by putting hashtags in Twitter. So these are the hashtags. And in case of YouTube channel, there are 4 YouTube channels which provide direct information on COVID-19 under the Government of India, like Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, PIB India, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, and MyGov India. As per the record, for this study, I go through all the records from the January 2020 to June 2021. I go through that the record which says in Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, SNS section only, gives the details that there are 9,172 tweets have been done by the MOHFW or Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Facebook post done by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is 6,341, and YouTube video 191. It is only done by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare out of these 25 websites of official websites of Government of India. Now, these all are the findings, and as in suggestion, I can or recommendation, I can say that as you all know that internet penetration rate in India went up to nearly 45% in 21. It means still 55% people do not know the uses of internet, and also in India there is 25% Indians are still illiterate. That means 25% people even cannot do their sign also. So in this condition, in this situation, what I recommend is that local level information sharing should be given more importance, like local radio, local TV channel, most importantly, miking on regular basis in every crowded place, like markets or etc. by local authorities should be followed. And also one thing, information on COVID-19 slips in local languages should be given in every house by local authorities. As we distribute voter slip, like that, we can distribute the COVID-19 information slips in local language so that every person can understand what the government wants to say to them. And after that, in conclusion, what I say is that right information or right time at the right place may save the people from any unwanted situation. So COVID-19 has misbalanced our world. This pandemic can be taken under control by providing right information. And Indian national government have taken so much initiatives from the day one, from still now, but also there few suggestions can be followed, and like other developing and underdeveloped countries, which can easily follow the information sharing patterns of India. So these are the bibliographies, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Chakraborty sir. Now, if our panelists have any question, you can ask Chakraborty sir.
I only have a comment to make here. I just want to add it's quite a new presentation with, very contemporary and topical. So well done, Shoptoshi. It was, quite informative. And my only feeling was, for we librarians have a great role to play here, since
Yes, ma'am.
you are not only, generally librarians who are associated with these ministries, but generally public libraries or whoever is in different kinds of setups. COVID-19 is applicable for everyone. So whichever capacity you are in, I think there's a great role for us to play here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Abhijit sir. You have any questions, sir?
And
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think your co-author is Dr. Tarunda from Jadavpur University.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He nicely presented the government initiatives, and other panelists raised that our role is very important in this situation, because unless we inform the right time, maybe like global pandemic like COVID and other ways. So this is the relevant to the today's topic, today's information and inform and reform. Unless otherwise we inform proper time, we have to reform and we have to recover from anywhere. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Exactly, sir. Exactly. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And our next paper in this session is Dissemination of Information in Libraries through Motion Picture and Overview by Shayan Sarkar, Mousumi Yadav, Partho Sarkar. Over.
I would request any one of them to present their paper.
Yes, Arun sir, I am here. I am going to present
Shayan,
my paper.
okay.
Yeah.
Chancellor, please, yeah.
Now just give me a moment, please.
And I would also request Shayan sir to please kindly maintain the timing, as we are going already very late. So.
I think I have some problem with the sharing of my PPT. Just I will ask anyone if can take that. Just give me a moment.
Okay, then we can come back to you later on and we can move on with the next presentation. Within that limit, I guess you can sort out your technical problems.
Just give me. I think it's presenting right now.
Yeah, it is presenting, sir. If you could share your slides so that we can confirm you.
Just a moment. Can you see my slide, please?
Yes. Thank you so much. Please continue.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shayan Sarkar, the library assistant of Brainware University, and with me is Ms. Moshumi Adab, assistant librarian of Brainware University, and she is one of my co-authors. To commemorate Dr. Ranganathan's birthday, we thought maybe see the library services in a very different light. We thought maybe motion pictures is a way to go. So the title of our paper is Dissemination of Information in Libraries Through Motion Picture and Overview. Introduction. What is information dissemination? Information dissemination is to distribute information. It refers to an active distribution and spending of information of all kinds to the audience. And dissemination of information is one of the major characteristics of any library or any information center. With this philosophy in mind, can motion pictures be used in the same category? This paper will be making an attempt to discover it if this truly achievable or not. And the objective of this paper is find a way to dissect motion picture as to be viewed as a mode of information and way of disseminating information. And to that, I have procured two research methods. One, critical analysis of a few motion pictures of Indian origin. Two, a detailed study of the material of said motion pictures to find potential information which they are trying to convey. Now, data collection and analysis. Generally, motion pictures are called cinema. It came from the Greek word kinema. It means moving pictures. These pictures are often used to call or tell a story. Can these stories contain some kind of information? We try to find out with the listed names. Here we are going to discuss 3 movies. Generally, motion pictures can be divided into 2 categories, feature and documentary. And we did categorize these 3 movies. First, I would like to start with Mother India 1957. Mother India is a 1957 epic drama film directed by Mehboob Khan, and it is a story of a poverty-stricken village woman named Radha, who is absent of her husband, struggles to raise her sons and survive a cruel family. Now the thing is, the title of this film was chosen to counter. Excuse me. The thing is, the title of this film was chosen to counter American author Catherine Mayer's 1970 book, Mother India. It was very abused to our Indian culture. The term Mother India has been identified as a common icon to the emerging Indian notion in the early 20th centuries. This film was a clapback to some uninformed, biased information with a strong opinion and info in a feature form. So we can say it definitely concedes some kind of information to some level to disseminate. And another one is, and the show goes on in the chapter 1996. The show goes on is an 18-part series produced by British Film Institute to celebrate 100 years of cinema. The series was directed by international directors like Scorsese, Oshima, Godard, Sen, and others. Mrinal Sen directed the Indian chapter of this film. This film is a survey of Indian cinema, which traces the historical development of filmmaking in a country which produces 800 feature films per year and exports them to half of the world, particularly in developing countries. So this cinema, particularly, so this documentary cinema contains a detailed study not only on Indian cinema but to the world. And the last one is Phalguni Mookhopadhayay. It's a 2013 Hindi language biographical sports drama directed by Rakesh Mehra. The story is based on the life of Milkha Singh, an Indian athlete and Olympian who was a champion to the Commonwealth Games and 2 times 400-meter champion of the Asian Games. Phalguni Mookhopadhayay was inspired by The Race of My Life, an autobiography co-written by Singh and his daughter. So it is basically an autobiography as a form of motion picture. So we can suffice to say it did find out what is meant to be. Now the findings. If we consider library as a social institution, we can definitely agree motion pictures plays a huge role to make the audience socially aware or make them think at least rationally. So with that in mind, we have to say that the purpose of motion picture is to record and interrupt actual problems in front of the camera. It also informs and convinces the viewers to get a clear view or take action about the subjects. So in a word, we can definitely say, at least that's why I'm trying to go for, that motion pictures can be a medium of disseminating information. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon sir. Our panelists, if you have any questions, you can ask Sharon sir.
Nothing from my side, please.
No, no, carry on. The next paper. No.
Okay. Thank you. So our next paper for this seminar is Information Needs and Seeking Behavior of Private Hospital Nurses of Rourkela, Orissa, an analytical study. It has been submitted by Payal Shaha and Pushpanjali Jana. Over to you, ma'am. Payal, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please present your screen.
One second.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself, ma'am. You are not audible. And click on this hide button. Please click on this hide button.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Payal Shaha from KIT University, Bhubaneswar. And now I am going to present my topic, which is Information Needs and Seeking Behavior of Private Hospital Nurses, Rourkela, Odisha, an analytical study. First of all, in introduction, I can say that nurses are the backbone of health science. Nurses share other characteristics. They play a very important role in patient care, nursing, and administrative procedures. But often they face problems collecting information. In everyday life, they need different kinds of knowledge for mankind's sake. This study is a fully survey process, and the analysis shows knowledge-seeking action of Rourkella's private hospital nurses. 9 multidisciplinary hospitals have opted for this analysis. This research also investigates the impact of knowledge on patient care seeking quality or protection. And now this is the name of the 9 private hospital which are under the study and number of nurses working there. Literature review. Literature review is the systematic study of authors. Here are some review of related literature which are related to my topic. In 2011, Davies conducted a study about the usage of information resources of the doctors of Canada and United Kingdom. In 2010, Leila conducted a study about usage of information sources. In 2011, S.M. Safi conducted a study about the information needs of the doctors, and also in the same year, Joshi and Nishas conducted a study about information seeking behavior. And these are the main objectives of the study. And the main objectives of the study are demographic description, which information sources they use, formal or informal, to find out information seeking habit, the need for information, and to find out the obstacle they face to collect information. And now the methodology. The study information needs and seeking behavior of private hospital nurses of Rourkela, Odisha, and analytic study is a survey, and for this study, a well-structured questionnaire was distributed among the 9 private hospital nurses. Now the findings and the conclusions of the study. In the conclusion, we can say that they need information for patient care and managing those patients. They use reference books, textbooks to fulfill their information needs. For lack of time and technical and network problem, they face many obstacles. And these are some differences. Thank you.
Thank you, Payal ma'am. Now I would like to ask our panelists regarding their observation relating to this paper. Abhijit sir.
A good paper, but what are the findings, madam? What are the findings in your presentation? I think you have missed the findings.
No, sir.
You included in your paper.
Yes, sir.
The findings you have said direct to conclusion. After
Finding
objective.
and conclusion, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay. You have included the findings part in your paper. That is my suggestion is this, because there are some parts of the paper, research methodology, then objectives, then methodology, then data collection, data analysis, findings, then conclusion. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Indrani ma'am.
Yeah, I felt, the presentation seemed a bit incomplete. You didn't mention how many, what was the sample size like, or, normally there's a ratio and, statistical experts can give you better guidance on, whether your sample size is the right size to come to a conclusion, because surveys are very professional and technical nowadays. So if you do it in a very, unprofessional way, then your results will not be conclusive. And secondly, as I said, maybe you could work on your research. It's a good attempt, and it's a new area that you are researching. But maybe you can get into it a little bit more in depth. That's what I felt.
Madam, I have included all these means statistical parts in my full article.
Okay, but your presentation at least should have been a little more, maybe the gist that you did would have been a little bit more informative. It, we felt a little bit of more, it was incomplete, it seemed.
I have included all this because of
that's fine. Yeah, that's maybe you can work on it, but it's a very good area, new area.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Payal ma'am. Now, আমাদের পরের পেপার যেটা হচ্ছে সেটা কোভিড পরিস্থিতিতে ভ্রাম্যমাণ গ্রন্থাগার পরিষেবার প্রভাব। পেপারটা লিখেছেন আমাদের বিপ্লব কুমার চন্দ্র স্যার এন্ড বন্দনা বাসু ম্যাম। স্যার এন্ড ম্যাম,
সবাইকে আমার নমস্কার জানিয়ে আমি শুরু করে দিচ্ছি, কারণ অলরেডি আমরা লেট। আজকে যার জন্য আমরা এক জায়গায় হয়েছি সেটা হচ্ছে ডক্টর S.R. রাঙ্গানাথনের 129 বার্থ অ্যানিভার্সারি। তার জন্য তাকে শ্রদ্ধাঞ্জলি জানানোর জন্য অনেকেই অনেক কিছু টপিক নিয়ে আজকে উপস্থিত হয়েছে। তো আজকে আমাদের শ্রদ্ধার্ঘ হচ্ছে কোভিড পরিস্থিতিতে ভ্রাম্যমাণ গ্রন্থাগারের প্রভাব। এখানে আমি কিছুটা প্রেজেন্ট করবো, তারপরে আমার সহগ্রন্থাগারের বিপ্লব কিছুটা প্রেজেন্ট করবো। এই টপিকটা বেছে নেওয়ার একটা উদ্দেশ্য হলো বর্তমান যে পরিস্থিতি তাতে লাইব্রেরি সার্ভিস বন্ধ হতে চলেছে বলা যায়। কিন্তু এই পরিস্থিতির মধ্যেও বেশ কিছু সংস্থা, বেশ কিছু গ্রন্থাগার যে লাইব্রেরি সার্ভিস দিচ্ছে এবং কিভাবে যে দেওয়া যায় সেই বিষয়ে আমরা নিজেদের উদ্বুদ্ধ করার জন্য আজকে এই টপিকটা আমরা বেছে নিয়েছি। আর আমরা সমস্ত ইনফরমেশন সংগ্রহ করেছি সব সংবাদ।
Bandana madam, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you are not audible properly. একটা বড় রুমের মধ্যে বসে কথা বলছেন বলে মনে হয় একটু শুনতে অসুবিধা হচ্ছে। আপনি যদি কাইন্ডলি একটা হেডফোন বা ইয়ারফোন ব্যবহার করেন।
অ্যাকচুয়ালি হেডফোনে আছি, কারণ কিছু কি অন করা আছে? হেডফোন থেকে অফ করে দিন।
ম্যাম এবার একবার কথা বলুন, আমরা একটু শুনে নিই, কনফার্ম করি। I would request বিপ্লব, যেহেতু একই রুমের মধ্যে সম্ভবত আপনারা আছেন, কাইন্ডলি যখন একজন কথা বলবেন আর বাকি সবাই ওই রুমের মধ্যে যারা থেকে সেমিনার অ্যাটেন্ড করছেন তারা প্রত্যেকে মিউট করে নিন। ম্যাম, এবার আরেকবার একটু যদি কাইন্ডলি একটু কথা বলেন। আমরা কি আমাদের নেক্সট প্রেজেন্টেশনটা নিয়ে এগিয়ে যাব যতক্ষণ এই টেকনিক্যাল প্রবলেমটা সলভ হয়ে যায়? হ্যাঁ, অনেকটা ক্লিয়ার ম্যাম, শোনা যাচ্ছে। আপনার ওখান থেকে আর যারা অনলাইন আছেন, বন্দনা ম্যাডাম, আপনার ওখান থেকে আর যারা অনলাইন আছেন আজকের সেমিনারে, প্রত্যেককে আপনি বলুন যাতে তারা নিজেদের কম্পিউটার মিউট করে নেয়।
প্রত্যেকের মিউট করা আছে কিন্তু।
হ্যাঁ, এবার ঠিক আছে, আপনি বলুন। থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাম।
তো আমি কি প্রথম থেকে শুরু করব? আমি আর প্রথম থেকে শুরু করছি না, আমি যে পর্যন্ত এসেছি ওখানেই বলছি। অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের লাইব্রেরি প্রফেশনালরা আমরা জানি, সবাই আমরা যে কোনো কাজ করছি না কেন, প্রতিটা পদক্ষেপ কিন্তু ডিপেন্ডস অন 5 লস। ডক্টর রঙ্গনাথনের 5 লসের উপরে কোনো না কোনো ভাবে কোনো না কোনো ল অ্যাচিভ করছে। তো সেইখানে গিয়ে থার্ড ল রঙ্গনাথনের, এভরি বুক ইটস রিডার, এইটা আমরা কিন্তু এই কোভিড পরিস্থিতিতে আমরা অ্যাচিভ করতে পারছি না। তার জন্য যেটা দরকার সেটা হচ্ছে লাইব্রেরি এক্সটেনশন সার্ভিস, যেটা বিয়ন্ড দ্য লাইব্রেরি ওয়াল, লাইব্রেরির বাইরে গিয়ে যেটা করতে হবে, তার এগেনস্টেই কিন্তু এই ভ্রাম্যমান গ্রন্থাগার বা মোবাইল লাইব্রেরিটা আমরা বেছে নিয়েছি। নেক্সট, এখানে আমি কিছু পিকচারাইজ দিয়ে খুব একটা এলাবোরেটলি কিছু না বলে দিচ্ছি যে লাইব্রেরিতে ইউজাররা আসে, কিন্তু এখন কনসেপ্টটা এটাই আমাদের পরিস্থিতি তৈরি করেছে, লাইব্রেরি যাবে ইউজারদের কাছে। নেক্সট, হিজরি 4th শতাব্দীতে ভ্রাম্যমান গ্রন্থাগার, এই লেখাটি মহিউদ্দিন ফারুকির লেখা থেকে আমরা একজনের নাম পেয়েছি, ইসমাইল ইবনে আব্বাদ ইবনে আল আব্বাস আবুল কাসেম আতাতাল কালি, যাকে বলা হয় মানে যে নামে যিনি পরিচিত ছাইফ ইবনে আব্বাদ। তিনি 938 খ্রিস্টাব্দে জন্মগ্রহণ করেন। এই ভ্রাম্যমান গ্রন্থাগারের কনসেপ্টটা আমরা ধরে নিচ্ছি সেই সময় থেকেই এসেছে। মাকতাবা মুতানাক্কিলা ছিল তার লাইব্রেরির নাম। অ্যাকচুয়ালি উনি ছিলেন ছাইফ ইবনে আব্বাদ, ইনি একাধারে সাহিত্যিক, মন্ত্রী ও গ্রন্থপ্রেমিক ছিলেন। তিনি বিভিন্ন স্থানে ঘুরে বেড়াতেন তার কর্মসূত্রে। প্রায় 40-50টি উট নিয়ে, তার স্টুডেন্টদের নিয়ে এবং তার আরো পারিষদ বর্গকে নিয়ে তিনি ঘুরে বেড়াতেন এই উটের পিঠে বই নিয়ে। যেখানে যেখানে যেরকম প্রয়োজন হতো তার ছাত্রদের তিনি এই বই ব্যবহার করতে দিতেন। সুতরাং এই জায়গাটা থেকেই কিন্তু এই ভ্রাম্যমান গ্রন্থাগারের কনসেপ্টটা প্রথম এসছে বলে আমাদের মনে হয়। আমরা যে সমস্ত লেখা থেকে এগুলো কালেক্ট করেছি সেখান থেকে আমাদের এটাই মনে হয়েছে। নেক্সট স্লাইড থেকে বিপ্লব বলবে।
হ্যালো,
Sir, you are audible, sir.
ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ। চেয়ারদের পারমিশন নিয়ে আমি এগিয়ে যাচ্ছি। সেটা হচ্ছে আমরা একটি লেখা এখানে আমরা থেকে সংগ্রহ করেছি যে বর্তমান পৃথিবীতে কোভিড পিরিয়ডে গ্রন্থাগারগুলোর কি অবস্থা, মানে সেই গ্রন্থাগারগুলো প্রায় বন্ধই হয়ে যাচ্ছে। এখানে আমরা একটি রিপোর্ট থেকে পেয়েছি যে প্রায় 150টি কান্ট্রির গ্রন্থাগার, স্কুল লাইব্রেরি বন্ধ হয়ে গেছে। পাশাপাশি প্রায় 100-র কাছাকাছি কান্ট্রিতে বন্ধ হয়ে যাচ্ছে বিভিন্ন পাবলিক লাইব্রেরি। সুতরাং একটা কথা বলতেই পারি যে কোভিড পরিস্থিতিতে কিন্তু সারা পৃথিবীতে গ্রন্থাগার ব্যবস্থার কিন্তু একটা বিশাল ধস নেমেছে। আমরা দেখি ভ্রাম্যমাণ গ্রন্থাগারের মাধ্যমে এই ধসের মোকাবিলা করা সম্ভব কিনা। নেক্সট স্লাইড প্লিজ। এখানে আমি একটি রিপোর্ট থেকে পেয়েছি এই মোহালির শিক্ষকরা একটি ভ্রাম্যমাণ গ্রন্থাগারের সূচনা করেছেন এই কোভিড পরিস্থিতির জন্য, যেখানে স্কুলগুলো বন্ধ হয়ে গেছে। শুধু মোহালির আশেপাশের অঞ্চলে স্কুলগুলো বন্ধ হয়ে গেছে, স্টুডেন্টরা অনেকটাই ডিজিটালাইজেশন হয়ে গেছে, পড়ার হ্যাবিট তাদের চলে গেছে। এই সমস্ত দেখে মোহালি স্কুলের একজন শিক্ষক সন্দীপ বাত্রা প্রথম এই পরিষেবার কথা ভাবেন এবং এই পরিষেবা চালু করবার পর প্রচন্ড ছাত্রদের মধ্যে একটা উৎসাহ দেখা যায়। আবার সেই বই হাতে নিয়ে পড়ার অভ্যাসটা ধীরে ধীরে ফিরে আসতে শুরু করে। একটা ক্ষুদ্র প্রয়াস, কিন্তু এই প্রয়াসের ফলাফলটা কিন্তু যথেষ্ট প্রভাব ফেলেছে। নেক্সট স্লাইড প্লিজ। এবার আসি উড়িষ্যা। উড়িষ্যার কালহান্ডি গ্রামটা একেবারে দরিদ্র সীমার নিচে, সেখানে পড়াশোনাটা একটা বিলাসিতা মাত্র। সেইখানে লাইব্রেরি ইন এ ব্যাগ নামক একটি পরিকল্পনা শুরু হয়। আমেরিকান ইন্ডিয়ান ফাউন্ডেশনের উদ্যোগে পরিকল্পনা শুরু হয়। ব্যাগে করে করে বই বিভিন্ন বাড়ির ছাত্রদেরকে পৌঁছে দেওয়ার কাজ শুরু হয়েছিল। সেটা কোভিড পিরিয়ডের অনেক আগে। প্রায় 2940টি বই নিয়ে এরা 30টি গ্রামের মধ্যে প্রায় 3000 স্টুডেন্টকে নিয়ে প্রজেক্ট শুরু করে। বাট প্যান্ডেমিক সিচুয়েশনে যখন লকডাউন শুরু হয়ে যায় তখনও কিন্তু লাইব্রেরি ইন এ ব্যাগ প্রজেক্টই চলেছে, যেখানে পড়াশোনাটাই একটা বিলাসিতা, সেখানে ইন্টারনেট, মোবাইল, এই পুরো ব্যাপারটাই একটা স্বপ্ন। সেখানে কিন্তু স্টুডেন্টদের হাতে বই পৌঁছে যাওয়া, স্কুল বন্ধ কিন্তু স্টুডেন্টদের হাতে বই পৌঁছে যাওয়া বিষয়টি কিন্তু যথেষ্ট প্রভাব ফেলেছে। পড়াশোনা যে থেমে নেই, লাইব্রেরি যে তার পঞ্চনীতিকে প্রয়োগ করে একাডেমিক সেকশনকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে পারে, এটি কিন্তু তার জ্বলন্ত প্রমাণ। নেক্সট স্লাইড প্লিজ। কে বলে ব্যক্তিগত উদ্যোগে বা ছোট প্রয়াসে বড় কাজ করা যায় না? চণ্ডীগড়ের সন্দীপ কুমার কিন্তু এই দৃষ্টান্ত দেখিয়েছেন। তিনি মূলত 2016 সালে তার নিজস্ব বইগুলো নিয়ে একটি স্কুলে একটি ছোট্ট ক্যাম্পেইনিং করেন, যে পুরনো বইগুলোর মাধ্যমেও দুস্থ বা নিডি ছাত্রদের মধ্যে বই এর প্রতি ভালোবাসা বা বই প্রদান বিষয়টিকে চালিয়ে নেওয়া যায়। তিনি এক্ষেত্রে নেতিবাচক একটা সাড়াও পেয়েছিলেন। কোভিড পরিস্থিতিতে তিনি একটি ছোট ভ্যান জোগাড় করেন এবং সেখানে বিভিন্ন স্থান থেকে, তার বই তো ছিলই, তিনি বিভিন্ন স্থান থেকে বই সংগ্রহ করেন এবং এই পরিষেবাটি তিনি শুরু করেন। শুধুমাত্র বই নয়, হ্যান্ড স্যানিটাইজার, স্যানিটাইজ ন্যাপকিন, বিভিন্ন জিনিস নিয়ে তিনি কিন্তু এগিয়ে যায় এবং ব্যাপকভাবে কিন্তু তিনি সাড়া পেয়েছেন। ছোটদের ক্ষেত্রে তো পেয়েছেন, অনেক বড়রাও কিন্তু বইয়ের প্রতি যে তাদের একটা ভালোবাসা রয়েছে তারও পরিচিতি কিন্তু সন্দীপ রায়ের এই প্রকল্প থেকে পাওয়া যায়। নেক্সট স্লাইড প্লিজ। একাডেমিক সেকশনের আসানসোল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং কলেজ কিন্তু পিছিয়ে নেই। তারা তাদের স্টুডেন্টদের জন্য একটি পরিবহন ব্যবস্থা চালু করে, বাস পরিবহন ব্যবস্থা। 15ই আগস্ট থেকে এটি শুরু হয়। এখানকার লাইব্রেরিয়ান বিদ্যুৎ পাত্র একটি সংবাদ মাধ্যমে বলেছেন যে পড়ুয়ারা হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ এবং ইমেলের মাধ্যমে তাদের চাহিদার বই এবং সময়টি জানিয়ে দিচ্ছে। এই কলেজ আপাতত 5টি বাস স্টপ করেছেন। সেই 5টি বাস স্টপে তারা নির্দিষ্ট সময় দাঁড়াচ্ছে এবং সেখান থেকে কিন্তু বইদের স্টুডেন্টরা বই ইস্যু রিটার্ন করছে। মূলত 3000 স্টুডেন্টকে নিয়ে এই প্রকল্পটি শুরু হয়েছে এবং বর্তমানে 500 জন স্টুডেন্টরা কিন্তু এই প্রকল্পের আওতায় এসছে। এটিকে ক্রমশ এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাওয়ার বা বাড়াবার প্রচেষ্টা চলছে। নেক্সট স্লাইড প্লিজ। এবার আসি আমাদের নিজেদের রাজ্যে। পাবলিক লাইব্রেরিরাও কিন্তু পিছিয়ে নেই। এর সব থেকে বড় উদাহরণ হচ্ছে চন্দননগর পুস্তকালয়। আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে দেবদত্তা স্মৃতি ভ্রাম্যমাণ গ্রন্থাগার এর এক প্রকল্পেরা চালু করেছিলেন। এই দেবদত্তা মহকুমার শাসকের প্রতিনিধিত্ব করতেন এই চন্দননগর পুস্তকাগারে। তিনি মারা যাওয়ার পর তার নামেই এই প্রকল্পটি শুরু হয়েছে। এই প্রকল্পে কিন্তু পাঠকদের দ্বারে দ্বারে নিয়ে গিয়ে বই ইস্যু রিটার্ন কাজটি চলছে। নেক্সট স্লাইড প্লিজ। এটা তো আমাদের গর্বের বিষয়, সিটি অফ জয়তে ট্রাম লাইব্রেরি চালু হয়েছে, সারা ভারতবর্ষে এক প্রভাব ফেলেছে। 6 মাস এই লাইব্রেরি সার্ভিসটি বর্তমানে বন্ধ আছে, তার কারণ হচ্ছে কোভিড সিচুয়েশন এবং আয়লা ঝড়। আমি যেটুকু তথ্য পেয়েছি খুব শীঘ্রই কিন্তু নতুন করে আবার এই প্রকল্পটি শুরু করবার একটা প্রচেষ্টা চলছে সমস্ত রকম প্রিপারেশন নিয়ে। সুতরাং খুব ভালোভাবে কিন্তু আমরা এই ভাবে আমরা কিন্তু আমাদের যে লাইব্রেরি সার্ভিস, বিশেষ করে রঙ্গনাথনের যে আদর্শ, তাকে কিন্তু ভ্রাম্যমাণ গ্রন্থাগারের মাধ্যমে প্রতিফলিত হতে দেখতে পাচ্ছি। নেক্সট স্লাইড প্লিজ। এটা আমার নিজের মনে খুব জোর একটা দাগ কেটেছে। আমরা সুন্দরবন অঞ্চল জানি এমনিতেই আমাদের যোগাযোগ ব্যবস্থা থেকে অনেকটা বিচ্ছিন্ন এমনিতেই, আর করোনা পরিস্থিতি তো ভয়ঙ্কর ভাবে। সেখানে ইন্টারনেট ব্যবস্থা বলি, মোবাইল ব্যবস্থা বলি, যাই বলি না কেন, সবটাই খুবই মানে একটা দূরত্বের সৃষ্টি করেছে। সেখানে কিন্তু ঘুলঘুলি ক্লাবে গ্রন্থাগার বইঘর, এটাকে কিছুটা ভ্রাম্যমাণ লাইব্রেরি বলা যেতে পারে, তারা কিন্তু যথেষ্ট প্রভাব ফেলেছে। যদিও করোনার অনেক আগে থেকে এরা কাজ করছে, এদের বিভিন্ন প্রকল্প রয়েছে সুন্দরবন এবং সুন্দরবন অঞ্চলকে কেন্দ্র করে, কিন্তু করোনা ব্যবস্থায় কিন্তু তাদের এই বইঘর ব্যবস্থাটার মাধ্যমে তারা শিশুদের যারা এখনো পড়তে চায়, পড়ার ইচ্ছা রয়েছে কিন্তু কোনো একটা ব্যারিকেশনের জন্য তারা এগোতে পারছে না, তাদের কাছে বই পৌঁছে দিয়ে হয়তো মাটির প্রদীপের ক্ষুদ্র আলোর মতন হলেও কিন্তু জ্ঞানের আলোকে তারা জাগিয়ে রেখেছে। নেক্সট স্লাইড। এবার একটা মাইসোর সিটি সেন্টার লাইব্রেরির উদ্যোগে কুম্ভেম্পু মোবাইল লাইব্রেরি সার্ভিস চালু হয়েছে। এটা কিন্তু কোভিড কে সামনে রেখে এই মোবাইল লাইব্রেরি সার্ভিস চালু হয়েছে। মজার বিষয় হলো এইখানকার যে আমি তথ্য পাচ্ছি তাতে এইখানকার পাঠকের সংখ্যার মধ্যে 90% মহিলারা কিন্তু এগিয়ে এসছেন এই সার্ভিসকে নিতে, এবং সিটি সেন্টার লাইব্রেরি প্রায় 10,000 বই নিয়ে কিন্তু এই সার্ভিসটি চালু করেছে। নেক্সট স্লাইড প্লিজ। কনক্লুশনের একটাই কথা বলবো, যদি আমাদের নিজেদের মধ্যে একটা ইচ্ছা থাকে, গ্রন্থাগার কর্মীদের মধ্যে যদি একটা ইচ্ছা থাকে, তাহলে কিন্তু আমরা এগিয়ে আসতে পারি, যে কোনো পরিস্থিতিতে কিন্তু পরিষেবা দিতে পারি। এবং আমি তো বলবো বর্তমানে ডিজিটালাইজেশনের যথেষ্ট বিস্তার হয়েছে, একাডেমিক ক্ষেত্রে হয়েছে, সবই ঠিক, কিন্তু কোথাও না কোথাও কিন্তু ভার্চুয়াল হাতে পাওয়া বই, হাতে নিয়ে বই পড়ার যে মানে একটা মজা, সেইখানটা থেকে কিন্তু বঞ্চিত হচ্ছি পাঠকরা। আর একটা দিক থেকে দেখতে গেলে বিভিন্ন অর্থনৈতিক কারণ হতে পারে, ইলেকট্রিসিটি হতে পারে, জ্ঞানের অভাব হতে পারে, অবশ্যই ইন্টারনেট ব্যবস্থা হতে পারে। কোনো একটা জায়গায় কিন্তু এই ডিজিটাল ব্যবস্থাকে গ্রহণ করা একটা অন্তরায়। সেক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু ভ্রাম্যমাণ গ্রন্থাগার অনেকটা পরিষেবা প্রদান করতে পারে। আমি এটুকু বলবো, রঙ্গনাথনের যে পঞ্চনীতি রয়েছে, সেই পঞ্চনীতির সম্পূর্ণরূপে সফলতা কিন্তু এই ভ্রাম্যমাণ গ্রন্থাগারের মধ্যে সম্ভব। আমার এই যে কটি আমি উদাহরণ দেখিয়েছি, সেই কটি উদাহরণ কিন্তু সেটাই প্রমাণ করে। ধন্যবাদ।
ধন্যবাদ বন্দনা ম্যাম, ধন্যবাদ বিপ্লব স্যার। আমাদের প্যানেলিস্টের যদি কিছু প্রশ্ন থাকে বন্দনা ম্যাম বা বিপ্লব স্যারকে।
খুব ভালো প্রেজেন্টেশন, এক্সেলেন্ট প্রেজেন্টেশন। আর ইনফরমেশন মানে এত এক্সস্টিভ, এত খেটে স্লাইডস করেছো, স্লাইড গুলো দেখতে ভীষণ সুন্দর হয়েছে। আর ইনফরমেশনটা যেটা আমার মনে হয় আরো প্রফেশনালসরা এটা দেখলে ভালো হয়, কারণ ইটস ভেরি ইন্সপায়ারিং। এটুকুই বলবো।
থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাম, থ্যাংক ইউ।
বিপ্লব বাবু এবং বন্দনা ম্যাডাম দুজনকেই ধন্যবাদ। এবং বিপ্লবুর কথা থেকেই বলি, ইচ্ছে থাকলেই যে উপায় হয়, বিপ্লব বাবুরা সেটা করে দেখিয়েছেন এবং তিনি পেপারটা তো প্রেজেন্ট করেইছেন। এবং আমাদের লাইব্রেরি প্রফেশনালরা যদি সত্যি ইচ্ছা করে এই ধরনের কাজ করতে পারে, তাহলে আমরা ভাবছি যে লাইব্রেরি পরিষেবা কোথায় ভেঙে পড়েছে, আগামী দিনে হয়তো আরো ভেঙে পড়বে, কিন্তু তা মনে হয় নয়। আমরা একটা আশার আলো দেখতেই পাচ্ছি। এই ধরনের সারা ইন্ডিয়ার মধ্যে বিভিন্ন স্টেটের উনি উদাহরণগুলোকে দেখিয়েছেন, এবং আমার মনে হয় এনাদেরকে এবং বন্দনা ম্যাডাম এবং তার টিমকে আরো বেশি ধন্যবাদ দেবো। তিনি একটি আজকের দিনে অনুষ্ঠানটা আয়োজন করেছেন, তা সত্ত্বেও একটি সুন্দর পেপার সকলের সামনে প্রেজেন্ট করেছেন এবং আমরা খুব উজ্জীবিত হলাম। বেসিক্যালি তো এক্সটেনশন সার্ভিস, লাইব্রেরি এক্সটেনশন সার্ভিসটাকে একটু অন্যভাবে দেখা, এবং সেটাই কোভিড পরিস্থিতির জন্য বোধহয় আমাদের মনকে একটুখানি আরো নাড়া দিল যে এই ধরনের সার্ভিস অ্যাকচুয়ালি কি পুরনো জিনিসটাকে নতুন আঙ্গিকে দেখা, এই ওল্ড ওয়াইন ইন নিউ বটল কথাটা তো আছে। সুতরাং আমার মনে করি বিপ্লববাবু এবং বন্দনাদি এবং আরো যারা ব্রেনওয়্যার ইউনিভার্সিটি, আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই ব্রেনওয়্যার ইউনিভার্সিটির সঙ্গে যুক্ত যারা আছেন, তারা নিশ্চয়ই সমস্ত গ্রন্থাগার পরিষেবা যারা দিচ্ছেন তাদেরকে একটা আশার আলো দেখালেন এই পেপার প্রেজেন্টের মাধ্যমে। এই ধরনের পেপারটা আমার মনে হয় আপনারা প্রেজেন্ট করে বা আরো ভালোভাবে দিকে যদি কোনো পাবলিশ করার ব্যবস্থা করেন তাহলে আমার মনে হয় ভালো হয়। ধন্যবাদ সকলকে।
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next paper is an overview of information dissemination and role of library in the perspective of modern era by Hafizul Mondol. Are you there? Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
My topic is overviews of information dissemination and role of library in the perspective of modern era. Information is wealth. Information is power. Information makes a nation robust to stronger. Therefore, in today's world, information is one in every of the foremost valuable and precious thing. Relating to information dissemination is incredibly necessary hot topic during this current era. As a result of information dissemination is that a technique. However, we are able to distribute the knowledge towards user who desire it. Information dissemination is to distribute or broadcast data. The principal objective of the knowledge dissemination is not solely to push awareness, however, is also to form a incentives for corporation to reduce their emissions and to cut back the associated risk. Moreover, during this paper are primarily targeted on totally different aspects of information dissemination, like its definition, importance, other ways to broadcast information, with the role of libraries, and therefore the techniques of broadcast information in era. Objective of the study: to know the basic concept of information disseminations. Information dissemination is that the means that by that facts are distributed to the general public at massive, the means that by which individual and numerous visual communication were the primary mean that human accused from distribute data, followed by communication. All suggested that of communication stem for this is basic means that importance of information dissemination. It is an indisputable fact that survival and self-development are the main problem central adults in many communities. The requirement to boost their socioeconomic standing is therefore necessary and pressing. This needs empowering adults.
Are you changing your slides, sir? 1 minute, sir. Are you changing your slides, sir?
Yes, I am changing.
No, it is not visible, sir. We can see your first slide only, sir.
Is it now changing, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Different way to disperse data. According to DWTI project, it is the process of disperse data. It's a collaborative platform like online learning platform, community website, package hosting and development website like Launchpad, repositories like documentation repositories, Unix-based system repositories, CVS, and Forge repositories. Concentrated period of time editors and platform like Gobi, combined website, interactive cooperation tool and page like chat, forum, social network, quick sharing places like test beans, image bean, fast sharing website. What are the way of effective dissemination of information? Publishing program of policy and briefs, publishing project finding in national journals and broad publication, presenting at national conference, at conference of skill association, presenting program result to area people, teams, and different native stakeholders, and many more. Role of library to disseminate information. Bhati 2010 explained that information may be a key resource for conflict resolution, peace promotion, and security. Through the availability of relevant data, the least bit levels, libraries will support government policy manufacturers, civil society, and communities by serving a channel or passage for spreading data for the effective functioning of a democratic system. Information dissemination technique by libraries. The subsequent area of number of the ways employed by the libraries to spread information with the 21st century era are online public access catalog or OPAC and network database. Next one, personal space or my library, short message service, space notification, social media networks, quick response or QR codes, online reference service, online VOD, library internet site, mobile technology, mailing list. These are the process of disseminating information by library. Conclusion: with technological advances within the 21st century's dynamic on a daily, it is crucial for the dissemination of knowledge to the purposeful and targeted. The cooperative educational activities strives to fulfill this would like for a relaying data to their supposed audience by determinative their audience. Most popular methodology of the informational delivery. The challenge lies in not essentially victimization the newest or trendiest of technological advancements to deliver the message. However, rather than in determinative the foremost effective methodology of reaching as a specific audience. Thank you. That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Hafizul Mondol, for your presentation, and I would request our panelists, if they have any questions or any suggestion or advice, they can share or they can ask.
Nothing from my side.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sir?
Yes, Hafizul, very nice presentation. Your paper is actually overviews, a very broader aspect you have taken your paper. So you have covered many things. I think my suggestion is you just part by part present or part by part presented the paper. It will be better, I think. Okay, very nice presentation. Good.
Due to the shortage of time,
Thank you.
I just briefly explained. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much,
no,
Mr. Abhijit Kumar.
That I understand. Okay, but your attempt is very good. Nice. Your attempt is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, and thank you so much, Mr. Mondol. And we are heading towards our last paper of this session, and the paper is written by Shayad Hakikat Ahmed এবং Moutushi Pal. It's a joint paper, and the title of the paper is Think in a New Way, Street Library. I would request any one of them, either Shayad Hakikat Ahmed or Moutushi Pal, any one of them can present their paper.
Hello?
Ha, you are audible.
Hello, okay, good evening everyone. My name is Syed Hakikat Ahmed, library assistant of Brainware University, and my co-author is Moutushi Pal, library assistant of Brainware University. I would like to thank Brainware University for this opportunity on 129th birthday anniversary of Sir S.R.Ranganathan. My paper is about Think in a New Way, Street Library. The street library concept was first initiated by urban designer and avid reader Kylie Lage from Australia. She set up a free library outside her office because she had accumulated so many books in her small apartment that she could no longer invite guests over for dinner. The book tower is her living room, keep topping over. That's how the idea came up. This idea in popular in Australia. They build a street library group or community for library services. and it's become new revolution for the book lover all over the world as well as Kolkata. The objective behind this study that street library is to provide books freely and accessibly and to encourage people to read. Give knowledge about various street library around the Kolkata. Brief idea how street library disseminate information. As here is research methodology. We follow the functions and operation of few street libraries in person and observe some formal educational organization based website and newspaper articles. In the context of street library, ILEAD take a crucial role. ILEAD is an institution of leadership, entrepreneurship, and development in UGC recognized world-class institute promoted by PS and Srijan Group. ILEAD Street Library is the first of one kind movement that's setting up a chain of street library across the city. Initiated by ILEAD Institute of Kolkata, it provides every people free books and makes it accessible at over the city. ILEAD Street Library aims at encourage more people to include the habit of reading and based completely on trust. Readers can access books from these libraries, take them along them, and return them according to their own convenience, without the content of any deadline. Anyone can contribute their own books or magazine for others to read and free join ILEAD in initiative in order to create book loving community. Here is some street libraries owned by ILEAD Kolkata. All of that, there is another street library, Patuli Street Library. We found this is self-financed street library by Kalidas and Kumkum Haldar, a new concept library in a fridge for helping students for this pandemic situation, with a message to inculcate readers' habits, and it aimed to create a book-loving community. A teacher and his wife has joined hands with a shopkeeper named Tarapado Khara, set up a free street library in a double-door fridge that one can take home one book at a time and return it within a month. No fees required. These only require readers to take care of the books. These are the advantages and disadvantages. Future plan. Make a common platform about the current scenario and full address of these various street library, so that the information about any street library can search and reach to every book lover at a time. Conclusion. Street library help to increase the reader's love for books and also increase the interest about the library in the reader's mind. This unconventional library also help people to utilize ensure time by reading book according to their user's time. Therefore, it plays a crucial role in the library movement. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Syed Haqiqat Ahmed, for presenting your paper. We have come to the end of our session, today's seminar, as we have joint panelists with us at this in this session, Ms. Indrani Bhattacharya and Mr. Abhijit Kumar. One by one, I would request Haqiqat to mute his mic. Thank you. One by one, I would ask both of them to say few words regarding today's initiative by Brainware University. First of all, I would call Ms. Indrani Bhattacharya, former Senior Manager, Library and Information Services, British Council, Kolkata. Ma'am, if you say few words for us.
Yeah. First of all, of course, thank you, Vandana and team, for asking me to chair this session. I am not very aware of, the university library or how it functions, but I understand it's full-fledged, academic and setup. but I know some of the members there, the colleagues who work there, and of course, looking at the presentations, it appears that it's extremely devoted and hardworking team that Vandana has with her. So well done for organizing this today's seminar, and it's very appropriate that you've chosen the theme is Ranganathan and the topics surrounding. Some of the participants did speak about Ranganathan and his usefulness of his ideals in today's scenario. And there were very topical issues, COVID, of course, and interesting presentations on mobile libraries or street library. The Patuli library that Motushi and Sayed mentioned is actually just behind my backyard. So it's very close. I've seen the setup. I'm not sure how well it functions because it remains unattended most of the time, but it's definitely a good initiative. But of course, in COVID times, health and hygiene is a big factor in such libraries. How people are maintaining these, that has to be, considered, because it's not very easy to, run physical libraries in COVID times. So, so people should be careful. Even if these initiatives are inspiring, you need to be careful. Website and web-based information service is the order of the day now. And I think that will be our future, because if you look at today's generation, from their very inception, from their initial preschool days, kids are now used to mobile and internet environment. And for them, school is the mobile. A lot of kids, they have no idea what the school looks like. And most of them, some of them, the young kids especially, have forgotten what a school looks like. And they feel that it's the mobile that counts. So, of course, keeping the new generation in mind, looking at the new situation, we need to think about, more and more innovations in the digital field. And yeah, hard print, of course, is important, but of course, the format has changed. You get a lot of books or leisure reading now on your mobile set. So, of course, people who are more comfortable with this kind of environment will gradually switch to these new formats of reading more and more. So our generation were mostly had, witnessed the print era. We had started our professional lives mostly with catalogs, manual catalogs and hard print books. And then when I left, and now up the transition period, we had actually started using online services, online library. That was introduction, and it wasn't really a very massive hit because it was a new thing, and people still were very comfortable with the hard print format. But yes, with COVID, the entire things have changed, and who knows, the way the world is moving, the way everything is so dynamic and so volatile, we don't know what the next format will be. So librarians, of course, will have to be very, very alert and have to be completely, reinvent themselves every time, every moment, new generations. So sometimes experience will not count. You will have to think out of the box. New generations will have to find their own solutions. They will not find answers from seniors or from past generations. They'll have to find their own answers for, how to serve the audience or users and keep the profession alive. So with these words, I once again thank all the participants for their time, for putting in their thoughts into their contributions, and of course, all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request Mr. Abhijit Kumar, Librarian Acting of Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata, if, sir, you may say a few words for today's event. So,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Actually, this is the last part of the today's session. First of all, I thank to Brainware University authorities, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Registrar, and Organizing Secretary and other Organizing Committee members for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this today's program. Today's program, I have enjoyed the total second session. That is, total 7 papers are there. And one thing I have observed that you have organized this program in collaboration with Department of Media Science and Journalism and also School of Law. This is a good attempt and good initiative, I think, because libraries are totally related with all academic disciplines, but media science and journalism is very much related, I think. And law is also in all academic disciplines. So this is a good initiative for Brainware University to commemorate the Ranganathan's 129th birth anniversary. And I am also honored. To be a part of this program. And also, topic selection is very broader topic, but many subtopics are very relevant in today's context. And in second session, among the 7 papers, all the papers are highlighted or focusing a new way. But the last paper, I think it is a really a new thinking. Yeah, think in a new way, street library. It is a really a new thing because in the present situation, when we look about the libraries and books are produced and libraries are produced, that is our motto, how we make relevance of the library, how we make use of the library, how we make use of the books, maybe street library, maybe public library, maybe house library, maybe coffee shop library. So last paper, I think it is a better thing. And I think with these few words, I again, once again, thank to Brainware University authorities, and last but not the least, Mr. Arun Babu and Madam Purovitha for anchoring this total session. I really enjoyed this today's program. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Now, lastly, I would request.
Thank you, sir.
Motushi Pal, could you please mute? Thank you so much, ma'am. So, lastly, I would request Dr. Kobita Chakraborty, Associate Professor, School of Law, Brainware University, Kolkata, to conclude the session.
Hello. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Arnav. Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Guest, respected Vice Chancellor, sir, and Registrar Madam, and all the distinguished dignitaries, faculty members, staffs, and my dear students. Good evening, one and all. It is my, I think it is my proud privilege to propose this vote of thanks on this seminar to commemorate the 129th birth anniversary of Dr. S.R.Ranganathan. First of all, for this purpose, I would like to thank our librarian madam, Mrs. Bandana Basu, the organizing secretary of this seminar. You gave me this opportunity to give valedictory speech on this auspicious occasion, and it is I think it is a matter of honor for me. Thank you very much, madam. And now, on behalf of entire Brainware University, I would also like to thank and express my gratitude to the honorable chief guest, Dr. Asitabha, librarian of Kalyani University, and Dr. Arun Kumar Chakraborty, presently librarian of Bose Institute, Kolkata, for graciously accepting the invitation and consenting to be the chief guest, blessing the occasions and enriching us. And they enriched us with a lot of information and history of library science. Really, I thank you both from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much, sir. I also express my sincere thanks and gratitude to Honorable VC Sir and Registrar Madam for their constant guidance and motivation. Really, it is a great, their speech is really a great source of motivation for all of us. Thank you very much. And then I would also like to thank Dr. Shondip Roy, Principal of Brainware Group of Institution, Dr. Shatabdi Shom, HOD of Media Science and Journalism, for their wonderful welcome speech. And also, I want to express my sincere thanks and heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished invited guests of the present of this seminar for sparing their valuable time. First of all, Dr. Partho Sharathi Das, he started his speech by elaborating the link between the information science and the law, and also media, and also elaborately discuss the RTI Act and how the provisions of this act will be applicable, and lucidly explain the role of library also in imparting information to the general public. And Dr. Jyotirmoy Adhikari, the next speaker, he also explained in the similar way, but he added one more thing, that is role of judiciary, and also explained the importance of Right to Information Act. And then another speaker, Dr. Mohul Brahmo, he started his speech in some in different way. He started with a misconception, and also elaborately discussed the how the fake news, paid news, all these things will make a challenge in the domain of information, and also how what is the role of media and role of journalist. And lastly, he also explained the role of ethics, which is the backbone of every profession. And really, his speech mesmerized us. And then the speaker of the second technical session, Mrs. Anamika Das, she also elaborately discussed all the ideas made and introduced by Dr. Ranganathan and Mrs. Indrani Bhattacharya and Mr. Abhijit Kumar. They also explained, they also encouraged the new generations to find out their own solution. Also, they emphasize the that is importance of street library, mobile library, all these things. And the way all the speakers explained the subject was really extraordinary. And they also conducted the chaired the two sessions, technical session 1 and 2, and also encourage our today's presenters, and their motivated speech and motivated corrections and also analysis. I think all the presenters, they will be benefited by their suggestions. Thank you all for this informative speech. And then lastly, I would also like to thank all the members of internal advisory committee and organizing committee for harmonious collaborations to complete this program, and really gifted as a successful event, and without whose participation, active participation, this program will not complete. And they have and also within a short span of time, they made this best arrangement. Thank you wholeheartedly. Thank you very much. And then I also have also obligated to all the participants present here for their beautiful presentations and suggestions they made. Thank you very much. We also remain grateful to all the staffs, particularly the libraries, all the departmental libraries and the central libraries, and faculty members also who contributed a lot to organizing this conference until the you can say the last days of the week. And at the conclusion, also I must not forget to thank Arnav Basu and Bhutta Dash for conducting the today's program. Very, very well organized program and conducted beautifully. And last but not the least, I also would like to thank my dear students for their great patience. And finally, before concluding this program, I again want to thanks to all the distinguished dignitaries, faculty members, staffs, and for participating in this seminar and making this event a great success. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ ডক্টর কবিতা চক্রবর্তী আর ম্যাডাম এত সুন্দর করে পুরো সেশনটাকে কনক্লুড করেছেন। সেই অনুরণন নিয়েই আমি আর একটা কথাও বেশি না বলে, যাতে এই রেশটা আমাদের মধ্যে থেকে যায়, সেই বলেই আজকের আমাদের এই সেমিনার এখানেই শেষ করছি। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ ফর জয়নিং উইথ আস। আজকের এই সেমিনার থেকে আমরা অনেক কিছু শিখলাম। আমাদের বিশ্বাস এই স্বতঃস্ফূর্ত যে নলেজ শেয়ারিং, এতে আমরা সকলে সমৃদ্ধ হলাম এবং হব। ধন্যবাদ। ভালো থাকবেন, সুস্থ থাকবেন। Thank you so much.